What if Gringotts revealed Harry was the only living heir to the Founder's combined vault? Hello guys, welcome to Soul Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Gringotts revealed Harry was the only living heir to the Founder's combined vault. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now let's start the story. Chapter 1. Blood and Gold, you're telling me, Harry said, staring at the goblin across the desk, that someone's been taking money from my vault for 14 years, and nobody thought to mention it. Griphook's smile showed too many teeth. We assumed you were aware, Mr. Potter. The withdrawals were authorized by your magical guardian. I don't have a magical guardian. You do, in fact. Griphook slid a parchment across the obsidian desk. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore assumed guardianship 3 days after your parents' death. The Wisengamot approved it in emergency session. He has administered your accounts since November 1981. Harry picked up the parchment. The numbers blurred in front of him, not because he couldn't read them, but because his brain refused to process what he was seeing. Monthly withdrawals. Thousands of galleons. Exposed to financial statements. Harry didn't fully comprehend the enormity of the sums, but they looked excessive. All signed with a looping signature he'd seen on Hogwarts acceptance letters. He told me, Harry said slowly, that my aunt and uncle were my guardians. In the Muggle world, perhaps. Magical guardianship is a separate matter entirely. Griphook's dark eyes glittered. It grants control over vaults, properties, seats on governing bodies, betrothal contracts. Betrothal contracts? None have been signed on your behalf, if that concerns you. The goblin's claws clicked against the desk, though 3 offers were formally submitted and rejected. The Greengrass, Davis, and Bones families, if you're curious. Harry set the parchment down carefully, like it might bite him. He'd come to Gringotts for one reason, to get enough gold for school supplies before 4th year. The Weasleys were meeting him in an hour. He'd expected to be in and out in 15 minutes. Instead, he'd asked an innocent question about why his vault key had been with Hagrid instead of him, and the whole thing had spiraled into this. I want to revoke his guardianship. That requires either reaching magical majority at 17, or proving the guardian unfit, or... Griphook paused, consulting another document, claiming an inherited title that supersedes appointed guardianship. Do I have one of those? The question was sarcastic. Harry expected the goblin to say no and move on. Griphook didn't say no. Instead, the goblin went very still. His eyes fixed on something in the parchment, then lifted to Harry's face with an expression Harry couldn't read. That, Griphook said, is an excellent question. One moment. He pressed a rune on the desk. Nothing visible happened, but 30 seconds later, the office door opened and another goblin entered. Older, with silver threading through the sparse hair on his head, dressed in armor rather than a suit. Ragnarok, Griphook said, and his voice had changed. Formal, almost nervous. This is Harry Potter. He's asking about inherited titles. Ragnarok studied Harry the way a jeweler studied a stone of uncertain value. Has an inheritance test been performed? Not to my knowledge, Harry said. Nobody told me that was an option. The 2 goblins exchanged a look heavy with meaning Harry couldn't interpret. Come with me, Ragnarok said. The ritual room was deep in Gringotts, past corridors Harry suspected most wizards never saw. The walls were carved with runes that seemed to move in his peripheral vision. The air tasted like copper and something older. 7 drops of blood on the parchment, Ragnarok instructed, handing Harry a silver knife. The magic will do the rest. What does this test actually show? Everything. Ragnarok's smile was thinner than Griphook's, sharper. Every bloodline you carry. Every title you might claim. Every vault you have right to access. The parchment cannot lie, cannot be fooled, cannot be manipulated. Blood truth is absolute truth. Harry considered the knife. And if I don't like what it shows, then you'll have accurate information about a situation you don't like. Better than inaccurate information, wouldn't you say? Hard to argue with that. Harry pricked his finger. The knife was sharp enough that he barely felt it, and let 7 drops fall onto the parchment spread across the stone altar. The blood hit the surface and immediately began to move, spreading in patterns that looked almost like writing, then reorganizing, then spreading again. Ragnarok leaned forward, watching intently. The blood kept moving, kept spreading. Lines of text began forming, but they didn't stop. They branched, connected, branched again. Harry watched his parents' names appear, then his grandparents, then great-grandparents, the family tree expanding backward through generations faster than he could track. "That's normal?" Harry asked. Ragnar didn't answer. His eyes had gone wide. The parchment was filling up. Names Harry didn't recognize, dates spanning centuries, lines connecting in patterns that seemed to loop back on themselves. The blood, there was more of it now than 7 drops could account for. The magic apparently generating what it needed, had reached the edges of the parchment and was still writing. Griphook, who had followed them down, made a sound that might have been a curse in gobbledygook. "Ragnar," he said. "Are you seeing?" "I see it. But that's not possible." The lines died out. Everyone knows. Everyone was wrong. Harry looked between them. "Want to fill me in?" Ragnar held up a hand for silence. The blood was still writing, still connecting, but it was slowing now, the patterns consolidating into something that looked almost like a formal document. Names highlighted themselves, titles appeared beside them, and at the bottom of the page, for names burned brighter than all the others. Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, Salazar Slytherin. "Well," Harry said, "that's unexpected." "Explain it again," Harry said an hour later. Slowly, they'd moved to a different room, a private chamber that Ragnar had sealed with magic. Harry could feel pressing against his skin. The inheritance test results sat on the table between them, still glowing faintly. "The founders of Hogwarts," Ragnar said, with the patience of someone who'd already explained this twice. Each had descendants. Those lines continued through history, sometimes through squibs who married into Muggle families and were forgotten, sometimes through minor branches that never claimed their heritage, sometimes through families who simply didn't know what blood they carried. Over 1,000 years, Griphook added, bloodlines mix. They combine. They separate and recombine. Most pure-blood families, if they traced back far enough, would find connections to one founder or another. The Weasleys descend from a minor Gryffindor line. The Malfoys have a distant Slytherin connection. This is not unusual, but I'm connected to all 4. You are more than connected. Ragnar tapped the parchment. You are, by blood right, the primary heir to all 4 lines. The only living person who can make that claim. Harry stared at the document. His mother's name featured prominently. Apparently the Evans family wasn't as Muggle as everyone assumed. Somewhere back in the 1600s, a squib daughter of a Ravenclaw descendant had married a Muggle farmer named Evans. The magic had slept in that line for 3 centuries before waking in Lily. But it went further than that. His father's line carried Gryffindor blood, no surprise there. But also, through a complex series of marriages in the 1400s, a Hufflepuff connection. And somewhere in the tangled mess of it all, both his parents carried traces of Slytherin's line through different paths that had never been connected before. Until James Potter married Lily Evans. Until Harry was born. "The prophecy," Harry muttered. "What prophecy?" Ragnar's voice sharpened. Harry hesitated. He didn't know the details. Dumbledore had never told him, but he knew a prophecy existed. Something about him and Voldemort. Something that had put a target on his family. "Nothing," he said. "Just thinking out loud." Ragnar didn't look convinced, but he let it pass. "The relevant point, Mr. Potter, is that as the founder's heir, you have access to resources that have been sealed for over 800 years. The last person to hold all 4 bloodlines died in 1203 without claiming the unified inheritance. Since then, the founder's combined vault has waited. What's in it? We don't know." Griphook actually sounded frustrated by this admission. "The vault is sealed against goblin entry. Only the blood heir can open it. Our records indicate the founders deposited items there jointly, but no inventory has been seen since the vault was created. You're telling me there's a vault in your bank that you've never looked inside? We're telling you that the founders built it that way." Ragnar's smile had an edge. "They were powerful enough that even we could not override their wishes. Whatever is inside, they wanted only their true heir to find it." Harry absorbed this. "And the guardianship issue? As the founder's heir, you hold titles that predate the Ministry of Magic, predate the Wisengamot, predate the very concept of magical guardianship." Griphook's teeth showed again. "No wizard alive has the authority to claim guardianship over you. By blood right, you are the highest-ranking magical noble in Britain." The words sat in the air, too big to process. I'm 14, Harry said. The magic doesn't care. The cart ride to the Founder's vault took 20 minutes and went deeper than Harry had ever gone in Gringotts. Past the dragon that guarded the high-security vaults, he caught a glimpse of pale scales and tired eyes. Past doors carved with warnings in languages Harry didn't recognize. Past entire sections of the bank that felt less like rooms and more like they'd been hollowed out of solid time. The vault door was enormous, carved from something that wasn't quite stone, covered in runes that moved and shifted, with 4 distinct sections each bearing a familiar symbol: a lion, a serpent, a badger, an eagle. Place your hand in the center, Ragnarok instructed, where the 4 quarters meet. Harry stepped forward. The door seemed to pulse as he approached, the runes glowing brighter, the air growing thick with magic that tasted like lightning and old books and something green and growing. He pressed his palm against the junction point. Pain lanced through him, not the sharp pain of a cut, but a deep, searching pain, like something was reading every cell of his blood and checking it against a very long list. The 4 symbols flared in sequence: lion, badger, eagle, serpent. Each flare brought a new sensation: courage, loyalty, wisdom, ambition, emotions that weren't quite his own, pressing against his mind. Then the door opened. The vault was larger than the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Harry stood in the entrance, staring at a space that shouldn't have been able to exist this far underground, lit by floating orbs that cast a warm golden glow over everything within. And there was a lot within. Gold, yes. Mountains of it. Coins and denominations Harry didn't recognize. Bars stacked in neat rows. Jewelry scattered like afterthoughts across surfaces that glittered. But the gold was almost an afterthought compared to everything else. Weapons hung on the walls, swords and staves and things Harry didn't have names for, all radiating the kind of power that made his hair stand up. Armor stood on mannequins, crafted in styles that spanned centuries, some beautiful and some terrifying. Books filled shelves that stretched up into shadows, thousands of volumes bound in leather and metal and materials that moved. And in the center of it all, on a pedestal that seemed to draw the eye inevitably toward it, sat 4 journals. Harry walked toward them without deciding to, his feet carrying him across the vault floor while his mind was still trying to process the scale of what he was seeing. The journals were old, impossibly old, but they looked pristine, protected by magic that still held strong after 1,000 years. For journals. For founders. He reached out and touched the one bound in red leather, and the world went white. Harry came back to himself on his knees, gasping. The vision, memory, whatever it had been, was already fading, but the impression remained. For people, for friends, building something together, laughing together, fighting together, watching it slowly fall apart. We leave this for you, whoever you are, a woman's voice echoed in his head, warm and kind and impossibly old. The heir of all our hopes. Use it well. Harry stood on shaking legs. The journals still sat on the pedestal, waiting. He gathered all 4 of them, tucking them carefully into his bag. He'd read them later, somewhere private, somewhere he could process what they contained without an audience. Then he turned to survey the rest of the vault. Ragnarok was waiting outside, his expression carefully neutral, but his eyes sharp with curiosity. You were inside for 3 hours, the goblin said. Harry blinked. It hadn't felt like 3 hours. It had felt like 20 minutes. Time works differently in there. Apparently. Ragnarok studied him. You're carrying something. I can feel the magic from here. Harry considered lying, decided there was no point. Journals. From the founders. Oh. The goblin's expression flickered. Surprise. Avarice. Something that might have been respect. Those have been sought by scholars for centuries. They're mine now. They are. Ragnarok inclined his head. Will you be taking anything else today? We can arrange secure transport for larger items. Harry thought about the weapons, the armor, the mountains of gold. All of it was his. All of it had been waiting for him. Not today, he said. I need time to think. A wise approach. Ragnarok led him back toward the cart. You'll want to consider carefully how you announce your status. The political implications are significant. I figured that out. Did you also figure out that Albus Dumbledore will learn of today's events within hours? Gringotts keeps client confidentiality, but our wards detected his monitoring charms the moment you entered the bank. He knows something happened. He'll investigate. Harry stopped walking. He has monitoring charms on me. At least 3 that we could detect. Probably more that we couldn't. Ragnar's smile was thin. Your magical guardian takes his responsibilities seriously. Or took them, I should say. Those charms are currently inactive. The Founder's magic disrupted them when you access the vault. They'll remain inactive as long as you carry items from the vault on your person. Harry reached into his bag and touched the journals. The leather was warm against his fingers. Good to know, he said. The Weasleys were waiting in the leaky cauldron, looking harried. Ron spotted Harry first. Blimey, mate, where have you been? We've been waiting for ages. Sorry, Harry said, and the lie came easily. Long line at the vault. Molly Weasley fussed over him, asking if he'd eaten, if he needed anything, if he was all right. Harry answered on autopilot while his mind churned through everything he'd learned. Dumbledore was his magical guardian. Had been for 14 years. Had been taking money from his vaults for 14 years. Had monitoring charms on him that tracked who knew what. And had never told him any of it. You okay? Ron asked, studying Harry's face. You look weird. Just tired. Didn't sleep well last night. Nightmares. Ron's voice dropped. About, you know? About the graveyard. About Cedric. About Voldemort rising again. Except that hadn't happened yet. Harry's brain lurched, sorting timelines. Right. 4th year was starting. The Triwizard Tournament. Everything that came after. But he had the journals now. He had information that nobody else had. He had resources that nobody knew about. Maybe things could go differently this time. Yeah, Harry said. Nightmares. But I think they're going to stop. They finished shopping quickly. Harry moved through Diagon Alley with new eyes, seeing things he'd missed before. The way shopkeepers looked at him, not just with curiosity at the famous boy who lived, but with something else. Calculation. Assessment. He was an asset to them, a name to be leveraged. How many of them had benefited from Dumbledore's management of his affairs? How many had received donations from the Potter vaults without Harry's knowledge? He'd need to check the records. Ragnar had offered full accounting at his request. Flourish and Blots was crowded, but Harry found what he was looking for in the back section. Books on wizarding law, on the Wisengamot, on the rights and responsibilities of ancient and noble houses. He bought all of them, shrinking them into his pocket while the Weasleys were distracted by a display of Quidditch magazines. What's all that? Ginny asked, appearing at his elbow. Research, Harry said. For a project. She looked skeptical but didn't push. Ginny had always been good about respecting boundaries. Mum's almost done. We're heading to Florian's if you want ice cream. Sure. Harry followed her toward the front of the store, mind still spinning. Hey, Ginny. Yeah. If you found out someone you trusted had been lying to you for years, what would you do? She stopped walking, turning to face him with sudden intensity. Is someone lying to you? Hypothetically. Hypothetically, I'd want to know why. Her brown eyes were steady. Sometimes people lie to protect others. Sometimes they lie to protect themselves. The reason matters. What if it was both? Then I'd decide which mattered more to me. Their reasons or my right to know the truth. She shrugged, a little too casually. But I'd probably be angry either way. Being lied to sucks. Harry nodded slowly. Yeah, it really does. That night, in his room at the Leaky Cauldron, Harry opened the first journal. The handwriting was elegant, the ink still dark despite centuries of age. The first page bore a simple inscription, the private journal of Godric Gryffindor, begun in the year of our building, 990. Contained herein, my thoughts on our great work, my hopes for those who will follow, and my warnings for those who would understand what we truly created. Harry turned the page and began to read. By 2 a.m, Harry had finished Godric's journal and started on Rowena's. His eyes burned and his hand was cramped from taking notes, but he couldn't stop. The Founders were nothing like the legends. Godric wasn't just a brave warrior. He was a political genius who'd navigated the treacherous waters of magical and mundane politics for decades before Hogwarts. He'd built alliances with centaurs, negotiated treaties with goblins, established trade routes that still existed in Harry's time. The bravery was real, but it was the least important thing about him. Helga Hufflepuff had been the true architect of Hogwarts. Not just the buildings. Anyone with power could raise stone, but the systems. The way magic flowed through the castle, the way the wards adapted to protect students, the way the house elves were integrated into the school's functioning. She designed all of it with a sophistication that modern wizards apparently couldn't match. Rowena Ravenclaw had created the educational curriculum that Hogwarts still used, but what struck Harry was how much she'd held back. References to advanced subjects that she decided were too dangerous for common teaching. Mentions of magical disciplines that had been sealed until the time was right. Hints at knowledge that made Harry's skin prickle. And Salazar. Salazar Slytherin wasn't what the legends claimed either. He'd left Hogwarts, yes. There had been a disagreement with the other founders, yes. But it wasn't about blood purity, or rather, not in the way modern wizards understood it. I argued for caution. Salazar had written in Rowena's journal, in a passage she'd quoted extensively. Not exclusion, but discretion. The Muggle-borns come to us ignorant of our ways, vulnerable to exploitation, surrounded by families who cannot protect them from magical threats. I advocated for a transitional program, a way to integrate them safely rather than throwing them into waters they cannot navigate. My colleagues called this prejudice. I called it pragmatism. History will judge which of us was correct. Harry sat back, processing this. The great rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, the foundation of house tensions that had defined Hogwarts for a millennium, had been an argument about education policy. We were friends, Godric had written, near the end of his journal. The truest friends I ever had. When Salazar left, it was not in anger, but in sorrow. He believed we were building something that would be corrupted. I pray he was wrong. I fear he was right. Dawn light was creeping through the window when Harry finally closed the last journal. His head ached. His heart ached. Everything he thought he knew about the wizarding world had been called into question. The founders hadn't created Hogwarts just as a school. They'd created it as a stronghold, a sanctuary, a place where magical children could be protected from a world that feared them. The elaborate defenses, the hidden chambers, the ancient magic woven into every stone. All of it had been designed for a purpose that modern wizards had forgotten. And they'd left it all to him. Not because he was special, not because of any prophecy, but because his bloodlines had happened to converge in a way that made him the only person who could access their legacy. The journals contained more than history. They contained instructions, locations of hidden chambers within Hogwarts, passwords that still worked after 1,000 years, knowledge of magical disciplines that had been lost or hidden for centuries, and they contained warnings. Our work will be corrupted, Helga had written, not by enemies from without, but by friends from within. Those who claim to protect our legacy will twist it to their own purposes. The ministry we helped create will grow bloated with power. The pureblood families we elevated will forget their responsibilities. The school we built will become a tool for maintaining power rather than spreading knowledge. When the heir comes, if the heir comes, they must choose. Preserve what remains, or burn it down and build anew. Harry looked out the window at the lightning sky. He knew what Dumbledore would say. Patience, caution, trust in the institutions that had protected the wizarding world for centuries. But those institutions had left him with abusive relatives, had let Sirius rot in Azkaban, had allowed Voldemort to rise once, and were clearly failing to prepare for his return. Harry was 14 years old, and he'd just inherited more power than most wizards saw in their lifetimes. The question was, what was he going to do with it? Harry, Ron's voice came from outside his door, accompanied by pounding. Mum says breakfast in 10 minutes. We're going to miss the train. Harry blinked, looking at the clock. Somehow it was already 8:30. Coming, he called, scrambling to pack. The journals went into his bag first, protected by every security charm he could remember. Then his clothes, his books, his supplies, thrown in haphazardly because there wasn't time to be neat. He caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror as he headed for the door. He looked the same, skinny, messy-haired, glasses sliding down his nose. Nothing external had changed. But his eyes. There was something in his eyes that hadn't been there before. Something harder. Older. Good, Harry thought. I'm going to need it. Platform 9 3/4 was chaos as always. Families saying goodbye, students dragging trunks, owls hooting in protest at being jostled. Harry moved through it with the Weasleys, but his attention kept snagging on details. Lucius Malfoy, standing near the barrier with Draco, eyes scanning the crowd with predatory attention. When his gaze landed on Harry, something flickered across his face. Recognition, calculation, the beginning of a sneer. Harry held the look. Didn't flinch. Didn't look away. After a long moment, Lucius's expression shifted into something more uncertain. He looked away first. Interesting, Harry thought. What was that about? Ron muttered, having caught the exchange. Nothing yet, Harry said. But soon. They boarded the train and found a compartment. Hermione was already there, nose in a book, but she looked up when they entered. Harry, Ron, how was the rest of your summer? Fine, Ron said, dropping into a seat. Boring. Charlie almost got eaten by a Hungarian horntail, but apparently that's just a normal Tuesday for him. Hermione's eyes went wide, but before she could respond, the compartment door opened again. Neville Longbottom stood in the entrance, looking uncertain. Is there room? Everywhere else is full. Course there is, Harry said, shifting over. Come on in. Neville settled into the seat next to Harry, Trevor the Toad clutched in his hands. Thanks. I hate trying to find seats. How was your summer? Hermione asked. All right. Gran's been on a tear about my grades again. You know how she is. Neville's shoulders hunched slightly. Kept going on about how I need to live up to the Longbottom name. Harry studied Neville's face. The resignation there, the quiet acceptance of inadequacy that had been drilled into him for years. The Longbottom name. Something clicked in Harry's memory. Something from Helga Hufflepuff's journal, about the families who'd been trusted to maintain certain traditions. Hey, Neville, Harry said. What do you know about your family's history? Like way back. Neville blinked. Not much. Gran talks about my parents a lot, and my great-uncle Algy, but she doesn't really go into ancient history. What? Just curious. Harry filed the thought away for later. There would be time to explore that connection. Right now, he needed to be careful about what he revealed and to whom. The train began to move, pulling away from the platform. Through the window, Harry watched London slide past, then give way to countryside. 4th year at Hogwarts. The Triwizard Tournament. Everything that came with it. But this time, Harry had resources. Knowledge. The beginnings of a plan. This time, things would be different. The lunch trolley came and went. Harry bought enough sweets for everyone, waving off Ron's protests about paying him back. Money felt different now that he knew exactly how much he had, and exactly how much had been taken without his consent. Conversation drifted through predictable topics. Quidditch World Cup predictions. Speculation about the Triwizard Tournament, which the Ministry had been hinting at all summer. Hermione's outrage about some new house elf legislation she'd read about. Harry participated enough to seem normal, but his mind was elsewhere. Planning. The Founders' Journals had given him more than history and hidden knowledge. They'd given him a framework for understanding how magical power actually worked. Modern wizards thought of magic as something external, a force to be channeled through wands, contained in artifacts, regulated by laws. The Founders had understood it differently. Magic was internal first, an expression of will and intention that the wand merely focused. The truly powerful never needed wands at all. And there were training methods, exercises, ways to develop that internal connection that had been quietly removed from Hogwarts curriculum over the centuries. Harry had memorized several of them before leaving the leaky cauldron. He began the first exercise now, sitting in the train compartment while his friends talked around him. It was simple, just a breathing pattern combined with focused attention on the feeling of magic in his core. Not doing anything with it, just acknowledging it. After a few minutes, he felt something shift. A warmth in his chest that hadn't been there before, or maybe had always been there, but had been ignored. There you are, Harry thought. You okay? Hermione was watching him with concern. You've been really quiet. Just thinking about the year ahead. Anything specific? Harry considered how much to say. Hermione was his friend, one of his best friends, but she was also deeply invested in authority figures. She trusted Dumbledore implicitly. She believed in the system. That trust might be a problem later. I'll tell you when I've figured it out, he said. She looked unsatisfied but nodded. Hermione understood the value of research before conclusions. The train rolled on toward Hogwarts. They changed into robes as the sky darkened. Harry caught glimpses of the castle through the window, lights glittering against the growing dusk, familiar and strange at the same time. I own this place, he thought, and the idea was so absurd he almost laughed. Not technically owned. The school had been established as a trust, governed by a board, administered by the headmaster. But as the Founders' heir, Harry had authority that superseded all of it. He could, if he chose, dissolve the board, dismiss the headmaster, and run the school according to his own vision. He wouldn't. Not yet, probably not ever in that direct way. but knowing he could shifted something in his understanding of the situation. The train pulled into Hogsmeade Station. Students spilled onto the platform, first years splitting off toward the boats while everyone else headed for the carriages. Harry stopped when he saw the carriages. They weren't empty. Skeletal horses stood in the harnesses, leathery wings folded against their sides, blank white eyes staring at nothing. Harry had ridden these carriages 3 times before and never seen them. "You okay?" Ron asked, noticing Harry's hesitation. "Fine. Just thought I saw something." He climbed into the carriage, but he kept watching the creatures as they began to move. Thestrals, he remembered from a book he'd read years ago. Visible only to those who had seen death. Harry had seen death. Plenty of it. But he hadn't been able to see Thestrals before. Something had changed when he'd accessed the vault. The Founder's magic had done something to him, altered him in ways he was still discovering. He added it to the growing list of things he needed to figure out. The Great Hall was exactly as Harry remembered it. Candles floating overhead, enchanted ceilings showing the night sky, for house tables stretching toward the staff table at the far end. Dumbledore sat in the center of the staff table, his blue eyes twinkling as students filed in. When his gaze found Harry, there was a moment, brief, almost imperceptible, where the twinkle flickered. He knows something happened, Harry thought. He doesn't know what. Harry held the old man's gaze for a long moment, letting nothing show on his face, before turning away to take his seat at the Gryffindor table. The sorting went quickly. Harry didn't pay much attention. His mind was still churning through plans, contingencies, possibilities. But he noticed when Dumbledore stood to make his announcements. "Welcome to another year at Hogwarts." The headmaster's voice carried easily through the hall. "Before we begin our feast, I have several announcements. First, Mr. Filch has asked me to remind you that the Forbidden Forest is, as always, forbidden. The list of prohibited items has been updated and is posted on his office door." Standard stuff. Harry waited. "Second, I must inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year." Murmurs erupted throughout the hall. Harry saw Fred and George Weasley making sounds of outrage. This is due to an event that will be starting in October and will demand much of the staff's time and energy. Dumbledore's eyes swept the room. "I have great pleasure in announcing that Hogwarts will this year host the Triwizard Tournament." The murmuring intensified, excited now rather than angry. Students who knew what the tournament was were explaining to those who didn't. Harry watched Dumbledore's face as he continued the announcement. The rules, the age restriction, the immense honor of being selected. The headmaster was in his element, commanding attention with practiced ease. He's good at this, Harry thought. He knows exactly how to manage a crowd, how to direct energy, how to make people feel what he wants them to feel. It was a useful skill. Harry would need to develop it himself. And now, Dumbledore concluded, let the feast begin. Food appeared on the tables. Students dug in with enthusiasm. The great hall filled with the sounds of eating and conversation. Harry ate mechanically, watching the room. Malfoy was holding court at the Slytherin table, probably bragging about his father's ministry connections. A few seats down, a girl with dark hair and a composed expression was watching Harry back. When their eyes met, she didn't look away, just inclined her head slightly, like an acknowledgement. Daphne Greengrass. Harry had heard the name in passing, associated with words like Ice Queen and political. Griphook had mentioned her family among those who'd submitted betrothal offers. Interesting that she was watching him. More interesting that she wasn't trying to hide it. Harry filed that away too. After the feast, Dumbledore caught Harry's eye and made a small gesture, a request to stay behind. Harry pretended not to notice, following his housemates toward Gryffindor Tower. Let the old man wonder. Let him wait. The common room was loud with students catching up after the summer. Harry endured about 20 minutes of it before claiming exhaustion and heading up to the dormitory. His bed was the same as always, four-poster, red curtains, trunk at the foot. Harry sat on the edge and pulled out the Founder's journals. He'd read them once, but there was more there. Layers he'd missed. References he didn't understand yet. The heir will face a choice, Rowena had written. To work within the corruption or to expose it. Both paths have merit. Both have costs. We cannot advise which is correct. Only that the choice must be made with clear eyes and full understanding of consequences. Harry thought about Dumbledore. About the money taken from his vaults. About the monitoring charms. About 14 years of being managed like an asset rather than treated like a person. The headmaster probably had reasons. He always did. The greater good, the protection of the wizarding world, the long game against Voldemort. But Harry was done being a piece on someone else's board. He pulled out parchment and began making a list. Things he needed to do, people he needed to talk to, knowledge he needed to acquire. It was a long list. By the time he finished, his dorm mates were coming up to bed. Harry tucked the parchment away and lay down, feigning sleep while his mind continued to work. Tomorrow, he would begin. Harry woke at 5 in the morning, before anyone else was stirring. He dressed quietly and slipped out of the dormitory, moving through the castle with purpose. The Founders' Journals had included detailed maps of Hogwarts, the real Hogwarts, with all its hidden passages and secret rooms and sealed chambers. There was one in particular he needed to find. 3 flights up from the 7th floor, in a corridor that current maps claimed didn't exist, behind a portrait of a sleeping dragon. The room of requirement got all the attention, but this was something different. Something older. The Founder's study. Harry found the portrait exactly where the journal said it would be. The dragon, painted in scales of deep emerald, opened one eye as he approached. Password, it rumbled. Concilium quatuor, Harry said. The Latin phrase meant Council of Four. He'd found it in Helga's journal. The dragon studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Welcome, Heir. It has been a long time. The portrait swung open. The room beyond was smaller than Harry expected, intimate rather than grand, designed for work rather than impression. 4 desks arranged in a square, facing inward. Bookshelves lining the walls. A fireplace that lit itself as Harry entered. And on each desk, more journals. More documents. More knowledge that had been waiting for centuries. Harry spent an hour exploring, careful not to disturb anything until he understood what he was looking at. The desks were clearly personal spaces. Godric's was cluttered with notes and maps. Rowena's organized with mathematical precision. Helga's warm and worn from use. Salazar's sparse but elegant. The books on the shelves were advanced, way beyond NEWT level, covering subjects Harry had never heard of. Some weren't even in English, Latin, Greek, languages he couldn't identify. But there was also a section of books that seemed designed for teaching. Primers, workbooks, progressive curricula building from basics to mastery. They planned for this, Harry realized. They knew their heir might need to learn everything from scratch. He selected a book from the teaching section, Fundamental Magics, a self-study guide for the dedicated student, and settled into Godric's chair to read. The sun was rising over Hogwarts, and Harry Potter was finally getting the education he deserved. He made it to breakfast only slightly late, sliding into a seat next to Hermione with what he hoped was a casual expression. "Where were you?" she asked immediately. "I checked the dormitory, and you were already gone. Early morning walk. Couldn't sleep." She looked skeptical, but let it go. Professor McGonagall was passing out schedules. "Potter." The deputy headmistress paused at his seat, something flickering in her expression. "The headmaster would like to see you after breakfast. The password is Fizzing Wisby." "Please tell him I'm unavailable," Harry said. "I have classes to attend." McGonagall stared at him. Harry couldn't blame her. He'd never refused a summons from Dumbledore before. "Mr. Potter," when the headmaster, "With respect, Professor, I'm not refusing permanently. I'm simply prioritizing my education today. I'll make time to speak with him when my schedule allows." The silence around them had spread. Students at the Gryffindor table were watching with wide eyes. Even some Slytherins had noticed. McGonagall's lips pressed into a thin line. "I'll convey your message," she said, and moved on. "Mate," Ron breathed. "What was that?" "Just being responsible about my studies," Harry said, reaching for toast. "Hermione, can I borrow your notes from last year's Transfiguration classes? I want to review." Hermione's expression was a complicated mixture of approval at his academic interest and concern at his behavior. "Of course. But Harry, what's going on?" "Nothing I can't handle." He gave her a smile that he hoped was reassuring. "Just taking things more seriously this year. We've got OWLS coming up, right?" She didn't look convinced, but the mention of OWLS triggered exactly the response Harry had hoped for. A lengthy explanation of study schedules and preparation strategies that lasted through the rest of breakfast. Meanwhile, Harry watched Dumbledore at the staff table. The headmaster was watching him back, and the twinkle in those blue eyes had definitely dimmed. Good, Harry thought. Let him worry. The game was changing, and Dumbledore didn't even know what game they were playing yet. Classes were classes. Harry paid more attention than usual, watching his professors with new eyes. How much did they know? How much were they hiding? Who was loyal to Dumbledore? Who was loyal to the Ministry? Who had their own agendas? Snape was the most interesting. The potions master's hatred of Harry was real. Nothing faked about those sneers and cutting remarks. But there was something else beneath it. Something that might have been guilt or grief or some combination of both. My mother, Harry realized. Snape had known Lily Evans. Had maybe loved her. Definitely hated James Potter. That was leverage, potentially. Not against Snape. Harry didn't want to hurt the man, just understand him, but in whatever larger game was being played. Defense against the dark arts was taught by a man Harry didn't recognize, Mad-Eye Moody. According to the Whispers, a legendary Auror who'd captured half the Death Eaters in Azkaban. He had a magical eye that spun constantly, independent of his regular eye, and he moved with the controlled tension of someone expecting an attack. Dark arts, Moody growled at the start of class, are not a game. They're not an academic exercise. They're killing curses and torture curses and curses that will destroy your mind and leave your body walking around like an empty shell. He demonstrated all 3 unforgivable curses on spiders, and Harry watched with a cold feeling in his stomach. The killing curse. Green light. Avada Kedavra. Harry had survived that curse. He was the only person in history who had. Why? The question had always nagged at him, but now it felt urgent. The prophecy, whatever it said, had something to do with it. Dumbledore's interest in him had something to do with it. He needed to find out what the prophecy actually contained. Lunch brought another surprise. Harry was heading for the Great Hall when someone fell into step beside him. Daphne Greengrass, the girl who'd been watching him at the feast. Potter, she said, her voice cool and controlled. May I have a word? You're having several. Her lips twitched. Not quite a smile, but close. Privately, if you don't mind. Harry considered. This could be a trap, a setup, an attempt to manipulate him. But it could also be an opportunity. 5 minutes, he said. There's an empty classroom around the corner. She nodded, following him. The classroom was dusty, clearly unused for years. Harry cast a quick privacy charm, one he'd learned from Rowena's journal, and turned to face Greengrass. Talk. She studied him for a moment, her pale blue eyes evaluating. You're different this year. Something changed. Maybe I just grew up. No, it's more than that. The way you looked at Dumbledore last night. The way you refused his summons this morning. She tilted her head. Everyone's talking about it. The Gryffindor golden boy, suddenly showing spine. Is that what you wanted to discuss? My spine. I wanted to discuss your future. She stepped closer, her voice dropping. My family submitted a betrothal offer when you were 11. It was rejected by your magical guardian without your knowledge. Harry went still. How do you know about that? My father keeps records. When a major play like that fails, he wants to understand why. Her eyes never left his face. The rejection letter was very clear. Harry Potter's guardian felt the offer was inappropriate and premature. The language was quite dismissive. And now you seem to be reconsidering the wisdom of letting your guardian make decisions on your behalf. She paused. My family would like to reopen discussions. Harry let out a slow breath. This was happening faster than he'd expected. I'm not interested in a political marriage, Greengrass. Daphne. She smiled slightly. And I'm not offering one. I'm offering an alliance. My family's political expertise and connections in exchange for a seat at your table, whatever you're building. What makes you think I'm building anything? Because I've been watching you all morning. The way you're evaluating everyone. The way you're collecting information. Her smile widened a fraction. You're not the same boy who stumbled through the last 3 years reacting to whatever crisis landed on him. You're planning something. Harry considered her. She was right, of course. But that didn't mean he could trust her. Why should I believe you're not working for someone else? Your father, Dumbledore Malfoy. My father's interests align with mine, so that's not a betrayal. Dumbledore has ignored our family for years. We're too Slytherin for his taste. And Malfoy? She actually laughed. Lucius Malfoy is everything wrong with pureblood politics. My father despises him. That's not a reason to trust you. No, she agreed. Trust takes time. I'm not asking for trust. I'm asking for a chance to earn it. Harry studied her face, looking for deception and not finding any. That didn't mean it wasn't there. She was Slytherin, probably trained in this from childhood, but it meant she was good. I'll think about it, he said finally. That's all I ask. She moved toward the door, then paused. One more thing. There are rumors about the Tri-Wizard tournament, that someone is planning to use it against you. I don't have details yet, but my father has contacts in the ministry. If I learn anything concrete, I'll let you know. She left before Harry could respond. Harry stood alone in the dusty classroom, processing. Daphne Greengrass had just offered him exactly what he needed: political knowledge, connections, information networks. The question was whether the price was worth paying. And there would be a price. There always was. But she'd also given him something for free. A warning about the tournament. That suggested her interest was genuine, at least partially. He'd keep her at arm's length for now. Watch her. Test her. See if her actions matched her words. In the meantime, he had other concerns. The Triwizard tournament. Rumors of a plot against him. Dumbledore's monitoring and control. Voldemort's inevitable return. And beneath it all, the question of what he was actually going to do with the Founder's legacy. Harry headed for the Great Hall, his mind full of plans. The first week of school passed in a blur of classes, study, and careful observation. Harry fell into a routine. Wake early, spend 2 hours in the Founder's study practicing the techniques from their teaching books, attend classes, spend his free periods in the library researching wizarding law and politics, return to the study after curfew for more advanced work. The results were already showing. His spells were sharper. His magical reserves felt deeper. Concepts that had confused him before suddenly made sense. The Founder's teaching methods were nothing like Hogwarts' approach. They emphasized understanding over memorization, will over wand movement, intention over incantation. Within a week, Harry could cast most of his regular spells silently. Within 2 weeks, he was working on wandless magic, something that modern wizards considered nearly impossible. It wasn't impossible. It was just hard and required training that Hogwarts didn't provide. What else have they hidden from us? Harry wondered, late one night in the study. What else has been quietly removed from magical education over the centuries? The answer, he was starting to realize, was quite a lot. Dumbledore made 3 more attempts to summon Harry during those first weeks. The first time, Harry claimed homework. The second, a prior commitment to tutoring some younger students, which he invented on the spot, and then actually did, because the look on McGonagall's face demanded follow-through. The third time, he simply didn't respond. Each refusal sent ripples through the school. Students whispered. Professors watched him with new attention. Malfoy made snide comments about Harry finally learning his place, which didn't even make sense, but seemed to satisfy whatever Malfoy needed. And Dumbledore waited. That was the most unsettling part. The headmaster made no move to force the issue. He could have. Harry was still a student, still technically under school authority, but he didn't. He was being patient, calculating. He's trying to figure out what happened, Harry realized. He knows something changed, but he doesn't know what, and he's too smart to act without information. It was both reassuring and terrifying. Reassuring because it meant Harry had time. Terrifying because it confirmed that Dumbledore was as dangerous as the journal suggested. Not evil, but absolutely willing to play the long game. Harry would need to be ready for whatever move the old man eventually made. October arrived with the announcement everyone had been waiting for. The other schools' delegations would arrive at the end of the month, and the Triwizard tournament would begin. The whole castle was electric with excitement. Even students who couldn't compete, anyone under 17, were caught up in the spectacle of it. Harry watched and waited. Daphne had been true to her word, passing him small pieces of information whenever they crossed paths. Nothing major yet, but useful context about the political dynamics involved. The ministry was using the tournament to project international strength. Barty Crouch was running things with his usual obsessive control. Ludo Bagman was gambling on outcomes. Normal wizarding politics, in other words. Corrupt and petty and focused on entirely the wrong things, while Voldemort gathered strength in the shadows. The night before the other schools arrived, Harry received an owl. Mr. Potter, I hope this letter finds you well. I have been informed by colleagues that you have been reluctant to meet with certain parties who have your best interests at heart. While I understand the desire for independence, I felt much the same at your age. I urge you to reconsider. There are matters we need to discuss. Matters of prophecy and protection. Matters that directly concern your future. Please come to my office at your earliest convenience. The password is pumpkin pasty. Yours in concern, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice, then set it aside. Prophecy. So Dumbledore was finally ready to discuss that. The question was, what would Harry do with the information when he got it? The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang arrived the next day, with all the ceremony the wizarding world could muster. Harry watched from the crowd as a massive powder blue carriage descended from the sky, pulled by winged horses the size of elephants. Madame Maxime, the headmistress, was the largest woman he'd ever seen. Obvious giant blood, though no one seemed to mention it. Her students were polished, elegant, clearly trained in presentation as much as magic. Harry spotted a girl with silvery blonde hair who drew male attention like a magnet. Vila blood, probably, which explained the effect. Then the lake erupted, and a massive ship rose from the depths, water streaming from its hull. The Durmstrang students marched out in formation, fur-clad and grim-faced, led by a man with a sharp goatee and sharper eyes. Igor Karkaroff. Harry had read about him in the Prophet archives during his library research. Former Death Eater. Testified against others to stay out of Azkaban. Another piece on the board, Harry thought. And behind Karkaroff, slouching despite the formal occasion, Victor Krum. The famous Quidditch player, supposedly still a student, looking like he wished he were anywhere else. The feast that night was tense with anticipation. Everyone knew the Goblet of Fire would be revealed soon, that champions would be selected, that the competition would begin. Harry ate quietly and watched. The Beauxbatons students clustered together, speaking French in low tones. The Durmstrang delegation sat at the Slytherin table, a choice that probably had political implications Harry didn't fully understand yet. And at the staff table, Dumbledore and Karkaroff exchanged glances that contained entire conversations. They know each other, Harry realized. There's history there. Another thing to research. The Goblet of Fire was revealed after the feast, an ancient wooden cup filled with blue-white flames, placed on a pedestal in the entrance hall. Any student who wishes to submit their name has 24 hours, Dumbledore announced. But be warned, once the goblet selects a champion, they are bound by magical contract. There is no withdrawing, no substituting, no backing down. The tournament is not for the faint of heart. His eyes swept the crowd, lingering on Harry for just a moment longer than anyone else. Does he know? Harry wondered. Does he know about the plot Daphne mentioned? Probably. Dumbledore seemed to know everything. The question was whether he was planning to stop it or use it. The next day was chaos. Students clustered around the goblet, watching names go in, speculating about who might be selected. The age line Dumbledore had drawn around the goblet kept out the underage. Fred and George attempted to circumvent it and were rewarded with matching white beards. But that didn't stop everyone from having opinions. Harry stayed away from the crowd. He was in the Founder's study, working on a particularly tricky piece of wandless magic, when his scars suddenly blazed with pain. He gasped, clutching his forehead, and the vision came. Darkness. A graveyard. Voldemort's voice, high and cold, speaking to someone Harry couldn't see. The boy must be in the tournament. Everything depends on it. It will be done, my lord. The plan is already in motion. Good. When the time comes, the portkey will bring him to me. And then, the vision dissolved into red light and screaming. Harry came back to himself on the floor of the study, shaking. Voldemort. The tournament. A portkey. He didn't have all the pieces, but he had enough. Someone was going to manipulate the goblet to enter his name. Someone was going to ensure he won, probably through sabotage of the other champions. And at the end, someone was going to turn the trophy into a portkey that would deliver him directly to Voldemort. Not this time, Harry thought, pushing himself upright. This time, I know it's coming. He had roughly 12 hours before the goblet made its selection. Time to change the game. Harry went straight to the entrance hall. The crowd around the goblet had thinned. Most names were already in, and the excitement was fading into waiting. A few students lingered, watching the flames flicker. Harry didn't approach the goblet directly. Instead, he found a corner with a good view and watched. Mad-Eye Moody was there, his magical eye spinning constantly, watching the crowd. The eye fixed on Harry for a long moment, and something about that gaze made Harry's skin prickle. You, Harry thought. You're part of it, aren't you? The real Mad-Eye Moody was a legendary Auror, but legends could be replaced. Legends could be impersonated. Harry watched the man who called himself Moody, And the man watched Harry right back. That night, after everyone else had gone to bed, Harry returned to the entrance hall. The goblet stood alone, flames burning steadily. Dumbledore's age line glowed faintly in the darkness. Harry didn't try to cross it. He didn't need to. Instead, he reached into his bag and pulled out an artifact he'd found in the Founder's vault. A simple-looking bronze disc, covered in runes that shifted when he looked at them directly. According to Rowena's journal, it was a detector. It could identify any magical tampering within its range. Harry activated it and pointed it at the goblet. The disc vibrated so hard, he almost dropped it. The Goblet of Fire wasn't just a magical artifact. It was a magical artifact that had been extensively modified. Layers of spells wrapped around its core, some of them centuries old, some, according to the disc's readings, added within the last few days. Someone had already tampered with it. His name was already in there, probably attached to a false fourth school. So that's the play, Harry thought. Make it seem like someone else entered my name. Make the tournament itself the excuse. He could expose it now. Show the disc's readings to who? Dumbledore, who might be complicit. The Ministry, which was definitely corrupt. The other headmasters, who had their own agendas. No, exposure wouldn't help. They'd just try again with a different approach. Instead, Harry needed to play along, but on his terms. He pulled out his wand and, very carefully, added his own modification to the goblet's enchantments. Nothing that would change the selection. Just a small tracer, tied to the Founder's magic, that would let him track whatever portkey they eventually created. When they tried to kidnap him, he'd know exactly where he was going. And he'd be ready. The next evening, the goblet made its selections. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, outwardly calm, as Dumbledore called the names. The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum. Cheers. Krum stood and walked to the trophy room. The champion for Beauxbatons will be Fleur Delacour. More cheers. The silvery blonde girl rose gracefully. And the champion for Hogwarts will be Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table exploded. Cedric, tall, handsome, genuinely likable, looked surprised and pleased as he followed the others. The goblet's flames should have died down. They didn't. Instead, they flared higher, turning red, and spat out one more slip of paper. Dumbledore caught it, and his face went perfectly still. Harry Potter. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry stood, letting the moment stretch, meeting Dumbledore's eyes across the hall. You knew, his gaze said. You knew this would happen. I don't know what you think you know, Dumbledore's gaze replied. But we need to talk. Now. Harry walked toward the trophy room, and the weight of every eye in the great hall pressed against his back. The game was on. Chapter 2. The weight of names. Harry walked into the trophy room and found chaos waiting for him. Cedric Diggory stood near the fireplace, looking confused. Victor Krum leaned against a wall with his arms crossed, expression dark. Fleur Delacour was mid-sentence, her French accent thick with outrage, gesturing at the door Harry had just come through. Absolute insult to the integrity of. She stopped when she saw him. What is this? A child? I'm 14, Harry said. And I didn't put my name in. Then how is it possible? She turned to the adults filing in behind him. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Karkaroff, Madame Maxime, Crouch, Bagman. This is cheating, yes? Hogwarts will ave 2 champions while we ave only 1. The boy obviously confounded the goblet. Karkaroff spat. This is exactly the kind of preferential treatment Hogwarts is known for. I didn't confound anything. Harry kept his voice flat. Someone else entered my name without my knowledge or consent. Crouch stepped forward, his face tight. That is impossible. The goblet's protections were inadequate. Harry met his eyes steadily. Someone found a way around them. The question is who and why. Silence fell. The adults exchanged glances heavy with unspoken communication. Moody stumped into the room, his wooden leg clunking against the stone floor. The boy's right. Goblet's been tampered with. I can smell it. His magical eye fixed on Harry, and again Harry felt that prickling sensation. Whatever was behind that eye, it wasn't friendly. Be that as it may, Crouch said, the rules are clear. The goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. Once selected, a champion must compete or forfeit their magic. Convenient, Harry said. A trap I can't escape from. Almost like someone planned it that way. More silence. Dumbledore was watching Harry with an expression Harry couldn't read. Concern, calculation, something else beneath both. Perhaps, the headmaster said slowly. We should discuss this privately. Harry, if you would remain after the others. No. The word hung in the air. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. I've been avoiding that conversation for weeks, Harry continued. Now you want it urgently, when I've just been forced into a deadly competition against my will. Forgive me for finding the timing suspicious. Mr. Potter. McGonagall's voice was sharp. You cannot speak to the headmaster. I can speak however I like, Professor. I'm apparently old enough to compete in a tournament that's killed people, so I'm probably old enough to ask uncomfortable questions. Harry looked around the room. Someone in this castle tampered with the goblet. Someone wanted me in this tournament. Until I know who that was and why, I'm not having private conversations with anyone. Karkaroff actually laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. The boy has spine. I'll give him that. This is not about spine, Madame Maxime said. This is about the integrity of the competition. If Hogwarts has 2 champions, then Hogwarts has an advantage, Cedric cut in. Everyone turned to look at him. He'd been so quiet Harry had almost forgotten he was there. Unless we're competing against each other instead of together. Precisely. Bagman rubbed his hands together, clearly seeing opportunity. 2 Hogwarts champions, vying for individual glory. The drama, the tension, people have died in this tournament, Fleur snapped. This is not entertainment. It's both, Harry said. That's the problem. The meeting eventually broke up without resolution. Crouch confirmed that Harry was bound by the magical contract. Compete or lose his magic. The other champions were instructed to prepare for the first task, details to be announced later. Harry was told to expect additional scrutiny, but also additional support, whatever that meant. He slipped away while Dumbledore was distracted by Karkaroff's complaints, ducking through a side door and into the castle's maze of corridors. 10 minutes later, he was in the Founder's study with the door sealed behind him. Okay, he said to the empty room. Think. Someone had entered his name. Someone with access to the goblet and the skill to bypass its protections. That pointed to someone inside Hogwarts. Staff, most likely. Moody was the obvious suspect. New to the school, conveniently positioned, that strange magical eye always watching. But obvious suspects were often wrong. Misdirection was a basic tactic. Who else? Karkaroff had Death Eater connections. He could be working for Voldemort, either directly or through intermediaries. But he seemed genuinely angry about the situation, and his anger at Hogwarts felt personal rather than performative. Crouch was interesting. The man practically vibrated with suppressed tension, and his insistence on the binding contract felt rehearsed. But Crouch had prosecuted Death Eaters during the war, his own son among them. He had no known connection to Voldemort. Snape? Always possible, but Harry's instincts said no. Whatever Snape's game was, it wasn't this. Dumbledore himself? The thought was dark, but Harry couldn't dismiss it. The headmaster had been manipulating his life for 14 years. Maybe this was another move in whatever long game Dumbledore was playing. Harry pulled out the bronze detection disc and activated it, running a scan of his own person. 3 active tracking charms. 2 passive monitoring spells. One that looked like a modified trace, the underage magic detector that was supposedly lifted at 17. All of them bearing Dumbledore's magical signature. Right, Harry muttered. Let's deal with those. He'd learned the countermeasures from Salazar's journal. The Founders had valued privacy, and they developed ways to ensure it. 30 minutes of careful work, and all 6 spells were neutralized, not dispelled, which would alert whoever was monitoring, but redirected to a decoy focus that Harry tucked into his pocket. Now Dumbledore's spells would show Harry was in Gryffindor Tower, sleeping peacefully. Meanwhile, Harry could actually work. The Founders' journals contained extensive information about the Triwizard Tournament. It had started as something different, a genuine cultural exchange, a way for young witches and wizards from different traditions to learn from each other. The Founders themselves had participated in early versions, before Hogwarts was established, traveling to schools across Europe to share knowledge and build connections. But like everything else in the wizarding world, it had been corrupted over time. Politics crept in. National pride replaced educational value. The tasks became dangerous, then deadly, each school trying to outdo the others in spectacle. The last tournament, 30 years ago, had ended with a cockatrice escaping its enclosure and killing 3 spectators. The death toll among champions since the tournament's inception was over 40. And now Harry was bound by magical contract to participate. He read through the historical records until his eyes burned, looking for patterns, weaknesses, anything he could use. The tasks always followed a similar structure: test of courage, test of intelligence, test of endurance. Dragons had featured heavily in past tournaments. So had magical creatures, enchanted obstacles, and straightforward combat. The key insight came from Rowena's analysis. The tournament wasn't designed to find the best wizard. It was designed to find the most entertaining competitor. The judges, always ministry officials or their equivalents, valued showmanship as much as skill. Play to the audience, Harry thought. Give them a story they want to tell. It was cynical, but it might keep him alive. Dawn was approaching when Harry finally left the study. He slipped back into Gryffindor Tower through a hidden passage that emerged behind a tapestry near the common room. The common room wasn't empty. Hermione sat in an armchair by the dead fire, wrapped in a blanket, clearly waiting for him. "Where have you been?" Harry paused. He'd been caught, and there was no easy lie available. "Researching," he said finally. "All night." "Harry, what's going on?" "First you start avoiding Dumbledore. Then you're doing extra reading in every class. Now you're sneaking out after curfew." She stood, the blanket falling away. "I'm not stupid. Something changed this summer. Something big." Harry looked at his friend, at the worry in her eyes, the frustration, the genuine care beneath both. Hermione had been loyal to him since first year. She'd helped him face a basilisk, save his godfather, survive more close calls than he could count. She deserved some truth. "Sit down," he said. "This is going to take a while." He told her about Gringotts, about the inheritance test, about the founder's bloodlines converging in him, and the vault that had waited 800 years for an heir. He didn't tell her about the journals or the study. Some secrets needed to stay secret, at least for now. But he told her about Dumbledore, the guardianship, the vault withdrawals, the monitoring charms. By the time he finished, Hermione's face had gone through shock, disbelief, anger, and settled on something that looked like grief. "He's not. I mean, there must be a reason." "There probably is." Harry's voice was gentle. "Dumbledore always has reasons. The greater good. Protecting the wizarding world. Whatever else he tells himself. Then why? Because reasons aren't the same as justifications. He took control of my life without asking. He put me with the Dursleys without checking on me. He's been tracking my every move for 14 years. Harry leaned forward. Maybe he had good reasons for all of it. But he never gave me the choice to understand those reasons and agree with them. He just decided. And I'm done letting other people decide for me." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. "The founder's heir," she said finally. "That means you're—" "What exactly?" "Some kind of magical noble. Something like that. The goblins said I'm technically the highest-ranking magical noble in Britain. Whatever that means. It means the Wisengamot has to recognize your status. It means you have votes on the governing body that sets magical law. It means—" She trailed off, her mind clearly racing through implications. "Harry, do you understand how big this is? You could change everything. I know. You could reform the ministry, end discrimination against Muggle-borns, improve conditions for magical creatures. I know, Hermione." She stopped, studying his face. "You've already thought about all of this. I've had a few weeks to process. And you've been planning. All those law books you were reading in the library, you're not just studying for classes, are you?" Harry smiled slightly. "You're too smart for your own good. So people keep telling me." She pulled the blanket back around her shoulders, settling deeper into the chair. "What's the plan? Survive the tournament first. Everything else after. You didn't put your name in." "No. Someone else did. Someone who wants you dead, or at least in danger. That's my current theory." "Voldemort." Harry hesitated. He hadn't told her about the vision, about the Scar connection, about the Porky plan. "Maybe," he said, "or someone working for him." Hermione nodded slowly. "Then we need to figure out who. And we need to make sure you're ready for whatever the tasks throw at you." Did you think I was going to let you handle this alone?" She fixed him with a stern look. "I'm your friend, Harry. That means something. Even when you're being secretive and mysterious and apparently some kind of magical royalty." Despite everything, Harry laughed. "All right. Good." She stood, stretching. "Now get some sleep. You look terrible." Harry managed 3 hours of sleep before Ron came storming in. "You could have told me." Harry blinked awake, squinting at the red-faced figure looming over his bed. Told you what? That you were entering. That you'd found a way past the age line. Ron's voice cracked with anger. I'm supposed to be your best mate. And I didn't enter. Right? Sure. Your name just happened to come out of the goblet. Someone else entered it. Harry sat up, rubbing his eyes. I didn't ask for this, Ron. I don't want to be in the tournament. Everyone wants to be in the tournament. Eternal glory, 1,000 galleons. I have more money than I could spend in 10 lifetimes. The words came out flat, exhausted. I found out this summer. Turns out the Potter family is ancient and wealthy, and Dumbledore's been managing it all without telling me. Ron's mouth opened, then closed. His face was still flushed, but the anger was faltering. What? The goblins at Gringotts showed me the records. My vault isn't just that pile of coins we saw in first year. There are other vaults. Properties. Investments. Harry shook his head. I didn't know any of it. Nobody told me. But why wouldn't Dumbledore? Good question. One of many I've been asking. Ron sat heavily on the edge of his own bed, the fight draining out of him. So you really didn't enter? No. And you really don't want to compete? No. But you have to anyway. Because of the magical contract. That's what they tell me. Ron was quiet for a moment, processing. His anger had shifted into something more complicated. Confusion, maybe hurt, definitely embarrassment. I assumed that I'd leave you behind? Go for glory without telling you. Harry shook his head. Ron, I've been trying to get out of the spotlight since I was 11. The last thing I want is another year of everyone staring at me. Yeah. Ron scrubbed a hand through his hair. Yeah, I guess that tracks. Are we okay? Ron looked away. I've been a bit of an idiot, haven't I? A bit. Hermione already knows? About the money and everything? I told her this morning. Figured I'd tell you too, once you stopped yelling. A reluctant smile tugged at Ron's mouth. Fair enough. He hesitated, then met Harry's eyes. I'm sorry. For assuming the worst. Forgiven. Harry swung his legs out of bed. Now help me figure out how to survive this tournament without dying. The next few days established a pattern. Harry attended classes, did his homework, maintained appearances. Behind the scenes, he was working on 2 parallel tracks, preparing for the tournament and investigating who had entered his name. Hermione threw herself into research with her usual intensity. She haunted the library, pulling every book on previous Triwizard tournaments, on magical contracts, on the Goblet of Fire's enchantments. Her notes grew into a thick stack that she organized with color-coded tabs. Ron, still slightly embarrassed about his initial reaction, appointed himself bodyguard. He stuck close to Harry in corridors, glared at anyone who made snide comments, and generally made himself useful through sheer loyal presence. It wasn't much, but it helped. The rest of the school divided into camps. Some believed Harry had cheated. They wore badges that flashed "Potter stinks" and made comments in the corridors. Others thought he was being set up. They offered sympathetic glances and occasional whispers of support. A few seemed to think the whole thing was entertaining regardless of the truth. The Slytherins were interesting. Most of them followed Malfoy's lead, sneering and mocking, but a few, including Daphne Greengrass, maintained careful neutrality. Harry caught her watching him sometimes, evaluating. He made a point of meeting her eyes when he caught her. She never looked away first. 3 days after the selection, Harry found Cedric Diggory waiting for him outside the Great Hall. Potter, can we talk? Harry assessed the older boy. Cedric was everything Harry wasn't. Tall, handsome, popular without trying. But there was something genuine in his expression. Something that didn't match the political maneuvering Harry had come to expect. Sure. They walked together toward the courtyard, away from the heaviest foot traffic. Cedric was quiet until they found a bench in a corner, relatively private. I believe you, Cedric said without preamble. That you didn't enter yourself. Harry raised an eyebrow. Most people don't. Most people don't think things through. Cedric shrugged. You've had more fame than anyone could want since you were a baby. You've never seemed to enjoy it. Why would you volunteer for more? Logical. Also, you looked genuinely surprised when your name came out. Not fake surprised, genuinely shocked. You were watching me? Everyone was watching you. But I was watching more carefully than most. Cedric leaned forward. Here's the thing. Someone forced you into this tournament. That means someone has a plan for how it plays out. Which means it's probably not just about getting you killed. If they wanted that, there are easier ways. Harry had reached the same conclusion. You think I'm being used for something? I think we're all being used for something. This whole tournament feels off. Too convenient, too controlled. Cedric's jaw tightened. My father's been pushing me to enter since it was announced. Said it would be good for the family name. Good for my future. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now. Now you're wondering who else is being positioned. Yeah. They sat in silence for a moment. Two young men caught in currents larger than themselves. What are you proposing? Harry asked. An alliance. Information sharing, at minimum. Maybe more if the tasks allow for it. Cedric met his eyes. We're supposed to be competitors, but someone set up this game without asking us. Maybe we should stop playing by their rules. Harry considered. Cedric seemed genuine, but so did most good liars. This could be a trap, another layer of manipulation. But his instincts said otherwise. And he needed allies he could trust. All right, he said. Information sharing. If either of us learns something about what's really going on, we tell the other. Deal. Cedric extended his hand. Harry shook it. One more thing, Cedric added. The first task is in 3 weeks. Everyone's saying it involves something we have to get past, some kind of dangerous obstacle. Whatever it is, it's being kept secret even from the judges. That level of secrecy usually means dragons, Harry finished. Or something equally deadly. Cedric nodded grimly. Watch yourself, Potter. I get the feeling this tournament is just the beginning of something much worse. That night, Harry went to the Founder's study with new purpose. He'd been focusing on the tournament as an immediate threat, but Cedric's words had crystallized something larger. The tournament wasn't the end game. It was a means to an end. Someone wanted Harry at a specific place at a specific time, probably vulnerable and exhausted from the competition. The vision he'd had confirmed the destination, a graveyard. Voldemort's voice, talking about bringing Harry to him. Whatever ritual Voldemort needed Harry for, the tournament was the delivery mechanism. Harry pulled out the journals and searched for references to resurrection magic. Dark rituals. Ways to restore someone from the edge of death. What he found made his stomach turn. There were dozens of such rituals, each more horrific than the last. Blood magic featured heavily. Sacrificing others to restore yourself, or using specific bloodlines for specific purposes. The darkest required blood from an enemy, willingly or not, combined with bone and flesh from loyal servants. The blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, one passage read. Combined with the bone of the father and the flesh of the servant, the ritual of restoration will return the diminished one to full power. Voldemort needed Harry's blood. That was the plan. Get Harry to the graveyard. Take his blood. Complete the resurrection. Harry leaned back, processing. He could try to avoid it. Refuse to participate in the final task. Forfeit his magic. Let the plan collapse. But that assumed there was no backup plan. That Voldemort would simply give up if his first approach failed. Harry didn't believe that for a second. No, the better approach was to let the plan proceed, but on his terms. Go to the graveyard, but prepared. Face Voldemort, but with weapons the Dark Lord wasn't expecting. The Founder's journals contained more than history and philosophy. They contained magic that had been forgotten, sealed away, waiting for someone with the blood and will to use it. Harry began making a list of what he needed to learn. The next morning brought an unexpected complication. Rita Skeeter had arrived at Hogwarts. The Daily Prophet reporter materialized in the entrance hall like a bad smell, all blonde curls and poisonous smile. Quick quotes quill hovering at her shoulder. She made a beeline for Harry the moment she spotted him. Harry Potter. Just the young man I wanted to see. Rita Skeeter, Daily Prophet. How do you feel about being selected as the 4th champion? Nervous? Excited? Seeking to prove yourself worthy of your famous parents. Her quill was already scribbling before Harry opened his mouth. I feel manipulated, Harry said flatly. Someone entered my name without permission. The whole thing is a setup. Skeeter's smile widened. How fascinating. A conspiracy theory. And who do you believe is responsible for this? Manipulation? I don't speculate publicly about ongoing investigations. The quill scratched. Harry Potter, clearly unstable after the stress of selection, babbled about conspiracies and cover-ups. Harry glanced at the writing and felt his temper rise. He grabbed the quill out of the air. This is a quick quotes quill. It's illegal to use these in Britain without disclosing it to interview subjects. He snapped the quill in half. I'd ask what you're really doing here, but I already know. You're here to create a story, regardless of truth. The tournament is spectacle, and spectacle needs drama. Skeeter's expression flickered, surprise, then anger, then calculating assessment. You're more perceptive than I expected, she said. People keep making that mistake. Harry handed her the broken quill pieces. Print what you want. I'll sue the prophet for defamation if it's too egregious. But you might consider that I'm not the naive child everyone assumes. I have resources now, and I hold grudges. He walked away, leaving her staring after him. That was brilliant, Daphne said, falling into step beside him. Also stupid. She's going to eviscerate you in print now. She was going to anyway. Harry kept walking. At least this way I got to express my feelings about it. The political play would have been to charm her, flatter her into favorable coverage. And then what? Spend the rest of my life managing her ego to avoid negative stories. Harry shook his head. I'd rather have honest enemies than unreliable friends. Daphne was quiet for a few steps. That's not how the game is usually played. Then maybe the game needs to change. They walked in silence toward the Great Hall. Other students gave them a wide berth. A Gryffindor and a Slytherin walking together was unusual enough to attract attention. The information I mentioned, Daphne said quietly. About the tournament being used against you. I have more. Harry stopped. Here. After dinner. The unused classroom on the 3rd floor, the one with the broken windows. 9 o'clock. I'll be there. She nodded and peeled away, heading for the Slytherin table without looking back. The day's classes passed slowly. Harry's mind was on the evening meeting, running through scenarios, trying to anticipate what Daphne might reveal and what she might want in return. She was Slytherin. Everything came with a price. But Cedric had offered alliance freely, and he was Hufflepuff. Maybe Harry was being too cynical. Maybe some people just saw the same patterns he did and wanted to work together. Or maybe Daphne was playing a longer game than he could see. Either way, information was worth the risk. The classroom with the broken windows was cold and dark when Harry arrived. Moonlight filtered through the shattered glass, casting pale patterns across the dusty floor. Daphne was already there, standing by the window, her breath misting in the chill air. You came. You have information. She turned to face him, her features sharp in the moonlight. What I'm about to tell you can't be traced back to me. My father's position would be compromised. Understood. She took a breath. The goblet of fire was tampered with by someone inside the ministry. My father's contacts identified at least 2 access points, one through Crouch's department, one through Bagman's. Crouch and Bagman are both on opposite sides of most political issues. They'd never work together. They wouldn't have to. Both access points could have been compromised independently. Polyjuice, Imperius, simple bribery. Daphne moved away from the window. But that's not the important part. The important part is why. Harry waited. There's a faction within the ministry, old Death Eaters and their allies, people who were never convicted or who claimed Imperius, that's been growing in influence. They've been positioning assets, placing people in key departments, building towards something. The Triwizard Tournament was their idea. They pushed for it to be reinstated. For years, my father thought it was about prestige, about international positioning. But now, she shook her head. Now he thinks it was always about you. A way to put you in danger with plausible deniability. If you die in the tournament, it's a tragedy. If you survive but something happens, a port key, an ambush, an accident, then the tournament provides cover. The tournament is a delivery system. Daphne's eyes narrowed. You knew? I suspected. This confirms it. What are you going to do? Harry considered how much to reveal. Daphne had given him valuable intelligence. But trust went both ways, and he wasn't ready to trust her with everything. I'm going to compete, he said. Win if I can. Whoever set this up expects me to be a victim, reactive, desperate, focused on survival. I'm going to be something else. What? A problem. Despite the tension, Daphne almost smiled. You're different than I expected. People keep saying that. I meant it as a compliment. She stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see the calculation in her eyes, but also something else. Respect, maybe, or the beginning of it. My family's offer of alliance still stands. Not betrothal. I'm not interested in that either, but political partnership. Your unconventional approach to things, combined with our connections and expertise. We could accomplish a lot. What does your father want out of it? Protection. The Greengrass family has stayed neutral in the conflicts between blood purists and everyone else. That neutrality is becoming untenable. If war comes again, and my father believes it will, we need to be on the right side. The winning side. And you think that's my side? I think you're the only person who sees what's actually happening and seems prepared to do something about it. Her voice hardened. Everyone else is playing politics. Dumbledore is playing chess. The Ministry is playing pretend. But you're preparing for the real thing. I want to be part of that. Harry studied her for a long moment. She was ambitious. Political. Slytherin to the bone. Everything he'd been taught to distrust. But she was also offering something genuine. Alliance against common enemies. Resources he needed. A perspective outside his Gryffindor bubble. We work together on specific objectives, he said finally. Information sharing, strategic consultation. You help me navigate pureblood politics. I keep you informed about what I'm planning. But I make my own decisions. I don't become a tool for your family's ambitions. Accepted. And if I find out you're playing both sides, passing information to Malfoy or Voldemort's people or anyone else working against me, the alliance ends. Permanently. Also accepted. She extended her hand. Partners. Harry shook it. Partners. The next 2 weeks were a blur of preparation. Hermione's research confirmed what Harry had suspected. The first task involved dragons. She'd overheard Hagrid talking to Madame Maxime and followed them into the forest where the Ministry was keeping 4 nesting mothers, 1 for each champion. A dragon, Ron said, going pale. You have to get past a bloody dragon? Apparently. How? They're basically impossible to kill, and even if you could, the judges would probably take points off. I'm not going to kill it. Harry was already thinking through options. I need to get past it. That's different. The Founders' journals had contained extensive notes on magical creatures, including dragons. Salazar in particular had been fascinated by them, studying their magical resistance, their elemental abilities, their psychology. Dragons are not mindless beasts, Salazar had written. They are proud, territorial, and fiercely intelligent. A dragon can smell fear, sense deception, and remember grudges for centuries. They cannot be controlled, but they can be negotiated with, if one knows the proper approach. Harry spent hours in the study, practicing the Matation techniques that Salazar had developed for communicating with serpents and other magical creatures. The techniques weren't quite Parseltongue. Dragons didn't speak any human language, but they were adjacent. Ways of projecting intention, emotion, meaning without words. He also practiced summoning his broomstick. Flying against a dragon was a terrible idea, but it was also his best option. He was a better flyer than almost anyone at Hogwarts, and mobility was the only advantage he could rely on. The Accio charm took him 3 days to master at the distance he needed. The wandless version took another week. By the time the first task arrived, he could summon objects from across the castle with a thought. Cedric came through with his own intelligence. Each champion would draw a miniature dragon from a bag, determining which one they faced. The dragons were a Hungarian horntail, a Swedish short snout, a Chinese fireball, and a common Welsh green. All dangerous, but the horntail was the worst, famously aggressive, with tail spikes that could pierce armor. If you draw the horntail, Cedric said grimly, you're going to have the hardest fight. Then I'd better be ready for the horntail. That's remarkably calm of you. Harry shrugged. Panic doesn't help. Either I'm prepared or I'm not. Worrying won't change which dragon I draw. Cedric shook his head slowly. You really are different this year, Potter. The night before the first task, Harry received another summons from Dumbledore. This time, he accepted. The headmaster's office was exactly as Harry remembered, cluttered with silver instruments, lined with portraits of previous headmasters, Fawkes the Phoenix perching near the desk. Dumbledore sat behind a massive wooden desk, looking older than Harry remembered. Thank you for coming, Dumbledore said as Harry took a seat. I know you've been reluctant to meet. I had reasons. So I've gathered. The headmaster steepled his fingers. You've been busy, Harry. Researching in the library, building alliances with classmates from different houses, preparing for the tournament with remarkable focus. His blue eyes were sharp. And somehow blocking the monitoring charms I placed on you for your protection. For my protection, Harry repeated flatly. Yes, given the events that have brought you here, forced into a dangerous tournament by unknown actors, I would think you'd appreciate having safeguards in place. I'd appreciate having been asked. I'd appreciate knowing what those safeguards were and what they tracked. I'd appreciate being treated as a person rather than an asset to be managed. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. You've been speaking to the goblins, among others, and they told you about your inheritance, about my guardianship. They showed me the records. 14 years of withdrawals. 14 years of decisions made without my knowledge or consent. Harry leaned forward. You put me with the Dursleys. You knew what they were like. Don't pretend you didn't. You had people watching the house, and you left me there anyway. You took control of my vaults and spent my family's gold. You tracked my every move with monitoring charms, and you never once explained any of it. I had reasons, I'm sure you did. You always do. Harry cut him off without raising his voice. But here's what I've realized. Your reasons don't matter. Not to me. You made choices that affected my life without giving me any say in them. Whatever your justifications, that's what happened. Dumbledore's expression was impossible to read. You're angry. I'm done being managed. There's a difference. Harry, there are things you don't understand. Complexities, then explain them. Right now, tell me about the prophecy. Tell me why Voldemort targeted my family. Tell me what you've been preparing me for all these years. The silence stretched. Dumbledore's face shifted through several emotions. Surprise, calculation, something that might have been regret. Very well, he said finally. The prophecy. I should have told you years ago. Perhaps I was wrong to wait. The prophecy was both more and less than Harry expected. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. Neither can live while the other survives, Harry repeated slowly. One of us has to kill the other. That is one interpretation. What's the other interpretation? Prophecies are fluid. They describe possibilities, not certainties. The power the Dark Lord knows not. That could be many things. Love, perhaps. Mercy. The ability to connect with others in ways he cannot. Dumbledore spread his hands. I have spent years trying to understand what it might mean. And in the meantime, you've been preparing me, training me to face him. In my own way, yes. By leaving me with the Dursleys? By keeping me ignorant of my heritage? By letting me stumble through one crisis after another with barely enough information to survive? Harry's voice was still controlled, but barely. That's your idea of preparation? The protection your mother's sacrifice provided could have been maintained in other ways. The Blood Wards didn't require me to live with Petunia full-time. I've done the research, Headmaster. There were options. You chose the one that was easiest to control. Dumbledore flinched. Actually flinched. It was the first genuine reaction Harry had seen from him. I did what I thought was best. I believe you. But your best wasn't good enough. And now I have a tournament to survive, a prophecy to fulfill, and a Dark Lord to defeat. And I'm going to do it my way, not yours. Harry stood. Wait. Dumbledore's voice was urgent. Harry, please. Whatever you think of me, whatever I've done wrong, Voldemort is returning. The signs are everywhere. The tournament, your scar, the movements of his followers. It's coming soon, and when it does, I'll handle it. You're 14 years old, and you're over 100, and you still haven't beaten him. Maybe it's time to try a different approach. Harry walked to the door, paused. I don't hate you, Professor. I'm not even sure I blame you. You did what you thought was right, and the world is complicated. But I don't trust you anymore, and I'm done letting you make decisions about my life. He left without waiting for a response. The first task took place in a massive arena constructed at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Thousands of spectators filled the stands, students, staff, ministry officials, journalists. The roar of the crowd was deafening even before the dragons were brought out. Harry waited in the champions' tent with Cedric, Fleur, and Krum. They'd drawn their miniatures earlier. Cedric got the Swedish short snout, Fleur the common Welsh green, Krum the Chinese fireball. Harry drew the Hungarian horntail. Of course, he muttered, looking at the tiny, snarling dragon in his palm. Cedric went first. Through the canvas walls of the tent, Harry could hear the crowd's reactions. Gasps, cheers, a few screams. The commentary was muffled but audible. Something about transfiguration, something about a close call, then massive applause. Cedric returned looking singed but triumphant. Got the egg. Lost some eyebrow. Fleur went next. More crowd noise, more commentary. Something went wrong. Harry heard shouts of alarm. But she emerged eventually, egg clutched to her chest, looking shaken. The fire caught my skirt, she said to no one in particular. I thought. Crumb was third. His approach was apparently more direct. Harry heard explosions and dragon screams. When he returned, his face was grim but satisfied. Conjunctivitis curse, he said. Effective, but the dragon crushed some of the Real eggs. I lost points. Then it was Harry's turn. The arena was bigger than it had sounded from inside the tent. Massive boulders created a rocky landscape, with the golden egg visible on a pedestal at the far end. Between Harry and the egg crouched the Hungarian horntail, 50 feet of scaled fury, tail spikes glinting in the sunlight, yellow eyes fixed on him with predatory intensity. The crowd fell silent. Harry didn't run, didn't brandish his wand, didn't do any of the expected things. Instead, he reached into the mental space Salazar's Matation techniques had opened, and he projected. Not a threat, not prey, something else. The horntail's head tilted slightly. Curiosity, maybe. Or confusion. Harry walked forward. Slowly, steadily. Projecting calm, projecting respect, projecting something that wasn't quite communication but was adjacent to it. Your eggs are safe. I don't want them. I want the golden one, the fake one. Just that. The dragon's nostrils flared. It could smell his intent, maybe. Or just his fear, which he was trying very hard to suppress. You're magnificent. You're powerful. You don't need to prove it to me. 10 meters from the horntail. Then 8. Then 5. The crowd was utterly silent. Even the judges seemed frozen. The horntail's tail twitched. Those spikes could impale him in an instant. The fake egg. That's all. Then I leave. Your nest stays safe. 3 meters. 2. Harry reached out his hand, slowly, so slowly, and touched the horntail's snout. The dragon's breath was hot enough to scorch. This close, Harry could see every scale, every scar, every ancient intelligence in those yellow eyes. Thank you, he projected, for letting me pass. He walked past the dragon, picked up the golden egg, and walked back out of the arena. The horntail watched him the entire way but didn't attack. The crowd erupted. Harry couldn't hear the commentary over the roar, but he could guess what they were saying. Impossible. Unprecedented. The boy who lived just walked up to a Hungarian horntail and petted it like a dog. The judges' scores came in. 10 from Dumbledore, 10 from Maxime, 8 from Karkaroff, who looked personally offended, 10 from Crouch, 9 from Bagman. 47 points. Highest score of the day. Harry walked back to the champion's tent, golden egg tucked under his arm, and found the other 3 champions staring at him. How? Fleur demanded. How did you do that? I asked nicely. Crumb made a sound that might have been a laugh. Asked. A dragon. It's a long story. Cedric just shook his head slowly. I don't know what you're planning, Potter, but I'm starting to think it might actually work. The aftermath of the first task was chaotic. Reporters wanted interviews. Students wanted explanations. The ministry wanted to understand how Harry had apparently developed the ability to communicate with dragons. Harry deflected all of them, retreating to Gryffindor Tower with Ron and Hermione as shields. That was mental, Ron kept saying. Absolutely mental. You just walked right up to it. It worked, didn't it? It shouldn't have worked. That's not how dragons. They don't just let people walk past. This one did. Hermione was quieter, studying Harry with that analytical intensity she got when she was solving a puzzle. The Matation techniques, she said finally. From that book you've been reading. It wasn't just mental exercises, was it? It was actual magic. Harry didn't answer, but his expression apparently told her enough. You've learned things, she continued slowly. Things that aren't in the Hogwarts curriculum. Things that might not be in any curriculum. Is that a problem? I don't know yet. She bit her lip. I trust you, Harry, but I'd feel better if I understood what you were doing. So would I, honestly. He sank into an armchair by the fire. I'm figuring it out as I go. The Yule Ball was announced a week later. A traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament, a formal dance on Christmas night. Champions required to open the ball with their partners. Harry had known it was coming from the historical records, but somehow actually facing it made everything more complicated. You need a date, Ron said, looking slightly green at the prospect. We both do. Don't remind me. Dating wasn't something Harry had ever really thought about. There had been too many other concerns, survival, usually, to worry about romance. But now, with political alliances to consider and public images to maintain, Even a dance became strategic. He considered his options. Hermione would go with him if he asked, but that might complicate their friendship. Ginny was too young, and also Ron's sister, which added layers of awkwardness. The Patil twins were possible, but politically meaningless. Daphne Greengrass was the strategic choice. Their alliance was already established, and appearing together publicly would send messages to the right people. But there was something distasteful about the calculation of it. Something that felt like playing the same games he'd criticized Dumbledore for. In the end, he asked Daphne anyway. "The Yule Ball," he said, catching her after potions. "Want to go together?" She raised an eyebrow. "Is this personal or political? Does it have to be one or the other?" "Most things are." "Then let's say political with the possibility of personal. I'm not using you as a prop, but I'm also not pretending there isn't strategic value in us being seen together." Daphne studied him for a long moment. "Honest. I appreciate that. Is that a yes?" "It's a yes." A small smile curved her lips. "I'll expect you to actually dance, not just stand around looking uncomfortable. I make no promises." The weeks between the first task and the Yule Ball passed in a blur of preparation, study, and slow-burning tension. Harry continued his work in the Founder's study, advancing through the training curriculum faster than he'd expected. Wandless magic was becoming almost natural. His mental shields, occlumency, the journals called it, were strong enough to resist basic probes. His understanding of magical theory had deepened to the point where he was noticing errors in his textbooks. The more he learned, the more he realized how much had been hidden. Modern magical education was deliberately limited. Not obviously, no one was standing over the curriculum saying, "Don't teach that," but through slow erosion over centuries. Advanced topics removed because they were too dangerous. Practical applications restricted to theoretical discussion. Entire fields of magic classified as dark and forbidden regardless of their actual nature. The Founders had intended Hogwarts to teach everything. What remained was barely a quarter of what they'd planned. Who did this? Harry wondered, late one night in the study. Who decided to cripple magical education, and why? He didn't have answers yet, but he was building a picture, piece by piece. The second task was revealed through the golden egg, a clue that required opening it underwater to hear the merpeople's song. Harry figured this out within a week, having access to the Founders' journals which contained extensive notes on aquatic magical beings. "Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. An hour long you'll have to look to recover what we took." Something would be taken from him. Something precious. He'd have an hour to retrieve it from the merpeople's village in the Black Lake. The journals also contained multiple solutions to the underwater breathing problem. Gillyweed, the bubblehead charm, partial human transfiguration, and a technique that Rowena had developed for entering a suspended state that didn't require oxygen at all. Harry practiced all of them. Redundancy was survival. The Yule Ball arrived with December snowfall and the frantic energy of students who'd never been to a formal dance. Harry met Daphne in the entrance hall, feeling awkward in his dress robes, but managing not to show it. She wore silver and green, Slytherin colors, but subtle, with her dark hair swept up in an elaborate style. "You clean up well," she said, looking him over. "You too. Ready for this? The dancing or the politics?" "Both." "Then yes." They entered the great hall together, and Harry felt the weight of every eye in the room. Whispers followed them, a Gryffindor and a Slytherin, the boy who lived and a pure-blood heiress, the tournament champion and the Ice Queen. Let them whisper. Harry had bigger concerns. The champions opened the ball with their partners. Cedric was with Cho Chang, looking genuinely happy. Krum had somehow recruited Hermione, who looked stunning in periwinkle robes and seemed surprised by her own beauty. Fleur danced with a Ravenclaw boy who couldn't stop staring at her. Harry and Daphne moved through the waltz with respectable competence. She'd insisted on practice sessions, and Harry had actually learned something. "You're better at this than I expected," she murmured as they turned. "I had a good teacher." Flattery. Unexpected from a Gryffindor. "I'm learning to be unexpected." After the opening dance, they separated to work the room. Daphne circulating among the pure-blood families. Harry making appearances with the other houses. It was exhausting but necessary. He found himself standing with Neville at one point, both of them hiding from the dance floor near the refreshment table. "You look like you're planning a war," Neville said. Harry blinked. "What?" "The way you're watching everyone. Mapping exits, tracking movements. Neville shrugged. My gran does the same thing. Says it's a habit from the First War. Your gran sounds smart. She is. Terrifying, but smart. Neville hesitated. Harry, is something coming? Something bad. Harry looked at his yearmate. Shy, uncertain Neville, who carried a weight of legacy he could barely stand under. The boy who might have been the chosen one, if things had gone differently. Yeah, Harry said quietly. Something bad is coming, but I'm going to be ready for it. Can I help? The question was so simple, so sincere, that Harry almost laughed. You know what? Yeah, I think you can. The night ended with Harry and Daphne walking together through the snow-covered grounds, far from the warmth of the Great Hall. That went well, she said. The pureblood families are taking you seriously now. You're not just the boy who lived anymore. You're a political player. That was the goal. You say that like it's not a victory. It's a step. There are a lot more steps ahead. They stopped near the lake, looking out at the frozen surface. The moon was bright, casting everything in silver and shadow. Can I ask you something? Daphne said. You can always ask. Why me? You could have pursued alliances with any family. The Bones, the Longbottoms, houses with better reputations than mine. Why partner with a Slytherin whose family is known for neutrality that looks a lot like cowardice? Harry considered the question. Because neutrality isn't cowardice. It's survival. Your family saw the last war and decided that neither side was worth dying for. That's not weakness, that's judgment. Some would say it's a lack of conviction. Some would be wrong. He turned to face her. I don't need people who are going to throw themselves on a fire for me. I need people who can think clearly, assess situations, and make smart decisions. Your family has been doing that for generations. I respect that. Daphne was quiet for a moment. You're not what I expected, Harry Potter. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. She reached up and straightened his collar, a gesture that was almost intimate. What happens next? The second task. Then the third. Then whatever comes after. That's not what I meant. Harry met her eyes. There was something there. Interest, calculation, maybe the beginning of something more genuine. I don't know, he admitted. I'm not good at this part. The politics I can learn. The strategy makes sense. But the personal stuff is harder. Much harder. She smiled slightly. Then let's take it slow. See where things go. I can do that. They walked back toward the castle together, shoulders almost touching, and Harry felt something shift. Not a dramatic change, but a subtle settling. A connection that might grow into something real, if they let it. He still had a tournament to survive, a dark lord to defeat, a world to change. But maybe, for the first time, he wouldn't have to do it entirely alone. The night after the Yule Ball, Harry's scar exploded with pain. He was in the Founder's study, practicing occlumency, when it hit, a vision more vivid than any before. Voldemort, no longer a shade but something more solid, standing in a dark room with a massive snake coiled at his feet. The boy is becoming a problem, Voldemort hissed. His alliance with the Slytherin girl. His political maneuvering. He is not behaving as expected. My lord. Another voice, Serval, trembling. The plan remains on track. The third task is months away. The boy is growing stronger every day. I feel it through our connection. Voldemort's red eyes seem to stare directly at Harry. He is learning things he should not know. Accessing magic that has been hidden for centuries. What would you have me do, my lord? Watch him. Test him. Find his weaknesses. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a smile. And prepare. When he comes to me at the end of the tournament, I want no surprises. The vision faded. Harry lay on the floor of the study, gasping, sweat soaking his robes. The scar still burned, but dimly now, like embers. Voldemort knew. He knew Harry was changing, growing, becoming something other than the naive boy he'd expected. And he was adapting. Good, Harry thought, pushing himself upright. Let him adapt. Let him prepare. So will I? The game was changing faster than either of them had planned. And Harry was just getting started. Chapter 3. Alliances and Enemies. Harry woke 3 days after the Yule Ball to find an owl waiting on his windowsill with a letter bearing the Gringotts seal. Mr. Potter, your presence is requested at your earliest convenience regarding matters of inheritance and political standing. Recent inquiries from the Ministry of Magic have raised concerns that require your direct attention. Additionally, we have completed the full audit of your accounts as requested. The results are illuminating. Director Harry read the letter twice, then burned it. The audit he'd requested in August was finally complete. Whatever Dumbledore had been doing with his money for 14 years was about to be laid bare. He dressed quickly and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower before anyone else was awake. The castle was quiet in the early morning light, and he made it to the Founder's study without encountering anyone. The journals were waiting where he'd left them. Harry had been working through Salazar's notes on political strategy. The Founder had been a master of manipulation, and while Harry didn't want to become that, understanding the techniques was essential. Power flows from three sources, Salazar had written. Gold, which buys loyalty. Knowledge, which commands respect. And fear, which ensures obedience. The wise leader uses all three in balance, never relying too heavily on any single pillar. Harry had gold now, more than he could spend. Knowledge was accumulating daily. Fear, that was something he'd rather avoid, but he understood its utility. The ministry inquiry mentioned in Ragnar's letter was concerning. Someone was asking questions about his inheritance. That meant someone had noticed his activities at Gringotts, noticed that he'd accessed vaults that had been sealed for centuries. Time to find out who. Getting to Gringotts during term was technically against the rules, but the Founder's study contained a fluke connection that bypassed Hogwarts wards entirely. Harry stepped through the green flames and emerged in a private room at the bank, where Griphook was waiting. Mr. Potter, Director Ragnar is expecting you. Harry followed the goblin through corridors he recognized from his last visit, then through others that were new. Deeper into the bank, past doors that hummed with protective magic. They emerged in an office that was surprisingly sparse. A desk, 2 chairs, walls covered in runes that seemed to absorb light. Ragnar sat behind the desk, his ancient face unreadable. Please sit. Harry sat. The ministry has been asking questions, Ragnar said without preamble. Specifically, Lucius Malfoy has been asking questions, using his position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors to request information about student finances. He doesn't have that authority. No, he does not. We denied his requests, citing client confidentiality and the fact that your accounts fall under ancient treaties that supersede ministry jurisdiction. Ragnar's teeth showed briefly. He was displeased. I imagine he was. His displeasure escalated to a formal complaint with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The complaint alleges that Gringotts is harboring assets belonging to families extinguished during the last war, assets that should have reverted to the ministry. Harry leaned forward. He's trying to claim my vaults aren't legally mine. He's trying to establish a legal basis for investigation. If he can prove the assets were improperly held, he can potentially freeze them while the matter is adjudicated. This would take years to resolve and would cripple your financial position in the meantime. Can he succeed? No. Ragnar's voice was flat, certain. Your claim to the Potter vaults is indisputable. Your claim to the Founder's vaults is even more absolute. Blood magic cannot be contested by any human court. But the process of defending against his accusations would be public, expensive, and damaging to your reputation. So it's not about winning. It's about making me bleed. Precisely. Harry sat back, processing. Malfoy was moving against him openly now. That meant something had changed. Either Malfoy felt threatened enough to act, or someone had given him permission. The audit, Harry said. What did you find? Ragnar produced a thick folder and slid it across the desk. 14 years of transactions. Withdrawals, investments, property management, political donations. His expression darkened. Dumbledore was thorough. Harry opened the folder and began reading. The numbers told a story Harry had suspected but never seen confirmed. Over 14 years, Dumbledore had withdrawn nearly 200,000 galleons from the Potter vaults. Some of it had gone to legitimate expenses, Harry's Hogwarts tuition, supplies, a small stipend to the Dursleys that they'd apparently never mentioned. But the bulk of it had flowed elsewhere. Donations to the Order of the Phoenix, Dumbledore's private army from the First War. Payments to informants and spies. Funding for research projects with no clear purpose. And most damning, regular transfers to a vault registered to someone named Arabella Fig. Who is Arabella Fig? Harry asked. A squib living in Little Whinging, Ragnar said. Near your relative's home. Harry went cold. He had someone watching me. It appears so. Mrs. Fig received monthly payments from your vault for 13 years. The payments stopped when you entered Hogwarts. He used my own money to spy on me. Among other things, Harry forced himself to keep reading. The political donations were revealing. Dumbledore had used Potter gold to fund candidates in ministry elections, support certain bills in the Wisengamot, and quietly purchase influence across magical Britain, all without Harry's knowledge or consent. The final page was a summary. Total withdrawals, total remaining assets, projected recovery if the unauthorized transactions were challenged legally. If we pursue this, Ragnox said, Dumbledore could be charged with breach of guardianship, misappropriation of funds, and fraud. The case would be strong. Our records are impeccable, and the evidence is clear. But Dumbledore has allies. Powerful ones. The case would drag through the courts for years, and even if you won, the political cost would be significant. Half of magical Britain still worships him. Harry closed the folder. What do you recommend? That depends on your goals. Ragnox's dark eyes were sharp. If you want revenge, pursue the case. If you want justice, pursue the case. But if you want power, real, lasting influence, there might be better options. Such as using this information as leverage rather than as a weapon. Dumbledore doesn't know what we've found, doesn't know how thoroughly we've documented his activities. That knowledge is valuable, more valuable, perhaps, than any legal victory. Harry thought about it. Ragnox was right. A court case would be satisfying but costly. Dumbledore would fight with everything he had, and even in defeat, he'd find ways to spin the narrative. The public might end up sympathizing with him more than with Harry. But if Harry held the information in reserve, it became a blade at Dumbledore's throat. A constant reminder that the old man's sins were documented, ready to be revealed at Harry's choosing. I'll hold off on legal action for now, Harry said. But I want copies of everything. Secured copies, in multiple locations, with instructions to release them if anything happens to me. Ragnox smiled. A genuine expression, not the predatory grin Harry had come to expect. A wise decision. The documents will be prepared before you leave. Harry spent another 2 hours at Gringotts, going over details with Ragnox and a team of goblin accountants. By the time he returned to Hogwarts through the flu, it was nearly noon, and he'd missed his morning classes. He emerged in the founder's study to find Daphne Greengrass waiting for him. How did you get in here? She raised an eyebrow. I followed you. After you slipped out this morning, I tracked your magical signature to that hidden corridor and watched you use the flu. When you didn't return for 3 hours, I decided to investigate. She looked around the room, taking in the 4 desks, the bookshelves, the ancient artifacts. What is this place? Harry considered his options. He could lie, but Daphne was too smart to believe anything convincing. He could obliviate her, but that would destroy their alliance and any trust they'd built. Or he could tell her the truth and bring her deeper into his confidence. The Founder's Study, he said. A private workspace they created when Hogwarts was built. It's been sealed for centuries, only accessible to someone with all 4 bloodlines. The Founder's Heir, Daphne said slowly. You weren't exaggerating. I rarely exaggerate. She moved through the room, examining the desks, the books, the portraits on the walls. Her expression was carefully controlled, but Harry could see the calculating mind working behind her eyes. This changes things, she said finally. This isn't just political standing. This is actual power. The kind of power that starts wars. Or ends them. Same thing, from certain angles. She turned to face him. Does anyone else know about this place? You're the first. And I prefer to keep it that way. Understood. She was quiet for a moment. My father was right about you. What did your father say? That you were either going to change the world or burn it down, and he wasn't sure which would be worse. Her lips curved slightly. I'm starting to think it might be both. They left the study together, emerging into the castle proper through the hidden passage. The corridor was empty, but Harry could hear students in the distance, moving between classes. Where were you this morning? Daphne asked. The flu went somewhere outside Hogwarts. Gringotts. There are complications with my inheritance. Political ones. Malfoy. Harry glanced at her. How did you know? Because my father told me Malfoy's been asking questions, trying to find leverage against you. She shook her head. Lucius is scared, Harry. You represent something he can't control, and that terrifies him. Good. Not necessarily. Scared people do desperate things. They reached the main staircase and paused. Students were passing in both directions, and Harry and Daphne standing together drew the usual stares and whispers. "I need to catch up on what I missed this morning," Harry said. "But we should talk more. Soon. Tonight? After curfew? The study. I'll show you the entrance." She nodded and walked away toward the dungeons, leaving Harry standing on the stairs. He watched her go, trying to sort through his feelings. Daphne was useful, her intelligence, her connections, her political instincts. But there was more to it than utility. Something in the way she challenged him, the way she refused to be impressed by his fame or intimidated by his intensity. Dangerous, maybe, getting emotionally attached to someone he wasn't sure he could trust. But also necessary. He couldn't do this alone. The journals made that clear. Even the founders had needed each other, had relied on their different strengths to build something greater than any individual could achieve. Harry climbed the stairs toward Gryffindor Tower, his mind full of plans and possibilities. That afternoon, Harry received another piece of unwelcome news. Professor McGonagall summoned him to her office, her expression tight, with something that looked like contained fury. "Mr. Potter, I've been informed that you missed your morning classes without explanation. I had business to attend to, Professor." "Business?" Her nostrils flared. "You are a student, Mr. Potter. Your business is attending classes and preparing for your OWLS, not gallivanting around doing Merlin knows what. With respect, Professor, I'm also a Triwizard champion bound by magical contract to compete in deadly tasks. My business sometimes extends beyond the classroom." McGonagall stared at him. For a long moment, Harry thought she might actually lose her temper, something he'd never seen happen. "You've changed," she said finally. "This year, you're different. More guarded. More calculating." She shook her head. "I don't know what happened to you over the summer, Mr. Potter, but I'm not sure I like it. I grew up, Professor. Someone had to, and that someone couldn't be the adults responsible for your care." Harry met her eyes. "The adults responsible for my care put me with the Dursleys, kept me ignorant of my heritage, used my family's money for their own purposes. So no, Professor, I don't think they were particularly interested in helping me grow up. They were more interested in keeping me manageable." McGonagall's face went pale. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying I've learned some things. About Dumbledore. About my guardianship. About the decisions that were made on my behalf without my knowledge or consent." Harry stood. "I'm not accusing you of anything, Professor. I don't think you knew. But I'm done being the naive boy who follows orders and doesn't ask questions. Harry, I need to get to my afternoon classes. I wouldn't want to miss any more of my education." He walked out, leaving McGonagall staring after him. The rest of the day passed in a haze of classes and whispered conversations. Word had apparently spread about Harry skipping his morning lessons. First the dragon taming, then the political maneuvering, now open defiance of school rules. The boy who lived was becoming something else, something harder to define. Harry ignored the whispers and focused on his work. In Transfiguration, he completed the assigned transformation in half the time of anyone else, a side effect of his enhanced magical control from the Founder's training. McGonagall watched him with an expression Harry couldn't read. In Charms, Flitwick set them to practicing summoning charms. Harry summoned objects from across the room without bothering to speak the incantation, earning gasps from his classmates and a searching look from the tiny professor. In Potions, Snape was his usual unpleasant self, but Harry noticed something different in the way the man watched him. Less contempt, more wariness. As if Snape had received new information that changed his assessment. After dinner, Harry slipped away from Ron and Hermione, claiming exhaustion, and made his way to the Founder's study. Daphne was already waiting outside the hidden entrance. "You need to teach me the password," she said. "Concilium Quatuor." The portrait swung open, and they entered together. Harry spent the next hour showing Daphne around the study, explaining what he'd learned from the journals, demonstrating some of the magical techniques he'd been practicing. She absorbed everything with the focused intensity of someone who understood how valuable the information was. "This is incredible," she said, examining one of Rowena's instructional texts. "This magic isn't dark, it's just advanced. Why would it be removed from the curriculum?" Control. Harry had thought about this a lot. An ignorant population is easier to manage than an educated one. If the average witch or wizard could do what the Founders could do, the ministry would be irrelevant. So someone deliberately limited magical education to maintain power. Over centuries, yes. Probably not a single conspiracy, more like a gradual erosion. Each generation removing something, banning something else, until what remained was a shadow of what magic could be. Daphne set down the book, her expression troubled. My family has been part of pure blood society for generations. We've benefited from the system you're describing. I know. And you still trust me? I trust that you're smart enough to see which way the wind is blowing. Harry met her eyes. The old system is dying, Daphne. Voldemort tried to preserve it through force, and he failed. The Ministry tries to preserve it through inertia, and they're failing too. Something new is coming, has to come, and the families that survive will be the ones who adapt. And you're offering my family a chance to adapt. I'm offering you a chance. What you do with your family is your business. She was quiet for a long moment, processing. Harry could almost see the calculations running behind her eyes. Risk versus reward, loyalty versus opportunity, fear versus ambition. My father will want to meet you, she said finally. Properly, not just across a ballroom. I expected that. When? Soon. Before the second task, if possible. She paused. He'll try to assess you. Test your intentions, your capabilities. He'll be polite about it, but make no mistake, it will be an evaluation. I've been evaluated before. Not like this. Her voice was serious. My father has been playing these games for 30 years. He survived the last war by knowing exactly who was going to win and making sure he was on their side. If he decides you're a losing bet, he'll cut ties immediately. And what do you think? Daphne smiled slightly. I think you're going to surprise him. You surprise everyone. The meeting with Lord Greengrass was arranged for the following weekend, a Hogsmeade day, which provided cover for Harry's absence from the castle. Daphne would meet him at the Three Broomsticks and escort him to a private location. In the meantime, Harry had other concerns. The second task was approaching. His research had confirmed the details. Something valuable would be taken, held in the Merpeople's village, and champions would have 1 hour to retrieve it. The Merpeople weren't hostile, exactly, but they weren't friendly either. They'd defend their territory against anyone they perceived as a threat. Harry spent his evenings in the study, practicing the various underwater breathing techniques and studying what the journals had to say about Merpeople society. The lake dwellers are proud and territorial, Helga had written. They respect strength but despise arrogance. If you must enter their domain, do so with humility. Announce yourself. State your purpose clearly. And whatever you do not touch their sacred places without permission. There was more, details about Mermish customs, their hierarchy, their relationship with the castle above them. Helga had apparently spent considerable time among them, learning their ways, earning their trust. Harry didn't have time for that kind of relationship building, but he could at least avoid the obvious mistakes. 2 days before his meeting with Lord Greengrass, Harry received an unexpected visitor. He was in the library, researching underwater magic, when someone slid into the seat across from him. Potter. Harry looked up into the sharp features of Theodore Nott, a Slytherin he barely knew, quiet and bookish, usually overshadowed by Malfoy's louder presence. Nott, I have a message for you. From someone who prefers to remain anonymous. Nott's voice was low, barely audible even in the quiet library. There's a spy in your midst. Someone close to you is reporting to Dumbledore. Harry kept his expression neutral. Why would you tell me this? Because the person who sent me wants you to succeed. They think Dumbledore's time is ending, and they'd rather be on your side than his when it does. And who is this person? I told you, anonymous. For now. Not stood. The spy is someone you trust. Someone who believes they're protecting you by keeping the headmaster informed. He paused. Be careful, Potter. The game is more complicated than you think. He walked away, leaving Harry staring after him. A spy. Someone close to him. Someone who thought they were protecting him. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. Ron? Unlikely. Ron wasn't subtle enough for espionage. Hermione? She trusted Dumbledore, might report to him out of concern, but she'd seemed genuinely disturbed by what Harry had told her. Neville? Ginny? One of the other Gryffindors? Or someone else entirely? Someone he hadn't considered. Harry closed his books and left the library, his thoughts dark. That night, he tested his inner circle. It was a technique from Salazar's journal, feeding different information to different people and watching to see which version reached unintended ears. Crude but effective. To Ron, he mentioned that he was worried about the second task and considering asking Dumbledore for help. To Hermione, he said he'd found a book in the restricted section that might contain useful spells. To Neville, who had been spending more time with Harry since the Yule Ball, he mentioned that he was planning to practice near the lake tomorrow evening. To Daphne, he revealed nothing new, but asked her to watch for any unusual activity among her housemates. Then he waited. The next morning, Dumbledore approached Harry at breakfast. "Harry, my boy, I heard you might be looking for assistance with the upcoming task. My door is always open, you know." Harry's stomach dropped. Dumbledore had heard from someone. The question was, which version of his story had reached the headmaster's ears? "I appreciate the offer, Professor, but I think I have it handled." Of course. But if you change your mind, if you find yourself in the restricted section looking for answers, do remember that some knowledge comes with prices. The restricted section. That was Hermione's version. But also the offer of help. That was Ron's version. Harry nodded politely and returned to his breakfast, his mind racing. Either Dumbledore had multiple sources, or one source had heard both pieces of information. Ron and Hermione were best friends. They talked to each other constantly. If one of them was reporting to Dumbledore, they might have shared what they'd each heard. But which one was the actual spy? He needed more data. That evening, Harry followed through on the lake story he'd told Neville, going down to the shore at the time he'd mentioned, making himself visible. If Neville was the spy, someone would be watching. He wasn't disappointed. Professor Moody appeared 20 minutes into Harry's practice, his magical eyes spinning wildly. "Out for an evening swim, Potter?" "Just researching. The second task involves the lake." "Does it now?" Moody stumped closer, his face twisted into something that might have been a smile. "And how did you come by that information?" "I figured out the egg's clue." "Clever boy." The magical eye fixed on Harry with unsettling intensity. "You're full of surprises lately, aren't you? Dragon taming, political maneuvering, ancient vault accessing." Harry went still. "I don't know what you mean." "Sure you do." Moody's voice dropped. "I have sources, Potter. Good ones. I know about your little trip to Gringotts. Know about the Founder's vaults. Know about the pretty snake you've been cozying up to. If you know all that, then you know I'm not someone to threaten." "Who's threatening?" "I'm just interested." Moody's face twisted again. "The Dark Lord is interested too, you know. Very interested in what you've been up to." Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. "Who are you really?" Mad-Eye Moody. Just like always. Moody was a paranoid Auror who trusted no one. "You've been watching me all year with something that looks a lot like anticipation. Like you're waiting for something. Maybe I'm just curious about the boy who lived. Or maybe you're not Moody at all." The tension stretched between them. Two figures on the darkening shore, wands not quite raised but definitely ready. Then Moody laughed. A harsh, barking sound. "You're smarter than you look, Potter. I'll give you that." He turned away. "Keep practicing your swimming. You're going to need it." He stumped back toward the castle, leaving Harry standing alone by the lake. Harry didn't sleep that night. Instead, he went to the Founder's study and spent hours researching detection magic, ways to see through disguises, reveal hidden identities, pierce magical deception. The answer came from Godric's journal, a spell called Veritatem Revelio, designed to strip away all concealment and show the true form beneath. It was complex magic, requiring precise wand movements and intense concentration, but Harry had been training his magical control for months. By dawn, he thought he could cast it. The problem was finding an opportunity. Moody, or whoever he was, would be on guard after their confrontation. A direct approach would fail. Harry needed subtlety. He needed help. The meeting with Lord Greengrass happened that weekend, in a private room at the Hog's Head rather than the Three Broomsticks. Cyrus Greengrass was a tall man with silver-streaked dark hair and eyes that matched his daughter's. Pale blue, sharp, missing nothing. He studied Harry for a long moment before speaking. "So, the Founder's heir, Lord Greengrass. Cyrus, please. If we're going to be allies, formality will only slow us down." He gestured to a chair. "Sit. We have much to discuss." Harry sat. Daphne took a position by the window, watching the street below. "My daughter tells me you're planning something," Cyrus said. "Something that will shake the foundations of magical Britain." "That might be an exaggeration." "Is it?" Cyrus leaned forward. "You've accessed vaults that haven't been opened in centuries. You've established connections across house lines. You're learning magic that the Ministry has classified as lost. And you've openly defied Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard in Britain." He smiled slightly. That sounds fairly foundation-shaking to me. I'm just trying to survive. No, you're trying to change the rules. Cyrus's voice was approving. I respect that. The current system is stagnant, corrupt, and doomed. Anyone with eyes can see it. The question is what comes after. And what do you think should come after? Something better. Something that rewards competence rather than bloodline. That values innovation rather than tradition. That prepares our society for the challenges ahead. Cyrus spread his hands. I'm not idealistic, Mr. Potter. I don't believe in perfect systems or enlightened rulers. But I believe in survival, and the current path leads to extinction. Extinction is a strong word. Is it? The population of magical Britain has been declining for a century. Birth rates are falling. The Muggle world is advancing in ways we can barely comprehend. And our response? Cyrus laughed bitterly. We hide. We isolate. We cling to traditions that served us centuries ago and wonder why they don't work anymore. Harry studied the older man. Cyrus Greengrass was pragmatic, clearly intelligent, and just as clearly ambitious. He'd positioned his family for survival by staying neutral, but neutrality was becoming untenable. He needed a side to join. What do you want from me? Harry asked. An alliance. A genuine partnership, not the surface arrangements my daughter has described. Cyrus met his eyes. I offer my family's resources, gold, connections, political expertise, information networks. In return, I want a seat at whatever table you're building. A voice in whatever comes next. That's a lot to ask based on a single meeting. Yes, it is. Cyrus didn't look away. But my daughter trusts you. She doesn't trust easily, Mr. Potter. She's been watching you all year, evaluating your decisions, testing your character. If she believes you're worth backing, that carries considerable weight. Harry glanced at Daphne. She met his gaze steadily, offering no help. I have conditions, Harry said. I expected nothing less. I make my own decisions. Your family advises, but I choose. Acceptable. If I discover you've betrayed me, passed information to my enemies, undermined my plans, worked against my interests, the alliance ends immediately. And I will remember. Also acceptable. And Daphne's role is her own choice. This alliance doesn't make her a token to be traded. Cyrus raised an eyebrow, glancing at his daughter. You've been discussing this? We've been building something, Daphne said, separately from any family arrangements. Whatever exists between Harry and me, politically or otherwise, isn't your business to negotiate. I see. Cyrus looked between them, something shifting in his expression. Very well. My daughter's choices are her own. I've raised her to think for herself. I can hardly object when she does. Harry stood and extended his hand. Then we have an agreement. Cyrus shook it. We have an agreement. Welcome to the game, Mr. Potter. I hope you're ready for what comes next. They talked for another hour, discussing specifics. Cyrus had intelligence on the political landscape that Harry lacked, which families were aligned with whom, which ministry officials could be influenced, which ancient laws might be useful in Harry's plans. The Greengrass network was impressive. Decades of careful cultivation had created connections throughout magical society, from the highest levels of government to the shadowy corners of magical commerce. The key players, Cyrus explained, are the Sacred 28. The oldest pure-blood families, the ones with seats in the Wisengamot and influence over ministry policy. Some of them, the Malfoys, the Knots, the Lestranges, are irredeemably tied to the Dark Lord's agenda. Others, the Longbottoms, the Bones, the Abbotts, are firmly opposed. And some, like my family, have tried to stay out of the crossfire. Which category are the Weasleys? Complicated. They have the bloodline for status, but lack the wealth and political savvy to leverage it. They've aligned themselves with Dumbledore, which limits their options. Cyrus shrugged. Arthur Weasley is a good man, but a poor politician. His family suffers for it. And the Potters? The Potters were power players before your grandparents' generation. Wealthy, influential, respected. Then your father openly opposed the Dark Lord, and your grandparents died under mysterious circumstances, and the family's political presence collapsed. Cyrus's expression was thoughtful. You could rebuild it. The name still carries weight, especially combined with your other inheritances. Harry filed this away. The Potter legacy was another tool, another pillar of power to be developed. What about allies outside the traditional structure? He asked. Muggleborns, half-bloods, magical creatures? Cyrus looked uncomfortable. Those groups have little formal power. The Wisengamot is almost entirely pure blood. Ministry leadership is the same. The few exceptions, like Dumbledore, rose through exceptional talent rather than systemic change. Then maybe the system needs changing. Maybe it does. But that's a longer game than any of us might live to see. We'll see about that. Harry returned to Hogwarts with new information, new allies, and a growing sense of urgency. The spy problem still nagged at him. His test had revealed that information was reaching Dumbledore, but the source remained unclear. Ron and Hermione both had access to the stories that had been shared. Either could be the leak. He needed a more definitive test. That night, he found Neville alone in the common room. "Can we talk?" Neville looked up from his herbology textbook, surprise on his face. "Of course." Harry sat across from him, lowering his voice. "I need your help with something. Something secret." "What kind of help?" "There's a spy. Someone close to me is passing information to Dumbledore. I need to find out who." Neville's eyes went wide. "A spy? Are you sure?" "I'm sure. I ran a test, told different people different things, and watched what got back to Dumbledore. The problem is, the information overlapped. I can't tell who leaked what. And you think I can help?" "I think you're the only one I told something unique to. The lake practice." Harry watched Neville's face carefully. "After I mentioned it to you, Moody showed up. He knew exactly where and when I'd be there. I didn't tell anyone." Neville looked horrified. "Harry, I swear, I believe you." And he did. Neville's reaction was too genuine to be faked. Which means either someone overheard our conversation, or there's another way information is being gathered. Neville relaxed slightly. "So what do you need from me?" "I need you to watch. Listen. Pay attention to anything unusual. People asking questions about me, unexpected interest from professors, any hint that someone's gathering intelligence." Harry leaned forward. "I know you felt overlooked, Neville. Underestimated. People don't pay attention to you. I'm asking you to use that." Neville was quiet for a moment, processing. Then something changed in his expression, a hardening, a resolve that Harry hadn't seen before. "I can do that," he said. "I'm good at being invisible." "I know you are. That's why I'm asking." The second task was 4 days away. Harry spent every spare moment in preparation, practicing underwater magic, studying merpeople customs, refining his gillyweed dosage. He also worked on defensive spells, attack magic, anything that might be useful if the task turned violent. The night before the task, Dobby appeared in the Founder's study. "Harry Potter, sir." Harry nearly fell off his chair. "Dobby? How did you get in here?" "House elves can go anywhere in the castle, sir." "The wards don't stop Dobby." The elf was practically vibrating with urgency. "Dobby has important news, Harry Potter." "About the tournament." "What news?" "They is taking something precious from each champion, putting it in the lake." Dobby wrung his hands. "For Harry Potter, they is taking the Wheezy, the ginger friend." Harry went cold. "Ron." "Yes, sir." Dobby heard the professors talking. "They is putting him in the lake tonight, for the task tomorrow." They were using Ron as the hostage. That explained why Dumbledore had been trying so hard to maintain a connection. If Harry didn't care about the hostage, the whole task lost its urgency. "Thank you, Dobby. This is incredibly helpful." "Dobby is happy to help Harry Potter, sir." Dobby would do anything for Dobby. Harry cut him off gently. "I need you to do something else for me. Can you watch the castle tonight? Tell me if anyone goes near the lake, or if anything unusual happens." "Dobby will watch, Harry Potter." Dobby has eyes everywhere. The elf disappeared with a crack, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Ron is a hostage. That changed the emotional calculus of the task, but not the practical approach. He still needed to reach the merpeople's village, retrieve the hostage, and return within an hour. The question was whether to stick to his plan or modify it based on this new information. Harry decided to stick to the plan. Ron being the hostage made it more personal, but it didn't change the fundamental challenge. And going in with a clear head, following a tested strategy, was better than improvising based on emotion. He finished his preparations and tried to sleep. The morning of the second task dawned cold and gray. Harry dressed carefully, concealing his emergency supplies in waterproof pouches, gillyweed, backup bubblehead charm ingredients, a knife, and a few other items from the Founder's vaults that might prove useful. The champions gathered on the dock overlooking the Black Lake. Cedric looked calm. Krum looked grim. Fleur looked terrified. Apparently the French witches didn't teach underwater magic. Dumbledore gave the usual speech about rules and consequences. Harry barely listened. His attention was on the lake, on the gray water that hid the merpeople's village somewhere in its depths. The cannon fired. Harry swallowed the gillyweed and dove. The transformation was disorienting, gills splitting open on his neck, hands and feet developing webbing, his vision adjusting to the murky underwater light. But Harry had practiced this, and after a moment of panic, his body adapted. He swam down, following the directions he'd memorized from the journals. The merpeople's village was near the lake's center, in a deep trench that natural light never reached. Harry conjured a soft glow on his wand, bright enough to see by, dim enough not to seem threatening. The village appeared gradually, stone structures covered in algae, gardens of strange underwater plants, and merpeople. Dozens of them, watching him approach with expressions he couldn't read. Harry stopped swimming and allowed himself to drift. "I come in peace," he thought, projecting the intention the way he'd learned. "I seek only what was taken from me." The merpeople stirred. One of them, larger than the others, with kelp woven through her hair and a trident in her hand, swam forward. "You speak without words," she said, her voice strange and musical underwater. "Few air-dwellers can do this. I learned from someone who respected your people. Helga Hufflepuff. She wrote about you." The mermaid's expression shifted, surprise, perhaps, or recognition. "The builder. She was a friend to us, long ago. I'm her heir." "We know." The mermaid gestured behind her, where four figures floated in enchanted sleep, tethered to a massive statue. "Your task waits. Take what is yours and go." Harry swam toward the hostages. Ron was there, as Dobby had warned, floating peacefully in the magical sleep. Beside him were a young girl who looked like Fleur's sister, Cho Chang for Cedric, and someone Harry didn't recognize for Crumb. He reached Ron and began working on the rope that bound him. Movement in the water, another champion approaching. Cedric, using the bubblehead charm, swimming with surprising speed. Harry nodded to him and kept working on Ron's bonds. The rope was enchanted, resisting his knife, but the blade from the Founder's vault cut through it after a moment's resistance. Ron floated free. Harry grabbed him and started swimming toward the surface. Behind him, he heard Cedric freeing Cho Chang. Good. The other champions could handle their own hostages. But then Fleur appeared, or rather, crashed through the water in evident panic, her bubblehead charm flickering, Grindylows attacking her from multiple directions. Harry hesitated. The task was to rescue your own hostage. There was no requirement to help competitors, but Fleur's sister was still down there, and Fleur was failing. Harry made his decision. He thrust Ron toward the surface. The gillyweed would keep the unconscious boy breathing until Harry could retrieve him and dove back down. The Grindylows swarmed him as soon as he got close. Vicious little water demons, all teeth and grasping fingers, trying to drag him into the depths. Harry blasted them with a spell he'd found in Godric's journals, a burst of concentrated force that sent the creatures scattering. Then he grabbed Fleur, who was barely conscious, and hauled her toward her sister. "Can you swim?" he shouted through the water. "Fleur." She nodded weakly. Harry cut the bonds on Gabrielle Delacour and pushed the girl toward Fleur. "Take her up. I'll cover you." Fleur grabbed her sister and began swimming, sluggishly but steadily. Harry stayed below, fending off the Grindylows that kept trying to attack. The merpeople watched from a distance, not interfering. Harry wasn't sure if they approved or disapproved of his intervention. He waited until Fleur and Gabrielle were clear, then swam for the surface himself. He emerged from the lake to chaos. The crowd was roaring. Ron was already on the dock, sputtering and confused. Cedric and Cho were there too, wrapped in blankets. And Fleur was clutching Gabrielle, sobbing with relief. Harry dragged himself onto the dock, the gillyweed wearing off, his body aching from the cold and exertion. "Mr. Potter." Dumbledore's voice was carrying over the crowd. "Extraordinary effort. Not only did you retrieve your own hostage, but you assisted another champion in distress." Harry looked up at the headmaster. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable, approval, calculation, something else beneath. "The judges will confer on the scores." The conferral took 20 minutes. Harry spent it wrapped in a blanket, ignoring the questions from reporters and the congratulations from classmates. The scores were announced. Cedric, 47 points. First place, Harry, 45 points. Second place, with points awarded for moral fiber. Victor, 40 points. Third place, Fleur, 25 points. Fourth place, but deeply grateful. You didn't have to help me, Fleur said, approaching Harry with Gabrielle still clinging to her arm. The task, you could have won. It was the right thing to do. You could have died. I didn't. She studied him for a long moment, then leaned in and kissed his cheek. Thank you, Harry Potter. I will not forget this. She walked away, and Harry became aware of Daphne watching from the crowd. Her expression was complicated, pride, maybe, but also concern. He'd made a choice that had cost him the lead. That wasn't politically savvy, but it was right. Sometimes that had to be enough. The aftermath of the second task was a whirlwind of attention Harry didn't want and couldn't avoid. Reporters demanded interviews. Students wanted details. Even the professors seemed more interested in him than usual, watching his every move with varying degrees of concern and suspicion. Through it all, Harry maintained his focus on the larger game. The spy problem remained unsolved. The confrontation with Moody remained unresolved. The third task was still ahead, with whatever trap it contained. And somewhere in the shadows, Voldemort was waiting. Harry returned to his preparations with renewed intensity. Whatever the third task brought, he would be ready. He had to be. The vision had shown him what was coming. A graveyard, a resurrection ritual, a Dark Lord reborn. The tournament was the delivery mechanism, the third task the final act of a plan that had been in motion for months. Harry couldn't stop the plan entirely, but he could control how he responded to it. He could be ready. 3 nights after the second task, Harry finally got his proof about Moody. He'd been watching the professor carefully, looking for opportunities to use the Veritatum Revelio spell without being detected. The opportunity came during a defense against the dark arts class, when Moody was demonstrating curse-breaking techniques and his attention was fully on the lesson. Harry cast the spell silently, under his desk, directing the magic toward Moody's face. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Moody's features flickered, like a reflection in disturbed water, and Harry saw the truth beneath. Not Alastair Moody. Someone younger, with wild eyes and a cruel smile. Someone Harry had seen in Dumbledore's Pensieve, in Memories of Death Eater Trials. Bartemius Crouch Jr. Harry's blood went cold. A convicted Death Eater, supposedly dead in Azkaban, had been teaching defense against the dark arts all year. Had been watching Harry, testing him, preparing him for something. The tournament. The trap. The plan to deliver Harry to Voldemort. It all made terrible sense. Harry kept his face neutral, forcing himself to pay attention to the lesson as if nothing had happened. Inside, his mind was racing. He couldn't expose Crouch directly. The man was dangerous, and any confrontation would be risky. But he couldn't leave a Death Eater in the castle either, especially one with direct access to students. He needed to move carefully, gather evidence, find a way to neutralize the threat without tipping his hand. The game had just gotten much more dangerous. That night, Harry convened his closest allies in the Founder's study. Daphne was there. So was Neville, who had proven himself a reliable observer over the past weeks. And Hermione, who Harry had decided to trust despite his lingering doubts. She was too valuable an asset to exclude, and his tests had been inconclusive enough that he couldn't condemn her without proof. "There's something you all need to know," Harry began. "Professor Moody isn't Professor Moody." He explained what he'd discovered. The spell, the revelation, the identity of the imposter. By the time he finished, his audience wore expressions ranging from shock to horror. "A Death Eater," Hermione whispered. "Teaching us all year. And Dumbledore didn't notice." Dumbledore might be many things, but he's not stupid, which means either the disguise was good enough to fool even him, or Harry let the implication hang. Or he knows and hasn't acted, Daphne finished. Because it serves some purpose. "That's paranoid," Hermione said, but her voice lacked conviction. "Is it? Dumbledore's been playing games with my life since I was a baby. Why would this be any different?" Neville looked sick. "What do we do? First, we confirm the evidence. I need to catch Crouch in a compromising situation, something that proves his identity beyond doubt." Harry's mind was working. The polyjuice potion he's using requires constant replenishment. He has to be making it somewhere, storing ingredients somewhere. "His office," Daphne said. "He's famously paranoid. He'd keep everything close. Which means we need to search it, without being caught." "I can help with that," Neville said quietly. "I know his schedule. He has meetings with other professors every Thursday evening. His office is empty for at least 2 hours. How do you know his schedule? Neville smiled slightly. You asked me to watch. I've been watching. The search was planned for the following Thursday. Harry would conduct the actual search, using his growing magical skills to bypass whatever protections Crouch had installed. Neville would serve as lookout. Daphne would create a distraction if needed. Hermione would research everything she could find about Crouch Jr., his history, his conviction, his supposed death. The days until Thursday passed with agonizing slowness. Harry continued his preparations for the third task, which had been announced, a maze filled with obstacles, culminating in a trophy at the center. First champion to reach it won. Simple enough on the surface. But Harry knew the trophy was a portkey. Knew it would take him to a graveyard. Knew Voldemort was waiting. The question was how to handle it. He could avoid the trophy entirely, let another champion claim it. But that would only delay the inevitable. Voldemort would find another way. He could destroy the portkey, but he didn't know how without alerting Crouch. Or he could use it, go to the graveyard prepared, face Voldemort, and end this on his own terms. The last option was insane. Suicidal, probably. The smart play was to expose the plot, let the adults handle it, trust the system. But the system had failed him repeatedly. The adults had proven unreliable. And Harry was tired of being reactive. If he had to face Voldemort anyway, better to do it when he chose, how he chose. He began planning for the graveyard. Thursday arrived. Neville confirmed that Moody, Crouch, had left for his weekly meeting. The corridor outside the defense professor's office was empty. Harry approached the door with every sense alert. The protections were formidable. Detection charms, alarm wards, physical traps that would trigger if the wrong person touched the handle. Crouch was paranoid for good reason. He had secrets that would destroy him if discovered. But Harry had learned from the Founders, and their magic was beyond anything Crouch could deploy. 15 minutes of careful work, and the door swung open. The office was a maze of dark artifacts and paranoid precautions. Harry moved through it carefully, searching for evidence while leaving no trace of his presence. He found the polyjuice supply first, a massive flask of the thick, bubbling potion, hidden in a trunk that Crouch must have brought with him. Beside it, a bundle of gray hair, the real Moody's hair, used to maintain the disguise. Then he found something worse. A large trunk with multiple compartments, locked with heavy enchantments. Harry broke through them one by one, revealing increasingly dark contents, dark artifacts, torture implements, what looked like a diary filled with coded notes. The final compartment opened to reveal a man. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, lay in the bottom of the trunk, alive but barely conscious. His magical eye was missing, his body wasted from months of captivity. Merlin's beard, Harry breathed. He couldn't leave Moody here. But he also couldn't take him. That would alert Crouch immediately. A compromise. Harry cast the strongest healing charms he knew, stabilizing Moody's condition. Then he took photographic evidence of everything. The trunk, the polyjuice, the prisoner, using a magical camera he'd brought for exactly this purpose. Finally, he found what he was really looking for. In Crouch's diary, between pages of encoded planning notes, was a detailed description of the third task trap. The trophy was indeed a portkey, keyed to a specific location. Little Hangleton, the village where the Riddle family had lived. The graveyard where Tom Riddle Sr. was buried. Everything confirmed. Harry photographed the pages and retreated from the office, resealing the wards behind him as if he'd never been there. He presented the evidence to Dumbledore the next morning. The headmaster's office. Early, before classes. Harry placed the photographs on the desk without preamble. Bartemius Crouch Jr. is alive and impersonating Mad-Eye Moody. He's holding the real Moody prisoner in his office. The third task trophy is a portkey that will take the winner to a graveyard where Voldemort is planning to resurrect himself using my blood. Dumbledore stared at the photographs. His face went very pale. How did you? I have my resources. The question is, what are you going to do about it? We need to act carefully. If Crouch suspects, he doesn't suspect anything. I was careful. Harry's voice was hard. But you can't leave him in place. He's a Death Eater teaching students. Whatever game you think you're playing, this has gone too far. Harry, I understand your frustration. No, you don't. Harry leaned forward. I've given you evidence that proves everything I've been saying. Proves that someone has been manipulating the tournament from the start. proves that Voldemort is planning to return. If you ignore this, if you try to keep playing your subtle games, people are going to die. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You're right, he said finally. I've made mistakes. Tried to control too much, trust too little. He looked older than Harry had ever seen him. I'll contact the Aurors. We'll take Crouch into custody before the day is out. And the tournament will continue. The magical contract cannot be broken. But I'll ensure the trophy is not a portkey. Whatever trap was planned will be defused. Harry nodded slowly. It was something. Not everything he wanted, but something. There's one more thing, he said. I know about your guardianship. About what you've done with my family's money. About the monitoring, the manipulation, all of it. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I did what I thought was necessary. I know. You always do. Harry stood. I'm not going to pursue legal action. Not now. There are bigger threats. But this changes things between us, Professor. I don't trust you anymore. And I don't think I ever will again. He walked out, leaving Dumbledore alone with the photographs and the weight of his mistakes. Crouch was arrested that afternoon. Aurors swarmed the castle, led by Kingsley Shacklebolt and Nymphadora Tonks. They found everything Harry had documented. The polyjuice, the real Moody, the diary with its damning contents. Crouch tried to fight. He was subdued after a brief, violent struggle that left 2 Aurors in the hospital wing. The real Moody was extracted from the trunk and rushed to St. Mungo's. He was expected to recover, though it would take months. The Daily Prophet ran the story the next day. Death Eater infiltrates Hogwarts. Ministry in chaos. Rita Skeeter's byline was absent. Harry had made good on his threat to sue after her first hatchet piece, and she'd been removed from the Potter beat. The wizarding world was in uproar. And through it all, Harry continued his preparations. The tournament would go on. The third task was still approaching. And even with the portkey defused, Harry knew Voldemort wouldn't simply give up. The Dark Lord had other plans. Other paths to resurrection. Harry needed to be ready for all of them. The night before the third task, Harry stood at the top of the astronomy tower, looking out over the grounds. Daphne found him there, as he'd known she would. You're thinking about what comes next, she said. Always. The tournament ends tomorrow. Whatever happens in the maze, that chapter closes. She moved to stand beside him. What then? Then the real fight begins. Harry turned to face her. Voldemort is out there, planning, scheming. Crouch's arrest hurt him, but it didn't stop him. Nothing stops him permanently, not until someone ends it for good. And you think you're the one to do that. The prophecy says so. He told her about it, finally. About the burden he carried, the destiny he hadn't chosen. One of us has to kill the other. Neither can live while the other survives. Daphne was quiet for a moment. Prophecies can be interpreted many ways. That's what Dumbledore says. He's not wrong. She reached out and took his hand, the first time she'd initiated physical contact. Whatever the prophecy means, you don't have to face it alone. You have allies now. People who believe in what you're building. And what am I building? Something better. Her fingers tightened around his. A world where power doesn't automatically corrupt. Where the strong protect the weak instead of exploiting them. Where being born to the right family doesn't matter as much as what you do with your life. That's a lot to put on me. You started it. When you decided to stop being Dumbledore's pawn and become your own player. She smiled slightly. You can't blame people for wanting to follow. Harry looked at her. Really looked, seeing past the political facade to the person beneath. Daphne Greengrass, Ice Queen of Slytherin, who'd taken a chance on an alliance that could destroy her family if it failed. Thank you, he said, for believing in me. Don't thank me yet. Her smile widened. We haven't won anything. We've just started. Then let's make sure the start leads somewhere worth going. She leaned against him, and they stood together watching the stars wheel overhead. Tomorrow would bring the third task, and whatever challenges came with it. But tonight, Harry allowed himself a moment of peace. He'd need it for what was coming. Chapter 4. What the Founders left behind. The maze stretched across the Quidditch pitch like a living thing, hedges 20 feet tall and thick enough to block all light. Harry stood at the entrance with the other champions, listening to the crowd's roar fade into the muffled silence that the enchanted walls created. Bagman's voice echoed magically across the grounds. Champions, on my whistle. First to the cup wins eternal glory. 3, 2, 1. The whistle shrieked. Harry plunged into the maze. The hedges closed behind him immediately, cutting off any retreat. The path ahead split 3 ways, each direction looking identical in the dim magical light that filtered from somewhere above. Harry didn't hesitate. He pulled out his wand and cast the Point Me spell, orienting himself toward the maze's center. Then he started running. The first obstacle came within minutes, a blast-ended Scroot, one of Hagrid's monstrous creations, blocking the path with its armored body and fire-spitting tail. Harry didn't slow down. He vaulted over the creature before it could react, rolling as he landed and coming up running. Behind him, the Scroot roared in confusion. The maze shifted as Harry moved through it, walls rearranging themselves, paths that had been open moments before sealing shut. It was designed to disorient, to exhaust, to break down the champion's resolve through confusion and fear. Harry ignored the psychological warfare. He'd trained his mind through months of acclimacy practice. The maze could play its games. He would stay focused. A golden mist appeared ahead, shimmering across the path. Harry recognized it from his research, a disorientation charm that would flip his sense of direction, make up feel like down. He cast a bubblehead charm around himself and walked through, letting the magic slide off his protected senses. The path beyond the mist opened into a small clearing, and Harry stopped. Cedric Diggory lay on the ground, unmoving. Harry approached cautiously, wand raised, scanning for threats. Cedric was breathing but unconscious, a nasty gash on his forehead suggesting he'd been hit by something hard. No enemies visible. No sign of what had attacked him. Harry knelt beside the older boy and cast a diagnostic charm. Concussion, minor, no internal bleeding. He'd recover on his own, but not quickly enough to continue the task. The smart play was to leave him. They were competitors. Harry's path to the cup was clear. But Cedric had been an ally, had shared information, offered trust when others were suspicious. Leaving him unconscious in a maze full of dangers felt wrong. Harry sent up red sparks, the signal for extraction, and waited until he saw figures moving above the hedges, coming to collect the fallen champion. Then he kept moving. The maze grew darker as Harry approached its center, the magical light fading until he was navigating by wand glow alone. The hedges here were different, older somehow, their leaves black rather than green, their branches reaching toward him with something that might have been intention. He encountered Victor Krum next. The Bulgarian champion emerged from a side path, wand raised, eyes glassy and unfocused. Harry recognized the signs immediately, the Imperius curse. Someone had taken control of Krum's mind. "Victor, can you hear me?" Krum's wand came up, firing a curse that Harry barely dodged. The spell gouged a chunk from the hedge behind him, leaving smoking edges. "Victor, fight it." Another curse. Harry deflected this one, the impact jarring his arm. Krum wasn't holding back. Whoever controlled him wanted Harry dead or disabled. Crouch was in Auror custody. So who was directing Krum? Harry didn't have time to figure it out. He ducked another curse and closed the distance, getting inside Krum's guard. A quick strike to the temple, not hard enough to cause lasting damage, but enough to disrupt concentration, and Krum crumpled. The glazed look faded from his eyes as consciousness fled. Harry sent up more red sparks. 2 champions down. That left him and Fleur. He found Fleur 10 minutes later, unconscious like Cedric, sprawled across the path with no visible injuries. Stunned from behind, probably. Someone was systematically eliminating the competition. Harry sent up sparks for her too and pressed on. The cup was close now. He could feel it, a pulse of magic ahead, drawing him forward. The maze seemed to sense his approach, its resistance increasing, hedges pressing closer, the darkness growing thicker. A sphinx blocked the final stretch. She was massive, lion's body, woman's face, wings folded against her sides. Her eyes gleamed with ancient intelligence as Harry approached. "You seek the prize," she said. "Answer my riddle correctly, and I will let you pass. Answer incorrectly, and I attack. Remain silent, and you may retreat unharmed. Ask your riddle." The Sphinx smiled. "First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle of middle and end of the end. And finally, give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this. Which creature would you be unwilling to kiss?" Harry worked through it methodically. Person who lives in disguise, deals in secrets, That was a spy. Last thing to mend, middle of middle, end of end, the letter D. Sound during search for a hard-to-find word. Spider. The answer was spider. A spider. The Sphinx inclined her head and stepped aside. Clever champion. The cup awaits. Harry walked past her and into the final clearing. The Triwizard Cup sat on a pedestal in the exact center of the maze, glowing with golden light. Beautiful. Triumphant. Everything a champion could want. Harry approached it slowly, every sense alert. Dumbledore had said the portkey trap was defused, had promised the cup was safe. But Dumbledore had promised many things over the years, and not all of them had proven true. Harry stopped 3 feet from the cup and pulled out the bronze detection disc from the Founder's vault. The disc vibrated in his hand. The cup was still a portkey. Harry stared at the readings, his mind racing through implications. Either Dumbledore had lied about defusing the trap, or someone else had restored it after his intervention. Either way, touching that cup would transport Harry somewhere, probably the graveyard in Little Hangleton, where Voldemort waited. He could turn back, send up sparks, claim injury, forfeit the task, let someone else touch the cup and face whatever was waiting. But there was no one else. He'd eliminated all the other champions, not intentionally, but effectively. If he forfeited, the cup would sit here until the task timed out. The portkey would remain active, a trap waiting to be sprung another day. And Voldemort would try again. He always did. Harry thought about his preparations, the training from the Founder's journals, the artifacts he'd collected from the vault, the knowledge he'd accumulated about dark rituals, about resurrection magic, about the specific ceremony Voldemort planned to use. He wasn't helpless. He wasn't the naive boy who'd stumbled through 3 years of school, barely surviving each crisis. He was something else now, someone else. Maybe it was time to prove it. Harry reached into his robes and checked his hidden equipment. Emergency portkey keyed to the Founder's study. Healing potions. The Founder's artifacts that might give him an edge. His wand, of course, and the wandless magic he'd been practicing. He wasn't ready for this. Nobody could be ready for this. But he was as prepared as he was going to get. Harry grabbed the cup. The world twisted, colors smearing into a nauseating blur. The familiar sensation of portkey travel amplified by the cup's power. Harry managed to stay on his feet when reality reassembled itself, which was more than he'd expected. He was in a graveyard. Ancient headstones stretched in every direction, weathered by centuries of rain and wind. A church loomed in the darkness nearby, its windows dark, its steeple pointing toward a sky thick with clouds. And ahead, illuminated by torchlight, stood a massive marble headstone bearing the name Riddle. Harry wasn't alone. A hunched figure waited by the Riddle grave, cradling something in its arms, something wrapped in dark cloth, something that moved with feeble, horrible life. And beside the figure stood a massive cauldron, already bubbling with potion, flames licking at its base. "Kill the spare," a high, cold voice hissed from the bundle. The hunched figure, Wormtail, Harry realized, Peter Pettigrew, raised his wand. Harry was already moving. The killing curse passed through the space he'd occupied a heartbeat before, splashing against a headstone and leaving it smoking. Harry rolled behind another grave, came up with his wand raised, and fired back. His stunner caught Wormtail in the shoulder, spinning the man around but not dropping him. Wormtail screamed, a pathetic, desperate sound, and fired again. Harry deflected the curse and pressed his attack. But he was too slow, too focused on the immediate threat. Something wrapped around his ankles, conjured ropes, cast from the bundle in Wormtail's other arm, and Harry crashed to the ground. More ropes followed, binding his arms, his torso, his wand arm. Within seconds, he was trussed like a package, helpless on the cold ground. Wormtail approached, whimpering with each step, his face a mask of terror and servility. "The boy is secured, master." Then begin the ritual. They bound Harry to the Riddle headstone, ropes cutting into his skin, position forcing him to watch as Wormtail prepared the ceremony. The cauldron bubbled with a potion that smelled like death and corruption. Wormtail moved around it, adding ingredients with shaking hands, muttering incantations in a language Harry didn't recognize. "Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son." A crack in the earth at Harry's feet. A bone, ancient, yellowed, rose from the grave and floated into the cauldron. The potion hissed and turned blinding white. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Wormtail drew a silver knife and, with a scream of anguish, cut off his own right hand. It fell into the cauldron with a sizzle, and the potion turned blood red. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. The knife approached Harry's arm. Harry had been working on the ropes throughout the ritual, using a technique from Godric's journal, channeling magic through his skin to weaken physical bindings. He was almost free. Almost. The knife sliced his arm. Pain flared, blood welling, dripping down into a vial that Wormtail pressed against the wound. Harry bit back a scream and kept working on the ropes. Wormtail poured Harry's blood into the cauldron. The potion turned a brilliant, poisonous green, and from the bundle of cloth, Wormtail lifted something that made Harry's stomach heave. A creature that had once been human, malformed and fetal, more nightmare than reality. The thing that had been Lord Voldemort. Wormtail lowered it into the cauldron. The eruption of power was unlike anything Harry had ever felt. The cauldron exploded outward, potion splashing across the graveyard, steam rising in clouds that blocked all vision. Harry felt the ropes give way, finally, and he rolled free, grabbing his wand from where Wormtail had dropped it. When the steam cleared, a figure stood where the cauldron had been. Tall, skeletally thin, skin white as bleached bone, features flat and serpentine, eyes burning with crimson light. Lord Voldemort, restored to full power, looking at Harry with an expression of hungry triumph. Harry Potter, Voldemort said, his voice no longer the diminished hiss it had been, but rich and terrible. The boy who lived. Come to die. Harry raised his wand. Not today. Voldemort laughed, a cold, mirthless sound. Such spirit, such defiance. I will enjoy breaking you. He gestured, and robed figures appeared from the shadows. Death Eaters, summoned by the dark mark on their arms, operating in response to their master's call. A dozen of them, then 24, then more, forming a loose circle around the confrontation. Harry recognized some of them. Lucius Malfoy, his mask doing nothing to hide his distinctive platinum hair. Crabbe and Goyle's fathers, hulking and stupid. Others he didn't know, but whose intentions were clear enough. He was surrounded, outnumbered, outmatched by any rational calculation. Harry smiled. You're wondering why I'm not afraid, Harry said. His voice was steady, carrying across the graveyard. You're wondering why I'm not begging, not pleading, not trying to bargain for my life. Enlighten me. Voldemort's tone was mocking, but there was something beneath it, curiosity, perhaps, or the first stirrings of doubt. Because I knew this was coming. Harry began walking, not toward Voldemort, but perpendicular to him, circling slowly. The Death Eaters shifted to track him, but none attacked without their master's command. I knew about your plan. Knew about the portkey, the ritual, the graveyard. I came here anyway. Arrogance, Voldemort hissed. You think yourself my equal? I think I'm something you didn't anticipate. Harry reached into his robes. Several wands rose toward him, but he pulled out only a small bronze disc. Do you know what this is? Voldemort's eyes narrowed. A trinket. A founder's artifact. One of several I've been collecting. Harry activated the disc, and the air around him shimmered with protective magic. Ancient wards, layered and complex, springing into existence. You've spent so long building your power through fear and dark magic that you forgot something important. The founders were stronger than you, and they left their strength for their heir. Their heir. For the first time, something like uncertainty flickered across Voldemort's face. The bloodlines converged. All four houses, all four founders, in one person. Harry met those crimson eyes without flinching. Me. Silence fell across the graveyard. Then Voldemort attacked. The first curse was meant to kill, a bolt of sickly green light that Harry recognized as the same spell that had murdered his parents. He didn't try to block it. The killing curse couldn't be blocked by magical shields. Instead, he moved. The Founder's training had emphasized speed, reflexes, the ability to process threat and response faster than conscious thought. Harry twisted aside, the curse passing close enough to ruffle his hair, and fired back. His spell wasn't meant to hurt Voldemort. That would be nearly impossible in a direct confrontation. It was meant to distract. The burst of light and sound bought Harry a half-second to activate his emergency portkey. Nothing happened. anti-apparition, and anti-portkey wards. Voldemort had prepared for escape attempts. Harry filed away this complication and kept fighting. The battle was chaos. Voldemort attacked relentlessly, his spells coming faster than any human should be able to cast, each one powerful enough to kill or maim. Harry dodged, deflected, used every trick he'd learned to stay alive. The Death Eaters held back, watching their master duel, occasionally throwing curses of their own that Harry had to track in his peripheral vision. Harry was losing. He knew it. No matter how much he'd trained, no matter what artifacts he carried, Voldemort was simply more powerful, more experienced, more willing to use magic that Harry wouldn't touch. But Harry wasn't trying to win. He was trying to survive long enough to accomplish something else. His wand came up, and instead of another defensive spell, he cast something different. Something he'd been preparing for months. Priori Incantatem. The spell wasn't meant for Voldemort's wand. That would require contact, cooperation, elements that weren't present. Instead, it was a modified version, targeting the connection that Harry knew existed between them. The twin cores of their wands, both containing phoenix feathers from Fawkes, resonated. A golden thread erupted between Harry's wand and Voldemort's, connecting them across the battlefield. Voldemort's expression shifted from triumph to shock. "What are you doing?" "Learning." Harry pushed magic into the connection, not attacking but probing, searching. The thread between them was a bridge, and bridges went both ways. He felt Voldemort's mind, brilliant, cold, utterly alien. Felt the fragmented soul, the damage done by countless dark rituals. Felt the Horcruxes, multiple anchors, multiple pieces of soul hidden across the world, keeping Voldemort tethered to life. That's why he keeps coming back, Harry realized. That's why he can't be killed. And one of those anchors was inside Harry himself. The connection broke as Voldemort wrenched his wand away, stumbling back with something that looked almost like fear. "You dare," he hissed. "You dare reach into my mind. I dare a lot of things." Harry was panting, exhausted, his magic nearly depleted. But he had what he needed. Knowledge. Understanding. A map to victory, even if that victory was years away. "Kill him." Voldemort screamed at his Death Eaters. "Kill him now." The circle collapsed inward, dozens of wands rising. Harry reached into his robes and pulled out his final ace, an artifact from the Founder's vault that he'd been saving for exactly this moment. The Cup of Hufflepuff. The real cup, not the fake that had been a Horcrux, had been waiting in the vault, protected and preserved across centuries. Helga Hufflepuff had created it as an emergency escape mechanism, a way to return to Hogwarts from anywhere in the world. All it required was blood freely given and the intent to return home. Harry's arm was still bleeding from Wormtail's knife. He pressed the cup to his wound and thought of Hogwarts with everything he had. The world twisted again. The last thing he heard was Voldemort's scream of rage. Harry landed hard on stone floor, the cup clattering away, his body giving out beneath him. He was in the Founder's study. Safe. For a long moment. He just lay there, staring at the ceiling, processing everything that had happened. He'd faced Voldemort. He'd survived. He'd learned secrets that the Dark Lord had kept hidden for decades. And he'd escaped. The door burst open, and Daphne rushed in. "Harry." "Oh, Merlin, you're bleeding. What happened?" "Where graveyard?" His voice was barely a whisper. "Voldemort. He's back. Full body." Daphne's face went white. "The Horcruxes," Harry continued, forcing the words out. "That's how he survives. Pieces of his soul, hidden. There are multiple. I felt them through the connection. Harry, you need healing. I need to tell Dumbledore." He tried to sit up and nearly passed out. "The Horcruxes. He needs to know about the Horcruxes. You can tell him after you stop bleeding." Daphne's hands were already moving, casting healing charms, applying pressure to his wounds. "Honestly, Potter, you're impossible." Harry managed a weak laugh. "That's what they keep telling me." Madame Pomfrey was summoned to the study, its existence apparently no longer secret, given the circumstances. She healed Harry's wounds with professional efficiency and liberal disapproval, lecturing him throughout about the dangers of dark magic and foolish heroics. Harry endured it. He'd earned worse. Dumbledore arrived within the hour, his face grave. "The portkey trap was re-established after my intervention," the headmaster said. "Someone with access to the maze modified the cup between my inspection and the task itself." Voldemort has people everywhere, Harry said. He was sitting up now, bandaged but functional. Not just crouch. A network. Death Eaters in the Ministry, in positions of influence. I feared as much. Dumbledore looked old, older than Harry had ever seen him. You've discovered something. About how he survived his first defeat. Horcruxes. The word hung in the air. Soul anchors. He's made multiple. As long as they exist, he can't truly die. Dumbledore closed his eyes. I suspected. For years, I've suspected. But I couldn't confirm. One of them is inside me. The headmaster's eyes snapped open. I felt it, Harry continued. Through the connection, there's a piece of his soul in my scar. That's why we're linked. That's why I can see into his mind sometimes. Harry, Dumbledore's voice was pained. I'm not asking for sympathy. I'm asking what we do about it. Harry met the old man's eyes. You've been planning for this war for years. You must have considered solutions. Dumbledore hesitated. There are possibilities. Research to be done. Ways, perhaps, to remove a Horcrux without destroying its vessel. Find them. Research them. Make them work. Harry stood, ignoring Pomfrey's protests. Because I'm not going to live the rest of my life with a piece of that monster inside me. And I'm not going to die just to destroy him. It may come to that. Then make sure it doesn't. Harry walked toward the door. You owe me that much, Professor. After everything you've done, everything you've hidden, find another way. He left Dumbledore sitting in the study, surrounded by the Founder's legacy, bearing the weight of a terrible truth. The next few days were chaos. News of Voldemort's return spread through the wizarding world like wildfire. The Ministry initially tried to deny it. Fudge gave an infamous press conference insisting that Harry was lying, that Dumbledore was fear-mongering, that everything was fine. But Harry had evidence. He released memories of the graveyard confrontation to the Daily Prophet, not through Rita Skeeter, but through a reporter he'd cultivated specifically for this purpose. The Pinsy-verified memories showed everything. The ritual, the resurrection, Voldemort in his new body, surrounded by named Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy was arrested within 24 hours. So were 6 other Death Eaters who'd been identified from the memories. Fudge tried to suppress the story. He failed. The evidence was too clear, the witnesses too credible, the implications too devastating to ignore. By the end of the week, the Minister for Magic had resigned in disgrace, and the wizarding world was forced to confront a truth they'd been avoiding for 14 years. Lord Voldemort was back. Harry spent most of that week in the hospital wing, recovering from his injuries and the magical exhaustion of the confrontation. Visitors came and went. Ron and Hermione, deeply worried. Neville, quiet but supportive. Daphne, smuggling in reports from the political fallout. The Greengrass Alliance had proven its value. Cyrus Greengrass was among the voices calling loudest for action against Voldemort, using his family's influence to push for reforms that Harry had discussed with him. The old pureblood families were dividing along new lines. Those who'd supported Voldemort quietly for years suddenly finding themselves exposed. Those who'd stayed neutral now forced to choose sides. It's working, Daphne reported on the 5th day. The old order is cracking. Father says he hasn't seen anything like it since the First War. Good. Harry was sitting up in bed, strong enough now to read the newspapers that accumulated on his bedside table. What about Dumbledore? He's been meeting with the Wisengamot, pushing for emergency measures, expanded Auror recruitment, international cooperation. She hesitated. He's also been researching something about ancient rituals and soul magic. He won't say what, but the library's restricted section has been heavily used. The Horcruxes. Dumbledore was taking Harry's demand seriously. And the school. Term ends in a week. Everyone's scared. Parents are pulling students out early, talking about not sending them back next year. Daphne shook her head. It's chaos, but it's also opportunity. Opportunity for what? For change. She met his eyes. People are looking for leadership. For someone who saw what was coming and tried to warn them. You could be that someone, Harry. You could shape what comes next. Harry considered this. He'd spent the year building alliances, accumulating power, preparing for a conflict he knew was coming. Now that conflict was here, and people were indeed looking to him. The question was, what did he want to do with that attention? Not yet, he said finally. I need to focus on the Horcruxes first. Until they're destroyed, Voldemort can't be truly defeated. Everything else is just managing symptoms. And after the Horcruxes? After. Harry looked out the window at the Hogwarts grounds, green and peaceful despite the darkness gathering beyond the horizon. After, we build something better. Something that doesn't let people like Voldemort rise in the first place. The end of term arrived with more fanfare than usual. Dumbledore gave a speech at the leaving feast, acknowledging the year's events, honoring those who'd faced danger, warning of challenges ahead. It was a good speech, politically necessary, but Harry barely listened. He was thinking about summer, about the work ahead. The Dursleys were not an option anymore. Harry had legally emancipated himself through Gringotts, using his status as Founder's heir to bypass the usual age requirements. He had properties now, the Potter Manor, which had been empty since his grandparents' death, and several other houses scattered across magical Britain. He would spend the summer continuing his training, researching Horcruxes, building his network. Daphne had agreed to visit regularly, helping with political planning. Neville would join them for some of the magical training. The Longbottom heir had proven himself capable, and Harry wanted to develop that capability further. Even Hermione had come around. Her initial reluctance about Harry's methods had faded as events proved him right, and she'd thrown herself into researching Horcrux destruction with characteristic intensity. They were becoming something more than friends. A team, a foundation for the resistance that would eventually confront Voldemort. Harry watched his yearmates packing for the journey home and felt the weight of responsibility settle more firmly on his shoulders. This was just the beginning. The train ride back to London was subdued. Students clustered in compartments, speaking in low voices, sharing worries about the future. The usual end-of-term excitement was absent, replaced by an undercurrent of fear that colored every conversation. Harry sat with his usual group, Ron, Hermione, Neville, and this time Daphne as well, her presence raising eyebrows but no longer causing the scandal it would have months ago. The events of the year had changed perspectives. What happens now? Ron asked, breaking a long silence. We prepare, Harry said. We train. We get ready for what's coming. You make it sound like a war. It is a war. It has been since Voldemort first rose to power. We just didn't want to admit it. Hermione nodded slowly. The research into Horcruxes is promising. There are historical accounts, incomplete, but suggestive, ways they might be destroyed, and ways to remove one without destroying the host. Harry asked. Maybe. The texts are unclear, but there's a ritual mentioned in several sources, something about separating soul fragments through focused intent and sacrifice. She hesitated. It's dark magic, or at least, it's classified that way. Dark magic is just magic that the Ministry decided to ban, Daphne said. The classification is political, not moral. That's an oversimplification, is it? The Founders used magic that would get you thrown in Azkaban today. Are we saying they were dark wizards? The debate continued, but Harry's mind was elsewhere. Sacrifice. The ritual required sacrifice. He thought about what he was willing to give up to end this. What price he would pay to see Voldemort destroyed, his Horcruxes eliminated, his vision of pureblood supremacy buried forever. Everything, probably, if it came to that. But he'd prefer to find another way. Platform 9 3/4 was crowded with worried parents, gathering their children with unusual haste. Harry spotted the Weasleys immediately, Molly clutching Ginny, Arthur looking grim, and the Grangers nearby, clearly unsettled by the magical tension they couldn't fully understand. Harry said goodbye to his friends quickly. Summer, he said. We'll meet up. Train together. Where will you be? Ron asked. Potter Manor. I'll send the address. He walked through the barrier alone, emerging into King's Cross without family, without escort. For the first time in his life, he was truly independent. No Dursleys waiting to drag him back to Privet Drive. No handlers to manage his movements. Just Harry, his trunk, and the weight of a war he hadn't chosen but couldn't avoid. A figure separated from the crowd. Tall, shabbily dressed, face bearing the scars of old battles. Professor Lupin? Just Remus, Harry. I haven't been your professor for a year now. The werewolf smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. Dumbledore asked me to accompany you to Potter Manor. Make sure you arrive safely. I don't need an escort. No, I don't suppose you do. But perhaps. Remus hesitated. Perhaps I could use the company. It's been a difficult year, and I find myself wanting to be near friends. Harry studied the man who'd been his father's best friend, who'd taught him the Patronus charm, who'd retreated from his life after the disastrous revelation of Pettigrew's escape. "All right," he said. "You can come." They walked together toward the apparition point, two people bound by loss and love in a war that was only just beginning. Potter Manor was larger than Harry had expected. The house stood on a hill in Somerset, surrounded by grounds that had been maintained by house elves even in the family's absence. Tudor architecture, magical modifications, gardens that bloomed with plants both mundane and magical. Harry walked through the entrance and felt the wards recognize him. Blood magic, keyed to the Potter line, accepting him as the rightful owner. "Welcome home, Master Harry." A house elf appeared, old, dignified, wearing a pillowcase embroidered with the Potter crest. "I'm Pippi, Master Harry. I've been caring for the manor since your grandparents passed. Is there anything you need?" Harry looked around the entrance hall, at the portraits of ancestors who'd lived and died in this house, at the evidence of a legacy he was only beginning to understand. "Information," he said. "Everything you can tell me about the Potter family. Our history, our allies, our enemies." Pippi's eyes gleamed with something like approval. "Right away, Master Harry. There's much to tell." The summer passed in a blur of study and training. Harry had access to resources he'd never imagined. The Potter family library, which rivaled Hogwarts' restricted section in its depth and darkness. The Founder's artifacts, which continued to reveal new capabilities as he learned to use them. The network of allies he'd built, who provided intelligence and support as Voldemort's forces began moving in the shadows. Dumbledore visited twice. The first time, they discussed Horcruxes. The headmaster had made progress, identified the likely locations of several anchors, developed theories about how they might be destroyed. "The diary you encountered in your second year," Dumbledore said. "That was a Horcrux, the first we know of, and I destroyed it with a basilisk fawn." Basilisk venom is one of the few substances capable of damaging objects imbued with soul magic. The other is fiendfire, but that's far too dangerous to use reliably. Dumbledore spread his hands. "We have options. What we lack is knowledge of where the other Horcruxes are hidden. I can help with that." Harry described the impressions he'd gained through the connection at the graveyard. Vague images of hiding places, emotional associations with locations Voldemort considered significant. Dumbledore listened with growing interest. A locket, associated with a cave by the sea. A cup, not Hufflepuff's, another one, hidden somewhere under protection. A ring, connected to a ruined house. The snake, his familiar. Harry paused. "And me? We will find a way to remove the fragment from you without harm," Dumbledore said firmly. "You'd better." The second visit was more contentious. "The Order of the Phoenix is reforming," Dumbledore said. "We need your involvement." "My involvement doing what?" "Supporting our efforts. Providing resources. Participating in missions when appropriate." "In other words, you want me as an asset again." Harry's voice was flat. "A weapon to deploy when convenient." "That's not." "Yes, it is. You've always seen me that way. The prophecy made me important, and you've spent 14 years trying to control that importance." Harry stood, moving to the window. "I'm done being controlled, Professor. If you want my help, it comes on my terms." "And what are your terms?" "Full information. No more secrets, no more manipulation, no more greater good justifications for treating me like a chess piece. I'm an ally, not a subordinate. I expect to be treated accordingly." Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "You've grown," he said finally. "More than I anticipated. I had good teachers." Harry turned to face him. The Founders wrote extensively about the dangers of concentrated power, about how even well-intentioned leaders can become tyrants if they're not held accountable. I've taken those lessons to heart. And you think I've become a tyrant? I think you've become accustomed to making decisions for other people without their consent. The result is similar, even if the intention is different. Another silence. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "Full information. Complete partnership. We work together as equals." "Do you mean that?" "I do." The old man's expression was unreadable. "You've earned it, Harry. Whatever mistakes I've made, I can see what you're becoming. And I think the wizarding world needs what you're becoming, perhaps more than it ever needed me." August brought the return of Harry's allies. Daphne came first, moving into one of the manor's guest suites with her usual efficiency. She brought books, intelligence reports, and a systematic plan for consolidating Harry's political position. Neville arrived a week later, escaping his grandmother's supervision for what he called extended practical training. He'd grown over the summer, not just physically, but in confidence and capability. The uncertain boy Harry had met on the train 4 years ago was becoming something else entirely. Hermione came last, her parents dropping her off with evident nervousness about the magical world's dangers. She brought research, reams of it, everything she'd found about Horcruxes and soul magic and the obscure rituals that might prove relevant. The key is the connection, she explained, spreading notes across the manor's library table. Horcruxes are created through murder, the ultimate violation of another person's soul. They can only be destroyed through equivalent violation, which is why basilisk venom and fiendfire work. They don't just damage the physical object, they attack the soul fragment directly. But removing one without destroying it? Harry asked. That's harder. The soul fragment bonds with its container. In living containers, like you, it becomes intertwined with the host's own soul. Hermione hesitated. There's a ritual. It's dangerous, complex, and requires perfect execution. But theoretically, it could separate the fragment without harming you. What's the ritual? It's called the Rite of Animus Severance. Ancient Greek magic, predating even the founders. The basic principle is using a sacrifice of equivalent value to replace the soul fragment, giving up something precious enough that the dark magic releases its hold. What kind of sacrifice? Hermione didn't meet his eyes. That's where the texts are unclear. They mention that which binds the supplicant to life. It could mean many things. A treasured memory, a deep relationship, your magic itself. Harry absorbed this. Find more information. I want to understand every option before we attempt anything. Training continued through August. Harry worked with his allies daily. Combat magic, defensive techniques, the advanced material from the Founders' journals. Daphne proved surprisingly capable in a duel. Her family had apparently provided excellent private instruction. Neville was powerful but unfocused, his magic surging unpredictably when he got emotional. Hermione was precise and theoretical, strong in controlled situations, but struggling with the chaos of actual combat. They complemented each other, a team greater than its individual parts. And Harry himself was becoming something new. The Founder's magic had changed him, not just his capabilities, but his fundamental connection to magic itself. He could feel the currents of power that flowed through the world, sense the wards and enchantments that surrounded magical places, perceive things that others couldn't see. It was useful. It was also isolating. You're different, Daphne said one evening, finding him on the manor's roof, staring at the stars. Even from when the year ended. Something's changing. The Founder's legacy. It's integrating. Becoming part of me. Harry shook his head. I don't fully understand it yet. But I can feel myself becoming more. More what? More powerful. More perceptive. More. He searched for the word. Responsible. The Founders created Hogwarts to protect magical children, to preserve and advance magical knowledge. That purpose is becoming mine. Daphne was quiet for a moment. That's a lot of weight to carry. I know. You don't have to carry it alone. Harry looked at her. Really looked, seeing past the political alliance to the person who'd chosen to stand with him despite the risks. I know that too, he said. It's one of the few things keeping me sane. She moved closer, not quite touching but near enough that he could feel her warmth in the cool night air. When this is over, she said. When Voldemort is defeated and the Horcruxes are destroyed and the wizarding world is safe. What happens then? Then we build something better. Together? Harry turned to face her. In the starlight, her features were soft, her usual mask of political calculation absent. Together, he confirmed. Whatever that means. However it develops. She smiled. A real smile, not the careful expression she usually showed the world. I can work with that. September approached with the promise of change. Harry would return to Hogwarts for his 5th year, but nothing would be the same. He was no longer just a student. He was a political force, a symbol of resistance, a leader whether he wanted the role or not. The war was coming. Voldemort's forces were moving. The Ministry was in chaos, the Wizengamot divided, the population terrified. But Harry had allies. He had resources. He had knowledge that Voldemort didn't know he possessed. And he had a plan. The night before he left for Hogwarts, Harry stood in the Founder's study at Potter Manor, a recreation he'd built using techniques from the journals, a space where he could access the same magic he'd discovered at school. The journals were spread around him. Godric's strategies, Rowena's rituals, Helga's healing, Salazar's ruthlessness. For perspectives, for approaches, one purpose: protect the innocent, preserve knowledge, build something that lasts. Harry closed the journals and gathered his things. The second phase was beginning. Chapter 5. The gathering storm. Harry stepped off the Hogwarts Express into a wall of silence. The platform at Hogsmeade was crowded with students, but nobody was talking. They were staring at him, at the small group that had traveled in his compartment, at the visible evidence that something fundamental had shifted. Daphne walked beside him, a Slytherin openly allied with the boy who lived. Neville flanked his other side, standing straighter than he had in years. Hermione and Ron followed close behind, their presence a statement of continued loyalty despite the political complexities. They moved through the crowd like a wedge, students parting before them. Potter. Draco Malfoy stepped into their path, his face pale and pinched. My father is in Azkaban, awaiting trial for conspiracy to murder and participation in dark rituals. Harry didn't slow down. You might want to consider what side of history you want to be on, Malfoy. Draco's mouth opened, then closed. He stepped aside. The carriages waited ahead, thestrals visible to Harry's eyes, and he noticed, to several other students who hadn't been able to see them before. The events of last year had introduced many to death. Harry climbed into a carriage with his allies and felt the old magic of Hogwarts settle around him like a familiar cloak. He was home, and this year, things would be different. The sorting feast was subdued. New students were sorted with the usual ceremony, but the applause felt muted, the excitement dampened by the knowledge of what lurked beyond the castle walls. Harry watched from the Gryffindor table, noting which students looked frightened, which looked determined, which looked like they might become problems. Dumbledore's speech was different this year. Dark times lie ahead, the headmaster said, his voice carrying to every corner of the Great Hall. Lord Voldemort has returned, and those who denied this truth have been proven tragically wrong. But Hogwarts has stood for 1,000 years, through wars and plagues and worse. It will stand now. He paused, his eyes sweeping the room. This year, we make changes. Defense against the dark arts will be taught with renewed rigor, focusing on practical skills that may save your lives. Security measures will be enhanced. And for those students of age who wish to contribute more directly to our defense, opportunities will be provided. Murmurs rippled through the hall. We face an enemy who values only power, Dumbledore continued, who sees murder as acceptable, torture as useful, domination as natural. Against such an enemy, we must be strong, but we must also remember what we fight for. Love, friendship, the belief that every person has value, regardless of blood or birth. His gaze found Harry's. Some among us have already faced this enemy and survived. They remind us that courage is not the absence of fear, but action despite it. Let their example inspire us all. The speech ended. Food appeared. The feast began. But Harry noticed that Dumbledore looked tired, more tired than he'd ever seen the old man. Whatever the headmaster was planning, it was taking a toll. Classes began the next day with an intensity that matched Dumbledore's warnings. Defense against the dark arts was taught by Kingsley Shacklebolt, the Auror who'd helped arrest the Death Eaters Harry had identified. His approach was brutally practical. No theory, no history, just spells that would keep you alive when dark wizards were trying to kill you. Shield Charm, Shacklebolt said on the first day, his deep voice filling the classroom. Most of you can cast it. Few of you can cast it well enough to matter. We're going to fix that. He spent the entire period attacking students with stinging hexes, forcing them to shield or suffer. By the end, most of the class was bruised and humiliated, but their shields were noticeably stronger. Harry appreciated the approach. It was what he'd been doing all summer, just applied to a larger group. Transfiguration and charms continued with their usual rigor, though McGonagall and Flitwick both seemed grimmer than before. Potions was taught by Snape, whose hostility toward Harry had evolved into something more complicated, not friendly, but less actively antagonistic. The biggest change was the new elective, combat preparation. Open to 5th years and above, taught jointly by Shacklebolt and a rotating cast of Order members, it covered everything from dueling technique to tactical thinking to emergency medical treatment. Harry signed up immediately and found himself in a class that included most of his allies, plus a surprising number of students from other houses. War doesn't care about house colors, Shacklebolt said at the first session. Neither do I. You're here to learn how to survive and how to fight. Everything else is secondary. The first month of term established a rhythm. Harry attended classes, trained with his allies, and quietly continued his own advanced studies in the Room of Requirement. The Founder's magic had shown him how to access parts of Hogwarts that most people didn't know existed. Hidden chambers, sealed libraries, ancient workings that predated the modern school. One such chamber contained something Harry had been searching for, the Founder's original ward stone. The massive crystal stood in a cavern deep beneath the castle, pulsing with magic that maintained Hogwarts' legendary protections. Harry spent hours studying it, learning how the wards functioned, understanding the intricate lattice of enchantments that kept the school safe. The wards were strong, but they could be stronger. Using techniques from the journals, Harry began quietly reinforcing the protections. Not obvious changes, nothing that would alert Dumbledore or the staff, but subtle enhancements that would matter when the time came. Because the time would come. Voldemort would attack Hogwarts eventually. Everyone knew it. Harry intended to be ready. October brought the first major incident. A group of seventh-year Slytherins, children of Death Eaters, openly supporting Voldemort despite the political fallout, cornered a Muggle-born second year in a deserted corridor. Harry found them by accident, cutting through an unused passage on his way to the Room of Requirement. Blood traitors and mudbloods. One of them was saying, wand pointed at the crying girl. When the Dark Lord wins, you'll all what? Harry's voice cut through the corridor, and the Slytherins spun to face him. 5 of them. Marcus Flint's younger brother, the Carrow cousins, 2 others Harry didn't recognize. All of them with wands drawn, all of them with the particular arrogance that came from believing their side would win. Potter, the apparent leader, Flint, sneered. Come to save the mudblood? How heroic. Actually, I came to use this passage. You're in my way. We're in your way? Do you have any idea? Harry moved. The Founders had trained him well. Before Flint could finish his sentence, Harry had closed the distance and put a fist into his stomach. Flint doubled over. Harry grabbed his wand arm, twisted, and sent him crashing into his nearest companion. The others attacked. Spells flew. Curses, hexes, the unimaginative repertoire of bullies who'd never faced real opposition. Harry deflected the first curse with a shield, dodged the second, and dropped the third attacker with a stunner. The fourth managed to cast something dark. Harry felt the magic's malevolent intent, but he sidestepped and responded with a spell from Salazar's journal. The Slytherin went rigid, locked in magical paralysis, his eyes wide with terror. The last one standing, one of the Carrow cousins, hesitated, wand trembling. Go ahead, Harry said quietly. Give me a reason. The Carrow dropped his wand. Harry surveyed the corridor. 5 incapacitated Slytherins, 1 terrified second year, and no witnesses. What's your name? He asked the girl. Emma. Emma Dobbs. Emma, I need you to go find Professor Shacklebolt. Tell him there's been an incident, and I'm waiting here with evidence. Can you do that? She nodded frantically and ran. Harry leaned against the wall to wait, keeping one eye on the groaning Slytherins. You attacked us, Flint managed, struggling to sit up. Students. When your father is being investigated for connections to known Death Eaters. Probably not the best leverage right now. Harry's voice was conversational. You threatened a student with violence based on her blood status. In front of a witness. That's expulsion-level offense, especially given current political climate. You can't prove, I don't have to prove anything. The second year you traumatized will testify. So will I. Harry smiled coldly. Your family name isn't worth what it used to be, Flint. You might want to remember that. The incident had consequences. Flint and his companions were brought before the headmaster. The Carrow cousins were expelled. Their families' ties to Voldemort were too open for the school to ignore. Flint himself received suspension and probation, his father's remaining political connections just barely saving him from worse. More importantly, the incident sent a message. Harry Potter would not tolerate blood prejudice. Harry Potter would act, personally and decisively, against anyone who threatened innocent students. Harry Potter was not just a symbol or a figurehead. He was dangerous. Some students were frightened by this. Others were inspired. By November, Harry had received requests from over 30 students across all 4 houses, asking to join his training sessions. He said yes to all of them. The training group grew organically. They met 3 times a week in the room of requirement, which Harry had configured as a training space that would adjust to their needs. Basic students learned fundamentals, shields, stunners, the combat mobility that could mean life or death. Advanced students worked on more complex magic, dueling technique, the tactical thinking that turned individual fighters into effective units. Harry taught when he could, but he also delegated. Daphne handled the political education, explaining the wizarding world's power structures, teaching students to recognize propaganda and manipulation. Hermione covered magical theory, helping students understand not just how spells worked, but why. Neville, surprisingly, proved excellent at teaching herbology's combat applications, plants that could heal, harm, or provide tactical advantages. They called themselves the Defense Association, DA for short. It's not an army, Harry said at one of their early meetings. We're not soldiers, but we might have to fight, and if we do, I want us to win. Against Death Eaters? A fifth-year Hufflepuff asked nervously. Against anyone who threatens innocent people. Harry looked around the room, 40 faces now, representing every house. Voldemort isn't the only enemy. Prejudice is an enemy. Fear is an enemy. The willingness to let evil happen because stopping it is inconvenient. That's an enemy too. Hermione caught his eye and smiled slightly. He was learning to give speeches. November also brought news from outside Hogwarts. Dumbledore had been hunting Horcruxes. The headmaster appeared in Harry's office, the private study Harry had claimed in an unused tower, looking exhausted and carrying a ring. I found it, Dumbledore said, setting the ring on Harry's desk. The Gaunt ring, one of his earliest Horcruxes, hidden in his family's ancestral home. Harry examined the ring without touching it. He could feel the dark magic radiating from it, the soul fragment, twisted and malevolent, straining against its prison. How did you destroy it? Basilisk venom. I kept a small supply from the Chamber of Secrets incident. Dumbledore's voice was strained. But I made an error. The ring bore a curse, a powerful one. I triggered it while retrieving the artifact. He raised his right hand. The flesh was blackened and dead, necrosis spreading visibly up his arm. Merlin, Harry breathed. Can it be stopped? Slowed. Snape has created a potion that contains the curse, but it cannot be reversed. Dumbledore's eyes were calm despite the death sentence he was describing. I have perhaps a year. Maybe less. Harry stared at the old man, his manipulator, his mentor, his complicated ally. Why are you telling me this? Because the task of destroying Voldemort will fall to you, sooner than either of us hoped. Dumbledore sat heavily in a chair. I had planned to guide you through it, to be present when the final confrontation came. That plan is no longer viable. The other Horcruxes? The locket is in a cave, as your vision suggested. The cup is in Gringotts, in the Lestrange vault. The snake is always with Voldemort himself, and the fragment in your scar. Dumbledore trailed off. Still no solution? Hermione's research has been helpful. The rite of anima severance may be our best option, but the sacrifice required is significant. We need to understand exactly what form it must take. Harry nodded slowly. What do you need from me? Your help retrieving the locket. The cave's defenses are formidable, designed to require 2 people, one to sacrifice themselves for the other's survival. With my current condition, I cannot be certain of my capabilities. When? Soon. Before Christmas, if possible. I want to see as many Horcruxes destroyed as possible before. He didn't finish the sentence. Harry stood and walked to the window, looking out at the Hogwarts grounds. Dumbledore was dying. The man who'd shaped his entire life, for good and ill, was facing a death sentence that couldn't be reversed. I'll help, Harry said finally, but I want something in return. Name it. Everything you know about Voldemort. Every secret, every suspicion, every piece of intelligence you've gathered over the decades. No more holding back information because you think I'm not ready. That's a considerable amount of information. Then we'd better get started. They spent the next 3 weeks in intensive sessions. Dumbledore shared everything. His research into Tom Riddle's past, the psychological profile he'd developed, the strategic assessments of Death Eater capabilities. Harry absorbed it all, adding it to his own knowledge, building a comprehensive picture of the enemy. Voldemort was afraid of death. That was his fundamental weakness. Everything he did, every crime he committed, stemmed from that primal fear. The Horcruxes were an attempt to cheat mortality. His obsession with pure-blood ideology was partly a rejection of his own half-blood heritage, partly a need to control others before they could threaten him. He sees relationships as transactions, Dumbledore explained. Love is incomprehensible to him. He interprets it as weakness, as leverage to be exploited. That's why the prophecy mentions a power he knows not. Your capacity for love, for genuine connection, is something he literally cannot understand. That's a nice sentiment, Harry said. But how does love help me win a fight? It provides motivation, purpose, the willingness to sacrifice for others, which Tom cannot comprehend or predict. Dumbledore smiled slightly. It also creates bonds that strengthen magic itself. The ancient protections your mother's love provided are one example, but there are others. Magic rooted in genuine emotion is more powerful than magic rooted in fear or hatred. Harry thought about his allies. About Daphne, Neville, Hermione, the entire DA. About the connections he'd built over the past year. Maybe Dumbledore had a point. December arrived with snow and tension. The wizarding world outside Hogwarts was descending into fear. Voldemort's forces struck seemingly at random. A Muggle village destroyed here. A prominent official assassinated there. The pattern was terror rather than conquest, designed to destabilize society and demonstrate that no one was safe. The ministry struggled to respond. Amelia Bones, newly appointed as minister after Fudge's resignation, was competent but overwhelmed. The Auror force was too small, the political establishment too fractured, the population too frightened. Harry watched the news with growing frustration. Every attack that succeeded was a failure, not just of defense, but of the entire system he was trying to change. You can't save everyone, Daphne said, finding him in his study late one night. Newspapers spread across the desk. That's not a criticism, it's reality. We don't have the resources to prevent every attack. I know. Harry pushed the papers aside. But every person who dies is someone who didn't have to die. If we'd moved faster, built more effectively, we've built something remarkable in 4 months. A training program, a political network, intelligence channels that rival the ministries. That's not nothing. It's not enough. It's what we have. She sat on the edge of his desk, closer than she usually allowed herself. Harry, I understand the weight you carry. But if you burn yourself out trying to carry it alone, you'll fail anyway. Let others help. Let them share the burden. I'm not good at that. I know. Neither am I. Her smile was wry. We're both control-seeking, strategically minded people who have trouble trusting others with important tasks. It's part of why we work well together. Harry looked at her. Really looked, seeing the exhaustion in her eyes that mirrored his own. She'd been working as hard as he had, managing political connections while maintaining her cover as an ordinary student. Thank you, he said, for everything you've done. Don't thank me yet. We haven't won anything. You keep saying that. Because it's still true. But she was smiling. Ask me again when the war is over. The expedition to retrieve the locket was scheduled for December 20th, 2 days before the winter holiday began. Harry and Dumbledore would travel alone. The cave's defenses were keyed to 2 people, no more. They'd rehearsed the plan extensively, prepared for known contingencies, accepted the risks. The night before, Harry gathered his allies in the room of requirement. I'll be gone for a day, possibly 2, he said. If something goes wrong, if I don't come back, there are instructions in my study. Daphne knows where. Nothing's going to go wrong, Ron said, but his voice lacked conviction. Probably not. But I want contingencies in place. Harry looked around the room, at the faces that had become family over the past months. The DA is bigger than me. If I fall, it continues. That's the whole point of building something that lasts. Inspiring speech, Neville said dryly. Very heroic. Now maybe tell us what you're actually doing. Harry hesitated. Dumbledore had asked him to keep the Horcrux mission secret. The fewer people who knew, the less chance of information reaching Voldemort. But these were his people, his allies. They deserved trust. We're destroying one of Voldemort's anchors, he said. Something that keeps him tied to life even when his body is destroyed. It's hidden in a cave, protected by dark magic, and probably very dangerous. Silence. You're destroying parts of Voldemort's soul, Hermione said slowly. That's what the Horcruxes are. Soul fragments. Yes. And there are more of them? Several. The cave holds one. Others are hidden elsewhere. Harry met her eyes. This is the real war, Hermione. Not battles or politics. Destroying the things that make him immortal. Until they're gone, he can't truly die. More silence. Then we help, Neville said. Whatever you need. Research, support, backup, we're in. This isn't your, yes, it is. Neville's voice was firm. You said yourself, the DA is bigger than you. So is this mission. Let us help. Harry looked around the room. Every face showed the same determination. All right, he said finally. When I get back, we plan the next steps together. The cave was worse than Harry had imagined. A cliff face on a desolate stretch of Irish coast, hidden from Muggle and wizard alike by centuries-old enchantments. Dumbledore found the entrance, a door that required payment in blood, and they swam through freezing water to reach the cavern beyond. Inside was darkness, broken only by an eerie green glow from the center of an underground lake. The Horcrux is on that island, Dumbledore said, pointing to a small outcropping of rock. The lake is filled with inferi, animated corpses. They'll attack anything that disturbs the water. How do we cross? There's a boat, enchanted to carry one wizard at a time. But together, our combined magical weight might be acceptable. The boat was a frail-looking thing, barely large enough for both of them. It moved without oars or sails, gliding across the black water with terrible slowness. Harry kept his wand ready, watching the depths for movement. They reached the island. A basin stood at its center, filled with a glowing green potion. At the bottom of the basin, visible through the liquid, something glittered. The locket, Dumbledore said. The potion cannot be touched, vanished, or otherwise magically affected. It must be drunk. And what does the potion do? I don't know precisely, but it will almost certainly cause suffering. Dumbledore's voice was calm, accepting. I will drink it. You must ensure I continue drinking no matter what I say or do. And you must retrieve the locket once the basin is empty. Professor, this is not negotiable, Harry. My death is already approaching. Risking my remaining time for this purpose is acceptable. He produced a goblet from his robes. Promise me, no matter what I say, you will make me continue. Harry stared at the old man, the great wizard, reduced by the curse in his hand, facing a certain torment for a cause he might not live to see completed. I promise. Dumbledore dipped the goblet into the potion and drank. It was the worst thing Harry had ever witnessed. The potion brought nightmares to life. Dumbledore screamed, begged, pleaded for death, reliving horrors that Harry could only imagine. His withered hand clawed at his face, trying to stop the visions that assaulted him. Harry forced him to keep drinking. No more. Please. I'll do anything. Another gobletful. Make it stop. The fire. They're burning. Another. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I killed her. Another. The basin emptied. The locket lay exposed. Harry grabbed it and stuffed it into his pocket, then turned to help Dumbledore. But the old man was barely conscious, mumbling deliriously, reaching for the lake. Water. Need water. Not the lake. Harry conjured a goblet and tried to fill it, but the water vanished before it could reach Dumbledore's lips. The cave's magic, preventing any relief. Harry hesitated for only a moment. Then he dipped his goblet into the lake. The inferi attacked. They rose from the black water like a tide of death. Hundreds of them. Thousands. Corpses preserved by dark magic, reaching for the living with cold, rotting hands. Harry fired spells into the mass, stunners, banishers, everything he could think of. The inferi kept coming, climbing onto the island, grabbing at his robes. Fire! Dumbledore croaked, sudden lucidity piercing his delirium. They fear fire. Harry had never cast Fiendfire. It was too dangerous, too difficult to control. But he knew regular fire spells, and he poured everything he had into them. A ring of flame erupted around the island, driving back the inferi, giving them precious seconds to breathe. The boat! Harry shouted. We have to get to the boat. He dragged Dumbledore toward the water's edge, flames still billowing from his wand, inferi shrieking as they burned. The boat was there, barely, rocking in water that churned with desperate corpses. They climbed in. The boat began to move. The inferi followed, reaching up from below, trying to capsize the vessel. Harry kept casting fire, his magical reserves depleting rapidly. knowing he couldn't maintain this much longer. The shore approached. The entrance approached. They made it through the blood door, through the water, out into the cold night air. Harry collapsed on the cliff top, gasping, Dumbledore unconscious beside him. The locket was a heavy weight in his pocket. They returned to Hogwarts via emergency portkey. Madame Pomfrey was furious, Snape was grim, and the news spread through the castle within hours despite attempts at secrecy. The headmaster was incapacitated, the boy who lived had nearly died, and something dark had been retrieved from a distant cave. Harry spent 2 days in the hospital wing, recovering from magical exhaustion and mild hypothermia. His allies visited constantly, demanding explanations he wasn't ready to give. Daphne was the most persistent. "You almost died." "I've almost died before." "That's not funny." "It wasn't meant to be." Harry sat up in his bed, ignoring Pomfrey's protests. "The Horcrux is destroyed. Dumbledore used basilisk venom before he lost consciousness. That's 3 down. The diary, the ring, the locket. 3 more to go. 3 more suicide missions. The cup is in Gringotts. We might be able to retrieve it through political channels." Harry smiled grimly. "The goblins have their own grievances against Voldemort. And the snake will have to wait until the final confrontation." "And the one in your head?" Harry didn't answer. "Harry, we're working on it. Hermione found some promising research. The rite of animus severance might work, but we need to understand the sacrifice component better." Daphne stared at him for a long moment. "If you die trying to destroy that thing," she said finally, "I will never forgive you." "I don't plan to die." "Nobody plans to die. They just do it anyway." She reached out and took his hand, a gesture she rarely made in public. "Promise me you'll find another way. Promise me you'll keep looking until there's an option that doesn't involve sacrifice." "I can't promise." "Promise me, Harry." He looked at her face, the fear beneath the anger, the genuine emotion she usually kept hidden. "I promise I'll try," he said. "That's the best I can do." "Then it'll have to be enough." Christmas at Hogwarts was subdued but present. Dumbledore was recovering slowly, the cave's poison adding to the burden of his cursed hand. He'd be functional by the new year, but diminished, his magic weakened, his body failing. The timeline was accelerating. Harry spent the holiday planning with his allies, mapping out the remaining Horcruxes and potential approaches. "The cup is in the Lestrange vault," Hermione reported. "One of the most secure locations in Gringotts. Breaking in would be virtually impossible." "We don't need to break in." Harry had been thinking about this. The goblins have ancient grievances, artifacts stolen by wizards, treaties broken, promises betrayed. If we can offer them something they want, they might help us willingly. What do we have that goblins want? "The Founder's artifacts." Harry pulled out the list he'd been compiling. Helga Hufflepuff's cup, the real one, not Voldemort's Horcrux, was created in collaboration with goblin smiths. They've considered it stolen for centuries. If I offer to return it, they might negotiate. Daphne nodded slowly. Political leverage. Use one artifact to retrieve another. Exactly. The goblins will want guarantees. Formal agreements, probably witnessed by neutral parties. Then we'll give them guarantees. I've got the authority as Founder's heir to negotiate on Hogwarts' behalf. And the Greengrass family connections might help establish credibility. They worked through the night, refining the approach, preparing for a negotiation that could change the course of the war. The goblin negotiations began in January. Ragnarok himself agreed to meet with Harry, a sign of how seriously the goblins took the offer. They convened in a neutral location, a chamber in Gringotts that had been warded by both wizards and goblins against deception. "The Hufflepuff cup," Ragnarok said, studying the artifact Harry had brought. "Authentic, undamaged, worth more than most wizards' entire fortunes." His dark eyes fixed on Harry. "What do you want in return?" "Access to the Lestrange vault. Specifically, to retrieve an item that was stolen and hidden there, an item that poses a threat to all magical beings, not just wizards." "A Horcrux." Harry went still. "You know about them?" "The goblins have long memories, Mr. Potter. We remember the soul splitters of ancient times, the dark wizards who thought they could cheat death. We remember how they were destroyed." Ragnarok's smile showed too many teeth. "We also remember how their artifacts were often used, stolen from us, corrupted by dark magic, made into vessels for human evil. Then you understand why it needs to be destroyed." "We understand." But the Lestrange vault is protected by ancient agreements. We cannot simply open it for you. That would violate treaties that bind us still. What if the Lestrange's crimes voided those treaties? Harry leaned forward. Bellatrix Lestrange is an escaped prisoner who participated in torture, murder, and acts of war against magical Britain. Her husband is the same. Their vault contains artifacts used in dark rituals and items stolen from murdered victims. These are wizard matters. One of the stolen items is a goblin-forged blade, taken from the Pierrot family home after Bellatrix murdered them. Harry had done his research. The blade was made by goblin smiths for the Pierrot family 800 years ago. Under goblin law, it should have returned to its makers when the family line ended. Ragnarok's expression shifted. You know our laws. I know that justice matters to goblins. I know that treaties aren't meant to protect criminals. Harry spread his hands. I'm offering you an authentic founder artifact, voluntarily returned for the first time in history. I'm pointing out legal grounds for invalidating the Lestrange protections. All I ask in return is access to one item in one vault, an item that I will destroy, removing dark magic from the world. The goblin was silent for a long moment. The council will deliberate, he said finally. But I believe you will have your access. The cup was retrieved in February. Harry entered the Lestrange vault accompanied by goblin guards, neutralized the curses protecting the Horcrux, and destroyed it with basilisk venom on the spot. 4 down, 2 to go. The snake remained with Voldemort. The fragment in Harry's scar remained an unsolved problem. But progress was being made. Dumbledore watched from his office, too weak now for active missions, but still advising, still planning. You're doing well, the headmaster said after Harry reported the cup's destruction. Better than I could have hoped. It doesn't feel like enough. It never does. The burden of leadership is knowing that every victory reveals new challenges. Every problem solved creates new problems. Dumbledore smiled wearily. But you're building something, Harry. Something that will outlast both of us. The DA? More than that. A generation of young witches and wizards who believe in something other than blood purity and fear. Who are willing to fight for a better world. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. That's the real victory. That's what Voldemort can never understand or defeat. March brought escalation. Voldemort's forces attacked Hogsmeade during a student visit. It wasn't a full assault, more of a probe, testing defenses, spreading terror. But 3 students were injured, a shopkeeper was killed, and the message was clear: nowhere was safe. Harry responded by activating the DA's emergency protocols. Within minutes of the first attack, organized groups of students were shepherding their younger peers to safety, establishing defensive perimeters, coordinating with the professors who arrived to respond. The Death Eaters were driven off after 20 minutes of fighting, but they'd achieved their objective. Fear was spreading. That night, Harry addressed the DA in full session. This is what war looks like, he said. Not glorious battles or heroic last stands. Innocent people hurt. Fear spreading. The constant pressure of knowing that today might be the day everything falls apart. He looked around the room, at the faces that had become hardened over months of training, at the determination that had replaced their earlier uncertainty. But this is also what resistance looks like. When the attack came, you responded. You protected each other. You held the line until help arrived. Harry's voice strengthened. Voldemort wants us to be afraid, wants us to hide, to wait for someone else to save us, to accept that the world he's building is inevitable. We're the proof that he's wrong. Applause erupted, not the polite acknowledgement of a good speech, but something fiercer. Defiance, pride, commitment. The DA was ready for war. Now Harry just had to make sure they survived it. April brought unexpected news. Hermione burst into Harry's study, clutching a book and looking like she'd discovered the secret of the universe. I found it. The sacrifice for the Animus Severance. Harry set down his own work immediately. What? It's not physical sacrifice. It's not death or injury or even magical power. Hermione was pacing, words tumbling out rapidly. It's connection. The ritual requires severing a fundamental connection, a bond that ties the supplicant to something or someone they value above themselves. That's vague. It's not, though. The text describes specific examples, people giving up their ability to remember loved ones, sacrificing their magical talent, breaking bonds with their own families. She stopped pacing. The sacrifice has to be real, meaningful. something you would never willingly give up. Harry thought about this. What did he value above himself? What connection was so fundamental that losing it would count as sacrifice? The faces of his friends appeared in his mind. Daphne, Neville, Ron, Hermione herself. If I severed my connections to the people I love, that might work. But Harry, think about what that means. You'd forget them, or they'd forget you, or the relationships themselves would cease to exist. Hermione's face was troubled. Is destroying the Horcrux worth that cost? It might have to be. There might be other options. The text mentions equivalencies, finding something of equal value that doesn't destroy relationships directly. Like what? I don't know yet, but I'll keep looking. She met his eyes. Don't make any decisions until we've explored everything. Please. Harry nodded slowly. I'll wait. But Hermione, if there's no other way, then we'll deal with that together. You're not making this choice alone. May arrived with the knowledge that time was running out. Dumbledore's condition was worsening. His blackened hand had spread to his shoulder, the curse eating away at his life despite Snape's best efforts. He had weeks now, not months. And the war was accelerating. Voldemort's attacks were becoming more frequent, more brazen. The Ministry was struggling to maintain order. Public fear was reaching fever pitch. Harry knew he was running out of time for preparation. Soon, very soon, the final confrontation would come, whether he was ready or not. The snake, he said during a late-night planning session with his inner circle. Nagini, she's the last external Horcrux. Without her, Voldemort becomes mortal. She's always with him, Daphne pointed out. You can't destroy her without fighting him directly. I know. Harry had accepted this reality. The final battle will have to accomplish both, destroying the snake and defeating Voldemort himself. And the fragment in you. I'll deal with that first. Harry had made his decision. The rite of animus severance. I'll perform it before the final battle, remove the Horcrux from myself, and face Voldemort as a free man. The sacrifice, I've thought about it. Harry's voice was quiet but firm. Hermione's research showed equivalencies. Sacrificing something of equal value to what you'd give up by severing relationships. What could be equivalent to that? Harry took a breath. This was the part he hadn't told anyone yet. My connection to the Founder's magic. The heritage that makes me heir to all 4 bloodlines. Silence. That's enormous, Hermione said slowly. That magic is part of who you are now. It's changed you fundamentally, which is why it qualifies as sacrifice. Harry met their eyes. I give up the Founder's power, the magic that's been integrating into me all year. In exchange, the Horcrux is removed without destroying my other connections. You'll be weaker, Neville said. Against Voldemort, I'll be myself. Harry Potter, not the Founder's heir. That has to be enough. He smiled slightly. Besides, I'll still have everything I've learned. The knowledge doesn't go away, just the enhanced abilities. More silence. When? Daphne asked finally. Soon. Before summer. Before whatever Voldemort's planning comes to fruition. Harry stood. I wanted you all to know. To understand the choice I'm making and why. And if we disagree, then tell me. But this is my decision to make, and I've made it. Daphne rose and crossed to him, taking his hands in hers. Then we support you, she said. Whatever comes next, we face it together. The others nodded, one by one. Harry looked at the faces of his friends, his family, really, in every way that mattered, and felt something settle in his chest. He was ready. The gathering storm was about to break. Chapter 6. Fire and Blood. The ritual chamber existed in the deepest part of Hogwarts, beneath even the Founder's study. Harry had discovered it through Rowena's journal, a space designed for magic too powerful and too dangerous to perform anywhere else. The walls were carved with containment runes, the floor inscribed with channels that would direct magical overflow safely into the earth. Even the air felt different here, thick with potential energy. He stood in the center of the chamber, surrounded by candles that burned with silver flame. The others waited at the perimeter, Daphne, Hermione, Neville, and Dumbledore, who had insisted on being present despite his deteriorating condition. The ritual requires absolute focus, Hermione said, reviewing the notes one final time. You'll feel the Horcrux fighting back. It doesn't want to be separated. Don't let it win. And the sacrifice? Will happen automatically once the ritual begins. The magic will take what you're offering. Her voice wavered slightly. Harry, are you sure? I'm sure. He'd spent weeks preparing for this moment. mating on what the Founder's magic meant to him, accepting what he would lose, understanding what he would keep. The enhanced abilities would fade. The deeper connection to Hogwarts would diminish. The sense of ancient power flowing through his veins would become nothing more than memory. But his knowledge would remain. His training would remain. His allies, his purpose, his self, all of that stayed. It was a price he could pay. "Begin when you're ready," Dumbledore said softly. Harry closed his eyes and began the incantation. The magic hit like a physical force. Harry felt the Horcrux immediately, a dark presence in his mind, suddenly aware that it was under attack. It screamed, a soundless howl of rage and fear that reverberated through his consciousness. "You cannot remove me. I am part of you now. We are bound." Harry pushed deeper into the ritual, speaking words in Latin and Greek and languages older than either. The containment runes on the walls began to glow, channeling the massive energies being released. "I'll destroy you if you try. I'll take your mind, your memories, your sanity." The Horcrux wasn't bluffing. Harry could feel it clawing at his thoughts, trying to shatter his concentration. Memories surfaced unbidden, his parents' deaths, the Dursleys' abuse, every moment of pain and fear he'd ever experienced. He pushed through them. The sacrifice, the ritual demanded. Offer what was promised. Harry reached for the Founder's magic, the golden warmth that had become as natural as breathing over the past year. He felt it respond, felt it recognize what he was asking. "This is what I give," he thought. "My inheritance. My enhanced power. The legacy of Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar." The magic resisted. It didn't want to leave, didn't want to be sacrificed for something as corrupt as a Horcrux. Harry understood. The Founder's power was alive, in its way, and it had chosen him. "I'm sorry," he thought, "but this is necessary." He released his hold on the inheritance. Pain exploded through every nerve. Harry screamed. Couldn't help it. The sensation was too overwhelming to contain. The Founder's magic was tearing free, separating from his soul, taking pieces of him with it even as the Horcrux was ripped loose in exchange. He was aware of the others rushing toward him, of Dumbledore's voice shouting commands, of the containment runes flaring bright enough to blind. But it was distant, filtered through a haze of agony that consumed everything. The Horcrux shrieked as it was expelled, a fragment of Voldemort's soul, twisted and malevolent, suddenly homeless. For one terrible moment, Harry saw it clearly, a writhing shadow, half-formed and screaming, clawing at the air as it tried to find purchase. Then the ritual's final phase activated. Silver fire erupted from the candles, converging on the Horcrux, consuming it utterly. The screaming stopped. The shadows dissolved. And Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing, 3 days later. The first thing he noticed was the absence. The Founder's magic was gone, not diminished, not weakened, but entirely absent. Where there had been a constant awareness of Hogwarts' ancient power, there was now only emptiness. It felt like losing a limb. "You're awake." Daphne was sitting beside his bed, dark circles under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept much during his recovery. "The ritual worked." Her voice was careful. "The Horcrux is destroyed." Hermione confirmed it. "There's no trace of foreign soul magic in you anymore." "And the sacrifice?" "Your magic is different now. Still there, still strong, but different." She hesitated. "Dumbledore says you've lost about 30% of your raw power. The enhanced abilities, the connection to the castle's deeper workings, all gone." Harry absorbed this. He'd expected it, prepared for it, but hearing the confirmation still hurt. "I can feel it," he said. "The emptiness where it used to be. Does it change anything?" "No." He pushed himself upright, ignoring the weakness in his muscles. "Voldemort is still out there. The snake is still a Horcrux. We still have a war to win. You need to rest. I've rested for 3 days." "What's happened while I was out?" Daphne's expression tightened. "Nothing good." The news was worse than Harry had feared. Voldemort had accelerated his offensive, attacking multiple targets simultaneously. Diagon Alley had been raided, several shops destroyed. The Ministry had been infiltrated, at least 3 senior officials revealed as Imperiused or willing collaborators. Hogsmeade was under lockdown after another attack, and Dumbledore had collapsed. The headmaster was in his private chambers, attended by Snape and Madame Pomfrey, his condition critical. The curse from the ring had spread despite all efforts to contain it. He had days now, maybe hours. Harry went to see him immediately. The old man looked diminished, smaller somehow, his presence reduced along with his body. His blackened hand had spread to cover most of his arm, and his breathing was labored. Harry, Dumbledore's voice was a whisper. The ritual succeeded? It succeeded. Good. Good. A ghost of a smile crossed the weathered face. Then we're close. One Horcrux remaining, plus the vessel itself. Nagini. And Voldemort. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were still sharp, even as his body failed. I had hoped to be there, to help you face him at the end. But it seems that won't be possible. Professor, don't. The old man raised his good hand weakly. Don't tell me I'll recover, or that everything will be fine. We both know better. He coughed, a terrible wet sound. I've made many mistakes, Harry. With you, with so many others. I hope the good I've done outweighs the harm. It does. Harry surprised himself by meaning it. Despite everything, the manipulation, the secrets, the years of being managed, Dumbledore had also fought, had sacrificed, had given his life, ultimately, to destroying the evil he'd spent decades opposing. The Elder Wand, Dumbledore said suddenly. You know of it. The Death Stick. From the legend of the three brothers. It's real, and it's mine. Dumbledore gestured weakly toward his nightstand. When I die, its allegiance will transfer. Snape has agreed to end my suffering when the time comes. This will make him the wand's master, in theory. Why are you telling me this? Because Voldemort knows about the wand. He's been seeking it, tracking its history. He believes it will make him invincible. Dumbledore's voice was fading. But the wand's allegiance is complex. It follows power, but also subtlety. It may not serve him as he expects. Harry filed this away. The Elder Wand, another piece of the puzzle, another variable in the final equation. Rest, he said. I'll come back later. Dumbledore's eyes had already closed. His breathing was shallow, irregular. Harry left the chamber with a heavy heart. The attack on Hogwarts came 3 days later. It began at dawn. A massive force of Death Eaters, giants, Dementors, and worse, materializing beyond the castle's wards and immediately beginning to test the defenses. Harry was in the Great Hall when the alarm sounded. Everyone to their positions, he shouted, years of training taking over. DA members, you know what to do. Younger students, evacuation routes to the lower levels. Move. The organized chaos was something to see. Students who would have panicked a year ago now moved with purpose, following the protocols Harry had drilled into them. Older members of the DA took command of their house groups, directing traffic, establishing defensive perimeters. Harry sprinted for the front gates, where the Order of the Phoenix was already gathering. McGonagall was there, transformed into something fiercer than the stern Professor Harry had known. Shacklebolt coordinated aura responses with military precision. Flitwick, Tiny Flitwick, had animated every suit of armor in the castle and was directing them toward the breach points. Report, Harry demanded. Outer wards are holding but won't last, Shacklebolt said. Estimate 50 to 70 Death Eaters, 12 giants, unknown number of Dementors. They're probing for weak points. Voldemort, not sighted. Yet, Harry looked out at the army arrayed against them. This wasn't a raid or a probe. This was an invasion. Voldemort was making his move. Where are we weakest? The eastern approach. The greenhouses are vulnerable, and if they take that section, they'll have a clear path to the castle interior. Then that's where I'll be. Harry drew his wand. His magic was diminished now, but still formidable. Hold the main gates. I'll reinforce the east. He ran. The greenhouses were already under assault when Harry arrived. A group of Death Eaters had breached the outer wards and were battling a mixed force of DA members and professors. Neville was there, fighting with a ferocity Harry had never seen, his wand movements precise and deadly. Harry threw himself into the fight. A year ago, without the Founder's magic, he would have been overwhelmed by opponents of this caliber. But he'd trained. He'd learned techniques, strategies, ways of fighting that didn't rely on raw power. He took down the first Death Eater with a combination of spell and physical strike, a disarming charm followed by an elbow to the face. The second fell to a stunner that Harry placed with surgical precision while dodging a curse from a third. The battle became a blur of movement and magic. Harry fought beside Neville, their styles complementary. Neville's powerful offensive magic creating openings that Harry exploited with speed and precision. Death Eaters fell, stunned or bound, or simply overwhelmed by the coordinated resistance. "There's more coming," someone shouted. Harry looked up. A second wave of attackers was approaching, this time including giants, their massive forms crushing everything in their path. "Neville, get everyone back. I'll hold them. Like hell." "That's an order." Neville hesitated, then nodded and began organizing the retreat. Harry faced the approaching giants alone. He couldn't beat them directly. Not anymore. Not without the enhanced power he'd sacrificed. But he didn't need to beat them. He needed to slow them down. Harry cast the strongest barriers he could manage, creating obstacles that the giants had to smash through. He conjured walls of fire, trenches in the ground, anything that would buy time. The giants roared in frustration, slowed but not stopped. Harry kept moving, kept casting, kept fighting for every second. A spell caught him from behind, a cutting curse that sliced his shoulder open. He staggered, turned, saw a Death Eater emerging from cover. "Potter." The mask came off, revealing a face Harry didn't recognize. "The Dark Lord sends his regards." The Death Eater raised his wand. A blast of magic hit him from the side. Daphne, arriving with reinforcements, her aim perfect. "You're bleeding," she said. "I noticed. Can you move?" "I can fight." She didn't argue. They fell back together, joining the defensive line that had formed while Harry delayed the giants. The battle for the greenhouses was lost, but the castle interior was still secure. For now, the fighting continued through the morning. Harry moved between battlefronts, coordinating defenses, fighting where he was needed, trying to hold together a resistance that was badly outnumbered. The DA performed beyond all expectations. Students who should have been terrified instead fought with discipline and courage. But they were losing. Every hour brought more Death Eater reinforcements. Every hour saw more defenders fall. The outer wards had collapsed entirely. Only the castle's internal defenses remained. By noon, Voldemort himself appeared. Harry felt him before he saw him. A cold presence at the edge of perception, the familiar brush of dark magic against his senses. Even without the Horcrux connection, he could recognize that signature anywhere. The Dark Lord walked through the ruined grounds like a specter of death, Nagini coiled around his shoulders, his wand casually destroying any resistance in his path. "Harry Potter." Voldemort's voice carried magically across the battlefield. "You fought well, but it ends now." Harry stepped forward from the defender's line. "You're right," he said. "It does end now." They faced each other in the courtyard, surrounded by the debris of battle. The fighting had paused, both sides watching, understanding that this was the moment everything turned on. "You seem confident," Voldemort observed. "Curious, given your diminished state." "Yes, I felt it. Your sacrifice, your loss of power. The great founder's heir, reduced to an ordinary wizard. I was always an ordinary wizard. The power wasn't what mattered. Then what does matter? Friends, purpose, the willingness to fight for something beyond yourself." Harry's grip on his wand tightened. "Things you'll never understand." Voldemort laughed, a cold, terrible sound. "Sentiment. I expected better." "You expected wrong about a lot of things." They began to circle each other, two predators measuring, waiting for the opening. "The Horcruxes," Voldemort said. "You destroyed them. I felt each one die. Impressive for a child." "Not all of them." Voldemort's red eyes flickered. "Nagini lives. For now. Then you know you cannot truly defeat me. As long as she survives. That's the thing about plans." Harry's voice was steady. "They involve steps." The first spell came without warning. The duel was unlike anything Harry had experienced. Voldemort was faster, stronger, more versatile. Decades of dark magic had honed him into the most dangerous wizard alive. His spells came in combinations that would have overwhelmed Harry a year ago. But Harry had trained, had practiced against multiple opponents, against impossible odds, against scenarios designed specifically to teach him how to fight someone like this. He dodged rather than blocked when possible, saving his magical energy for crucial moments. He used the environment, debris, architecture, anything that could serve as shield or weapon. He fought smart rather than strong. It wasn't enough. A curse caught his leg, sending him sprawling. Another followed, which he barely deflected. Voldemort pressed the advantage, his wand moving in patterns too complex to follow. "You fight well," the Dark Lord admitted. "Better than your father did, certainly." But the outcome was never in doubt. Harry rolled aside from a killing curse and came up firing. His spell hit Nagini. The snake, which had been watching from a distance, shrieked as the curse, designed by Hermione specifically for this moment, struck her midsection. It wasn't a killing blow, but it was a wound, and more importantly, it was a distraction. Voldemort's attention flickered for just an instant. Harry attacked. The next 30 seconds were the most intense of Harry's life. He threw everything he had at Voldemort. Every technique, every trick, every spell he'd learned in a year of desperate preparation. The Dark Lord was forced backward, off balance. His attention split between protecting himself and protecting his injured Horcrux. Harry pushed harder. A cutting curse opened a gash on Voldemort's arm. A banishing hex sent him staggering. Harry closed the distance, fighting at ranges where Voldemort's superior magical power was less decisive. But Nagini was recovering, and Voldemort's moment of vulnerability was passing. A blast of force caught Harry in the chest, lifting him off his feet and slamming him into a stone wall. He crumpled, gasping, feeling ribs crack under the impact. Voldemort approached, wand raised, triumph in his crimson eyes. A noble effort. Futile, but noble. He looked at Harry with something that might have been respect. "You could have been great, you know, if you'd chosen the right side." "I did choose the right side." "Then die with that delusion." Voldemort raised his wand, and Neville Longbottom, emerging from behind a ruined pillar, drove the sword of Gryffindor through Nagini's skull. The snake died with a scream that seemed to shake the foundations of reality. Black smoke erupted from the wound, the Horcrux destroyed at last, and Nagini's massive body collapsed. Voldemort staggered, his face twisting with shock and rage. No, Harry was already moving. He'd kept one spell in reserve, one technique from Salazar's journal that he'd been saving for exactly this moment. It wasn't about power, it was about precision. A blade of focused magical intent, designed to pierce any shield, any protection, anything. He cast it directly at Voldemort's wand arm. The Dark Lord tried to dodge, tried to shield, but the blade was too fast. It severed his wand hand at the wrist, sending the Elder Wand spinning away. Voldemort screamed. Harry didn't stop. He closed the distance, fighting through his own pain, fighting through the exhaustion and the fear and everything else. Voldemort was trying to cast wandlessly, trying to summon magic through sheer will, but he was injured and shocked, and his Horcruxes were gone. Harry's final spell caught him in the chest. Confringo. The explosion of force and flame consumed Voldemort entirely. When the smoke cleared, nothing remained but ash. Harry stood in the courtyard, swaying, barely conscious. His body screamed with pain. His magical reserves were utterly depleted. But it was done. Voldemort was dead. Truly dead this time, with no Horcruxes to anchor him, no way to return. The war was over. The aftermath was chaos of a different kind. Death Eaters fled or surrendered as word of their master's defeat spread. The giants wandered off, their magical compulsions broken. Dementors scattered to the winds without leadership to direct them. Harry was carried to the hospital wing by people he barely recognized, healers swarming around him, voices asking questions he couldn't process. He slipped into unconsciousness with Daphne's face swimming above him, her mouth forming words he couldn't hear. We won, he thought. We actually won. Then darkness. He woke 3 days later to find the world changed. The Daily Prophet proclaimed victory in headlines that covered entire pages. Wizarding Britain celebrated in the streets, in homes, in every gathering place that could hold crowds. The name Harry Potter was spoken with reverence usually reserved for legends. Harry ignored most of it. He was too tired for celebrations, too damaged for parades. He stayed in the hospital wing, healing slowly, accepting visitors when he had to and turning them away when he could. His allies came regularly. Hermione brought books and research updates, already planning the next phase, rebuilding, reforming, implementing the changes they'd dreamed about. Ron brought news and gossip, an anchor to normalcy that Harry desperately needed. Neville came to sit in companionable silence, the sword of Gryffindor having apparently chosen him as its new bearer. And Daphne came every evening, staying until the healers forced her out, saying little but communicating everything through her presence. "How do you feel?" she asked on the 5th night. "Empty," Harry stared at the ceiling. The Founder's magic is gone. The Horcrux is gone. Even the war is gone. There's just space where things used to be. That sounds terrible. It's also peaceful, in a strange way. He turned to look at her. I don't remember what it was like before. Before the wait. Before the expectations. Before I was the Founder's heir, or the boy who lived, or any of it. You were 11. On a train to school, nervous about being sorted. You remember that? I noticed you. Even then. Her smile was small but genuine. You looked terrified. And determined. And completely clueless about what you were walking into. Some things never change. That's true. She reached out and took his hand. Harry, what happens now? Now we rebuild. Reform the ministry. Change the laws that let blood purists run everything. Make sure this never happens again. I meant with us. Harry was quiet for a moment. I don't know, he admitted. Everything's been about the war for so long. I'm not sure what I am without it. You're the same person you always were. Just with more scars and better reflexes. Her grip on his hand tightened. We can figure out the rest together. If you want. I want. The words came easier than he expected. After everything, the fighting, the sacrifice, the endless desperate struggle, this felt right. This felt earned. Then we will. Dumbledore died quietly in his sleep, the night after Voldemort's defeat. Snape found him in the morning, finally at peace, the curse that had been killing him no longer relevant. The old man had held on just long enough to see his war end. The funeral was massive. Thousands attended, from the highest ministry officials to the youngest Hogwarts students. Speeches were given. Tears were shed. The Phoenix Fox sang a lament that reduced even the hardest hearts to weeping. Harry spoke briefly. Albus Dumbledore was complicated, he said, standing before the crowd. He made mistakes. He kept secrets. He manipulated people, including me, for reasons he thought were justified. Murmurs rippled through the audience. He was also the strongest opponent of dark magic his generation ever knew. He built this school into a fortress of learning and protection. He fought Voldemort for decades when others had given up hope. Harry paused, gathering his thoughts. I spent much of the last year angry at him. For the secrets, the manipulation, the way he treated me as a piece in his game rather than a person. Some of that anger remains. But I also understand, now, the weight he carried. The impossible choices he faced. The burden of being the one everyone looked to for answers. He looked at the casket, at the body of the man who had shaped his life in so many ways. He wasn't a perfect man, but he was a great one. And the world is darker for his absence. The weeks that followed were a blur of reconstruction. Harry threw himself into the work, channeling his grief and exhaustion into productive effort. The ministry needed rebuilding from the ground up. Decades of corruption had left it hollow, its institutions compromised. Amelia Bones, who had survived the war by equal parts competence and luck, led the reform effort. Harry served as a consultant, using his knowledge and reputation to push through changes that would have been impossible before. The Muggle-born registration acts were repealed. The blood purity laws were struck down. The Wisengamot was restructured to reduce the power of Heir seats and increase representation for magical creatures and non-traditional communities. It wasn't revolution. The old structures resisted too much for that. But it was progress, genuine and lasting. You could be minister, Daphne observed, watching him navigate a particularly contentious Wisengamot session. They'd elect you in a heartbeat. I don't want to be minister. What do you want? Harry considered the question. He'd spent so long focused on survival, on the war, on the next crisis. The luxury of wanting things for himself felt almost alien. To teach, maybe. To help the next generation be better than we were. He smiled slightly. To have a life that isn't defined by other people's expectations. That last one might be difficult. I know, but I'm going to try anyway. The Triwizard Tournament trophy was recovered from the graveyard. No longer a portkey, just a cup. Harry donated his winnings to a new organization he'd established, the Defense Association Scholarship Fund. It would provide training and support for young witches and wizards from disadvantaged backgrounds, ensuring that the skills he'd developed wouldn't die with the generation that had learned them. The DA itself continued, transformed from a resistance movement into an institution. Seventh-year members became instructors, passing on what they'd learned to younger students. The organization spread beyond Hogwarts, establishing chapters at other schools, becoming an international network of mutual defense and support. Harry watched it grow with pride. This was his real legacy, not the victory over Voldemort, not the political reforms, but the people he'd trained and the connections he'd built. Dumbledore had been right about one thing: love mattered. Connection mattered. Building something larger than yourself mattered. The rest was just details. Summer arrived, warm and peaceful. Harry stood on the Hogwarts grounds, looking out at the lake where he'd nearly drowned retrieving Ron during the second task. It felt like a lifetime ago. It was a lifetime ago. The boy who'd faced that challenge was gone, replaced by someone shaped by war and sacrifice and loss. Ready to go? Daphne waited behind him, bags packed for their departure. They were heading to Potter Manor, their home now, a base for the work that remained. Almost. Harry took one last look at the castle. I'm going to miss this place. You'll be back. The Board of Governors has already offered you a position, Defense Against the Dark Arts Professor, starting whenever you want. Maybe. Eventually. He turned to face her. But first I want to do what I told you. Have a life. Figure out who I am when I'm not fighting something. That might take a while. I have time. He smiled. We have time. They walked together toward the gates, toward the future, toward whatever came next. The war was over. The rebuilding had begun. And Harry Potter, for the first time in his life, was free. The final Death Eater trials concluded in August. Lucius Malfoy received life in Azkaban, his influence and money no longer sufficient to buy his freedom. The Caro siblings were given the same sentence. Dozens of others received lesser punishments, their cooperation during the trials earning them reduced sentences. Narcissa Malfoy, controversially, was acquitted. Her lie to Voldemort in the forest, telling him Harry was dead when she knew he wasn't, had been crucial to the final battle's outcome. Harry testified on her behalf, acknowledging the debt. Draco Malfoy was placed on probation, his future uncertain but not destroyed. He'd be watched, restricted, given the opportunity to prove himself different from his father. You think he'll change? Ron asked, watching the Malfoys leave the courtroom. I think he'll have to. Harry shrugged. The world he grew up in doesn't exist anymore. He can adapt or fade into irrelevance. His choice. You sound almost sympathetic. I've learned that people are complicated. Harry stood. Come on. Hermione's waiting with the final reports. The reports were encouraging. Wizarding Britain was recovering faster than anyone had expected. The economy was stabilizing, the population's fear was fading, and new magical businesses were opening at record rates. International relations were improving as well. The other European magical governments, seeing Britain's transformation, were beginning similar reform efforts. Harry had received invitations to speak at conferences in France, Germany, and Italy. Invitations he was considering, knowing that the changes couldn't be limited to one country if they were to last. The statute of secrecy will have to evolve eventually, Hermione said, reviewing the global situation. The Muggle world's technology is advancing faster than ever. We can't hide forever. That's a problem for the next generation. Harry, I know. We have to think long-term. He sighed. But I've done my part. More than my part. Maybe it's time to let someone else carry the burden for a while. Hermione looked at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. You've changed, she said. Not just from the Founder's magic, from everything. You are calmer, more certain of yourself. I've learned what matters. Harry met her eyes. And what doesn't? September arrived with new beginnings. Harry walked through the doors of Hogwarts as a professor, not a student. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom had been completely renovated. His classroom now, designed according to his specifications. The students watched him with expressions ranging from awe to terror. My name is Harry Potter, he said, standing at the front of the room. Some of you know me from history. Some of you fought beside me last year. And some of you are just hoping I'll teach you cool spells. A few nervous laughs. Defense Against the Dark Arts is about survival. It's about protecting yourself and others from people who want to hurt you. It's not about glory or power or impressive displays of magic. He drew his wand. It's about staying alive when someone is trying very hard to make you dead. He demonstrated the shield charm, basic, fundamental, the first line of defense. By the end of this year, every one of you will be able to cast this spell in your sleep. You'll be able to cast it wounded, exhausted, terrified, and distracted. Because that's when you'll need it most. He looked around the room at the young faces, the next generation of magical Britain. Any questions? A hand shot up. A first year, barely 11, with wide eyes. Is it true you killed Voldemort with one spell? Harry smiled slightly. It took rather more than one spell, and about 1,000 hours of training, and help from people who believed in me when I wasn't sure I believed in myself. He set down his wand. That's lesson 1. Nobody wins alone. Remember that, and you'll do fine in my class. The lesson began. Teaching suited Harry better than he'd expected. He found satisfaction in watching students improve, in seeing the light of understanding dawn in their eyes. The work was demanding, preparing lessons, grading papers, managing the endless small crises that came with education, but it was also meaningful in a way that politics never quite achieved. Daphne teased him about becoming domestic. You used to fight Dark Lords, she said, watching him grade essays one evening. Now you're correcting first year's spelling. The spelling is criminal. Someone has to address it. You're ridiculous. And yet, here you are. Here I am. She settled beside him on the couch, her own work spread around her. Political correspondence, business reports, the endless details of managing the Greengrass family's interests. They'd established a rhythm over the months, separate work during the day, shared evenings in their quarters at Hogwarts. It wasn't the dramatic romance of stories, but it was real and steady and good. My father wants to know your intentions, Daphne mentioned casually. Harry looked up. My intentions? Regarding me. Our relationship. The future. She kept her voice neutral, but Harry could see the tension underneath. Traditional pure-blood expectations. He's patient, but not infinitely so. What are your intentions? I asked first. Harry set down his quill. I intend to spend my life with you. I intend to build something together. A family, a legacy, whatever form that takes. I intend to keep fighting for the things we believe in, and to make sure our children grow up in a better world than we did. Daphne was very still. Is that a proposal? Do you want it to be? I want to know if you're serious. I'm always serious. Harry took her hand. We've been through war together, sacrificed together, built something together. The ring and the ceremony are just formalities. Important formalities to some people. Then let's observe them properly. He smiled. Daphne Greengrass, will you marry me? She kissed him instead of answering. That worked too. The wedding was in spring, at Potter Manor. Both families attended. The Greengrasses in their formal pure-blood finery, the Weasleys in their cheerful chaos, Hermione and her parents representing the Muggle-born contingent. Harry stood at the altar and watched Daphne walk toward him, and felt something settle in his chest. This was what he'd been fighting for. Not just victory over Voldemort, not just political reform, but this, the possibility of a future, a life, a love that could grow without fear. They exchanged vows, traditional wizard ones, modified with some Muggle elements at Hermione's suggestion. They sealed the bond with magic, their signatures intertwining in a way that felt right, felt complete. I now pronounce you bonded for life, the officiant declared. Cheers erupted. Fireworks exploded overhead. Fred and George's contribution, spectacular and slightly dangerous. Harry pulled his wife close and kissed her again, and the future opened before them like a door into light. The years that followed were full of ordinary magic. Children came. First Lily, named for Harry's mother, with her father's dark hair and her mother's sharp eyes. Then James, who inherited the mischievous streak his namesake was famous for. And finally Sirius, the youngest, who seemed determined to test every boundary his parents established. Harry taught at Hogwarts, watching generations of students grow and learn and occasionally save the world in their own small ways. The Defense Association evolved into an institution that outlived its founders' direct involvement, spreading its philosophy of preparation and cooperation across the magical world. Daphne managed the family's political interests, becoming a power in her own right. Respected and sometimes feared, always effective. Together, they navigated the endless complexities of pure-blood society and reformed institutions, pushing for change while respecting what deserved to be preserved. The scar never pained Harry again. Sometimes, late at night, he would stand at the window of Potter Manor and look out at the stars, remembering everything that had brought him here. The boy in the cupboard under the stairs, the student discovering magic, the warrior fighting for survival, the leader building something new. All of it had led to this: peace, purpose, and love. The founders would have approved, he thought. They'd built Hogwarts to protect and educate, to create a better future for magical children. Harry had spent his life doing the same, in his own way. The legacy continued. And somewhere, in the space between worlds, the spirits of Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar smiled at what their heir had made of their gifts. Chapter 7. The return. 15 years after Voldemort's death, Harry Potter woke to screaming. He was out of bed before consciousness fully caught up, wand in hand, moving toward the sound. Daphne stirred behind him, reaching for her own wand with the reflexes of someone who'd survived a war. The children, stay here. Harry moved through Potter Manor's corridors, the wards feeding him information as he went. No breach in the perimeter. No hostile magic detected. The scream had come from James's room. He found his son sitting upright in bed, 13 years old, face pale and streaked with tears. Dad, James's voice cracked. I saw. There was a man. He was in a graveyard, and he was talking about coming back. Harry's blood went cold. What man? What did he look like? Pale. Really pale. With red eyes and he didn't have a nose, just slits, like a snake. James. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, forcing his voice to stay calm. I need you to tell me exactly what you saw. Every detail. The description matched. Every detail James recounted. The graveyard, the appearance, the voice, matched Harry's memories of Voldemort with disturbing precision. It was just a nightmare, Daphne said later, after James had been calmed and returned to sleep. He's heard the stories. Every child in magical Britain has heard the stories. The level of detail, imagination fills in gaps. You know that. Harry paced their bedroom, unable to settle. What if it's not imagination? What if there's something we missed? The Horcruxes were destroyed. All of them. Dumbledore confirmed it. The Ministry confirmed it. You confirmed it yourself through the connection you had. The connection I sacrificed. Which means there's nothing left to connect to. Daphne caught his arm, stopping his pacing. Harry, it's been 15 years. Voldemort is dead. What James saw was a nightmare, nothing more. Harry wanted to believe her. He'd spent 15 years building a life on the assumption that the war was truly over, that the sacrifices had meant something, that the darkness had been permanently expelled. But something nagged at him, a feeling he couldn't quite name. I'm going to look into it, he said, quietly, just to be sure. Daphne studied his face, then nodded. Do what you need to do, but don't let paranoia destroy what we've built. I won't. He hoped he was telling the truth. Harry started with the obvious sources. The Ministry's Department of Mysteries maintained records of dark magical activity, fluctuations in the fabric of reality, unexplained phenomena, anything that might suggest the return of dangerous forces. Harry had contacts there, people who owed him favors or simply trusted his judgment. Nothing unusual, reported unspeakable Croaker, an elderly wizard who'd been tracking dark magic for decades. The readings have been stable for years. If something like Voldemort were reconstituting, we'd see it. What about outside Britain? International monitoring shows the same. Whatever you're worried about, there's no evidence to support it. Harry thanked him and moved on. He consulted with Hermione, now head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, whose analytical mind had only sharpened over the years. James's nightmare could be significant, she admitted, but there are mundane explanations. Childhood exposure to war stories, anxiety about living up to his father's legacy, even just adolescent brain chemistry. We shouldn't jump to conclusions, but we should investigate. Carefully, discreetly, she leaned forward. Harry, if word gets out that you're worried about Voldemort's return, it could cause panic. The population is finally stable. We can't risk that without solid evidence. I know. I'll be careful. He was. But he kept digging. The trail led him to unexpected places. Old Death Eater families, most of whom had been integrated back into society over the past 15 years. Reformed, supposedly, their children raised without the poison of blood purity ideology. Harry visited them under pretexts, social calls, business discussions, the endless networking that his position required. Most seemed genuine in their transformation, but a few made him uneasy. The Rolls had withdrawn from society entirely, retreating to their ancestral estate and refusing all visitors. The Averys had scattered across Europe, their movements difficult to track. And the Caro twins' children, raised by distant relatives after their parents' imprisonment, had disappeared completely 2 years ago. Following up on old leads, Harry told Daphne when she asked about his activities. Old leads that connect to what? I don't know yet. Harry, I know it sounds paranoid, but something's wrong. I can feel it. Daphne looked at him for a long moment. Your instincts saved us during the war. I won't dismiss them now, but promise me you'll tell me if you find something concrete. I promise. The concrete evidence came 3 weeks later. Harry was reviewing old case files from the war, records of Death Eater activities, locations of known safe houses, patterns of dark magical usage, when he noticed an anomaly. One of Voldemort's known ritual sites, a cave in Yorkshire, had been showing unusual magical activity for the past 6 months. The readings were subtle, easily dismissed as natural fluctuation, but they followed a pattern that Harry recognized. The same pattern that had preceded Voldemort's resurrection at the graveyard. He went to the cave alone. The entrance was hidden behind a waterfall, accessible only through a specific sequence of movements that Harry had learned from captured Death Eaters years ago. The magic that had once guarded it was dormant, but not destroyed, sleeping, waiting. Harry moved through the tunnels with his wand lit, senses straining for any sign of threat. The main chamber was empty, but it had been used recently. Scorch marks on the floor suggested ritual magic. Traces of blood, dried, several weeks old, indicated sacrifice. And carved into the wall, fresh enough that the stone dust still lay on the floor, was a symbol Harry had hoped never to see again. The Dark Mark. Someone's trying to bring him back. Harry stood before an emergency meeting of his closest allies, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Daphne, and Kingsley Shacklebolt, who'd become Minister for Magic 5 years ago. The cave shows signs of ritual preparation. The pattern matches pre-resurrection magical signatures we recorded from the graveyard. Someone has been working on this for months, maybe longer. That's impossible, Kingsley said. All the Horcruxes were destroyed. There's nothing to resurrect. There shouldn't be. Harry's voice was grim. But we're dealing with someone who's found a way around that, or believes they have. Who? I don't know yet. But the timing of James's nightmare, the cave's activity, the missing Death Eater children, it's connected. Someone's been planning this. Hermione was already thinking through implications. If they're attempting resurrection without Horcruxes, they'd need an alternative anchor. Something else that contains a piece of Voldemort's essence. Like what? His wand, maybe. Or artifacts he'd imbued with power. Or, she hesitated, or someone who'd been marked by him. Someone whose connection to him was deep enough to serve as a tether. Everyone in the room looked at Harry. The scar was the Horcrux, he said. I sacrificed the Founder's magic to remove it. You sacrificed the Founder's magic to remove the soul fragment, Hermione corrected. But the scar itself remains. The physical mark. And the connection between you and Voldemort was unique. Created through attempted murder, sealed through your mother's sacrifice, maintained through years of mental link. You're saying I could be the anchor? I'm saying it's possible. If someone found a way to exploit the residual connection, then everything I sacrificed was for nothing. The room fell silent. Harry spent the next week in intensive research. The Hogwarts library, the Ministry archives, even the Founder's journals. He searched everything for information about resurrection magic, soul anchors, and the specific nature of magical scars. What he found was not encouraging. The scar Harry bore was unique in magical history. Created by a backfired killing curse, sealed with the protection of sacrificial love, formerly host to a Horcrux that had been ritually removed. No text addressed this specific combination. No precedent existed, but theory suggested possibilities. A magical scar is a wound in reality itself, Hermione explained, having joined his research. The killing curse tears at the fabric of existence. That's why it can't be blocked, can't be healed, can't be undone. When it failed against you, it left a permanent mark in that fabric. And the Horcrux? Used that tear as a foothold. When you removed the soul fragment, the tear remained. It's healed, mostly, but there's still scar tissue, metaphysically speaking. And someone could use that scar tissue to bring him back. Not easily. They'd need extensive knowledge of soul magic, access to materials Voldemort had touched, and probably years of preparation. Hermione's face was troubled. But theoretically, yes, you might still be connected to Voldemort in ways we don't fully understand. Harry stared at the scar in the mirror. The lightning bolt that had defined his childhood, that had marked him as special, as chosen, as forever linked to the darkest wizard of the age. He'd thought he was free. He'd been wrong. The search for the conspirators intensified. Harry assembled a team, trusted Aurors, DA veterans, people who'd fought beside him in the war and hadn't forgotten how. They investigated the cave, tracked the missing Death Eater children, followed every thread that might lead to answers. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Draco Malfoy, of all people, appeared at Potter Manor one evening with information. "I've been approached," he said, sitting stiffly in Harry's study. "Certain old associates have been reaching out, testing loyalties, asking questions about the old days." "What kind of questions?" "About the Dark Lord. His habits, his rituals, his favorite places." Draco's pale face was troubled. "At first I thought it was nostalgia. There are always those who romanticize the war." But the questions became more specific, more technical. They wanted to know things that only someone planning something would need. "Who approached you?" "I don't know their names. They used intermediaries, dead drops, the old tradecraft." Draco met Harry's eyes. "I didn't want to come to you. Our history isn't friendly. But if they're really trying to bring him back, you don't want to live in that world again. Neither does my son." Draco's jaw tightened. "Scorpius is a good boy. Kind, gentle, nothing like I was at his age. He deserves a future without that shadow hanging over him." Harry studied the man who'd been his childhood rival, his wartime enemy, his reluctant post-war acquaintance. Draco had changed over the years, mellowed, matured, developed a conscience he'd lacked as a youth. "Help me find them," Harry said. "Work with my team as an inside source. Feed them false information while we track their network." "That's dangerous. Everything about this is dangerous." Draco was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I'll do it." The operation took 3 months. Draco played his role perfectly, feeding the conspirators a mixture of accurate trivia and carefully crafted misinformation. The Auror team tracked communications, identified safe houses, built a picture of the enemy organization. It was larger than anyone had expected. Nearly 50 people were involved. Old Death Eaters who'd escaped justice, their adult children who'd grown up on stories of glory, and a handful of dark magic enthusiasts who'd never been connected to Voldemort, but were drawn to his power. They called themselves the Restoration, and their leader was someone Harry had thought long dead. Bartemius Crouch Jr. "That's impossible," Kingsley said when Harry presented the evidence. He was kissed. "A Dementor destroyed his soul before his execution." "The Demented destroyed something," Harry agreed. But Crouch was a master of deception. He fooled everyone for months while impersonating Moody. What if he fooled the Demented too? How? "I don't know. Yet. But the magical signatures at the ritual sites match his known patterns. The operational security reflects his training. And 3 separate witnesses have described a man matching his appearance leading meetings. If Crouch is alive, he's the most dangerous dark wizard still active." "Exactly. Which is why we need to move now, before they complete whatever they're planning." The raid was scheduled for the following week. They hit 6 locations simultaneously. Auror teams struck at safe houses across Britain, coordinated strikes designed to collapse the entire network before anyone could warn the others. Harry led the assault on the primary target, an abandoned manor in the Scottish Highlands that intelligence suggested was Crouch's headquarters. The manor was heavily warded, but Harry had faced worse. He broke through the defenses with a combination of power and precision, leading his team into the darkened structure. They moved room to room, stunning or binding the cultists they encountered, pushing toward the center of the building. They found Crouch in the basement. The ritual was already underway. The chamber was vast, carved from the living rock beneath the manor. Crouch stood at its center, surrounded by a circle of kneeling acolytes, their voices raised in a chant that made Harry's scar burn with sudden, vicious pain. On an altar before Crouch lay a figure, ghostly, barely visible, a writhing shadow that was somehow familiar. Voldemort, or what remained of him. Potter. Crouch's voice was wrong, damaged somehow, speaking around a tongue that didn't quite work properly. "I knew you'd come. I counted on it. Step away from the altar. You don't understand." Crouch's smile was a terrible thing. "You think you can stop this? You are this. Your connection to him. The scar, the link, the shared blood from the resurrection. You're the only anchor strong enough to bring him back fully." The Horcruxes were destroyed, The Horcruxes were crude, inelegant, splitting the soul into objects. Crouch laughed. The Dark Lord evolved beyond that. In his final years, he discovered something better. A way to distribute himself across living vessels. People connected to him through magic and blood. People like you. Harry felt cold spreading through his chest. You're lying. Am I? Feel your scar, Potter. Feel it burn. That's him, reaching out, using you as a bridge back to the living world. Crouch raised his wand. All we need is a little more of your blood, and he'll be restored. Greater than before. Immortal in truth, not just in theory. Harry looked at the shadow on the altar, at the thing that had defined his entire life, that had murdered his parents and countless others, that he'd spent years fighting and finally defeating. It was reaching for him. He could feel it, and some part of him wanted to reach back. No. Harry raised his wand, not at Crouch, but at himself, at the scar that had connected him to Voldemort for so long. What are you doing? Ending this. Permanently. The spell he cast was one he'd found in Salazar Slytherin's most secret journal, a piece of magic so dangerous that even the founder had used it only once, in desperation. It was designed to sever connections, to cut ties that bound soul to soul. It was also potentially lethal to the caster. Harry felt the magic tear through him, following the lines of the old connection, burning away everything that linked him to the shadow on the altar. The pain was beyond description, worse than the Cruciatus, worse than the ritual that had removed the Horcrux, worse than anything he'd ever experienced. But he kept casting. The shadow screamed, a sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, echoing through dimensions that shouldn't exist. The acolytes collapsed, their connection to the ritual severed. Crouch staggered back, his face a mask of horror. You can't. The bond is too deep. You'll kill yourself, maybe. Harry's voice was steady despite the agony. But I'll kill him too. For good this time. The spell completed. The shadow on the altar dissolved into nothing, not defeated but unmade, erased from existence as if it had never been. The connection that had haunted Harry since infancy, the link that had defined him as the chosen one, the scar that marked him as Voldemort's equal, all of it vanished in a flash of silver light. Harry collapsed. He woke in St. Mungo's, 3 weeks later. Daphne was there, as she'd been every day according to the healers. Her face was drawn with exhaustion and worry, but when she saw his eyes open, something in her expression cracked. You idiot, she whispered. You absolute idiot. I love you too. You almost died. The healers said your magical core nearly burned out. Another second, and she stopped, unable to continue. I had to end it. Harry's voice was weak but certain. As long as any connection remained, he could come back. Crouch found a way to exploit it. Someone else would have eventually. So you severed it. I severed it. Daphne was quiet for a moment. The scar is gone. Harry raised a hand to his forehead, felt smooth skin where the lightning bolt had been for as long as he could remember. Good, he said. It's time I stopped being defined by his mark. The recovery took months. Harry's magical core had been severely damaged by the severing spell, not destroyed, but weakened in ways that would never fully heal. He'd lost perhaps half his former power, joining the ranks of witches and wizards who'd burned brightly and paid the price. He didn't mind as much as he'd expected. Teaching at Hogwarts had never required great power, just skill and dedication. His political influence came from reputation and wisdom, not magical strength. And his family needed a father more than they needed a warrior. You're really okay with this? James asked one day, watching Harry struggle with a spell he'd once cast effortlessly. I'm really okay with it. Harry set down his wand. I spent half my life fighting Voldemort, and the other half recovering from it. Now that's truly over. No connections, no anchors, no possibility of return. I'm just Harry. That's enough. But you were the most powerful. Power isn't everything. It's not even the most important thing. Harry looked at his son. The people you love. The causes you serve. The difference you make in others' lives. That's what matters. James considered this. Is that why you taught at Hogwarts instead of running the ministry? That's part of it. Harry smiled. The other part is that I hate politics. The trials were extensive but conclusive. Crouch and his acolytes were convicted on charges ranging from conspiracy to attempted resurrection of a Dark Lord. Most received life sentences in Azkaban, reformed now, without Dementors, but still secure enough to hold them. Crouch himself died before sentencing. The Dementor's kiss had damaged him more than anyone knew. He'd been living on borrowed time, sustained only by dark magic that collapsed when the ritual failed. Harry testified at the trials, explaining the nature of the threat and the measures taken to end it. His account was entered into the official record, ensuring that future generations would know how close they'd come to a second Voldemort war. "Do you think it's really over?" Hermione asked after the final verdict was delivered. "The Voldemort threat?" "Yes." Harry watched the prisoners being led away. The threat of dark magic, power-hungry wizards, people willing to do terrible things for terrible reasons? "No, that's never over." "That's not very reassuring." "It's honest." He turned to face her. "We can't prevent all evil. We can only prepare for it, resist it when it comes, and rebuild when it passes. That's the work. That's always the work." Life resumed its normal rhythms. Harry returned to teaching, adapting his methods to work with his reduced magical capacity. He found that limitations made him a better instructor, forced to explain techniques rather than simply demonstrating them, required to understand the theory behind magic he'd once cast instinctively. His students benefited from the change. Professor Potter's different this year. One seventh year was overheard saying, "More patient," like he finally has time to really teach, instead of just surviving. Daphne continued her political work, now focused on international cooperation rather than domestic reform. The wizarding world was changing, growing, preparing for a future that would require new approaches and new alliances. The children grew. Lily entered Hogwarts and was sorted into Ravenclaw, to everyone's surprise and nobody's disappointment. James, finishing his 4th year, had developed into a skilled duelist with his father's reflexes and his mother's strategic mind. Sirius, the youngest, showed an affinity for magical creatures that reminded Harry of Hagrid. The Potter family was happy. Not perfectly. There were arguments and setbacks and the ordinary challenges of life. But fundamentally, deeply happy in a way that Harry had once thought impossible for himself. On the 20th anniversary of Voldemort's defeat, Harry gave a speech. The memorial ceremony was held at Hogwarts, on the grounds where the final battle had been fought. Thousands attended, survivors of the war, their children, their grandchildren, wizards and witches from across the world who wanted to honor those who'd fallen. Harry stood at the podium and looked out at the crowd. 20 years ago, he began, "We won a war. It cost us friends, family, innocence, things that can never be replaced. We mourn those losses today. We honor those who gave everything so that we could stand here in peace." He paused, gathering his thoughts. "But I don't want to talk only about the past. The past is important. It shapes us, teaches us, reminds us what we're capable of, both good and bad. But the past isn't where we live. We live in the present, building the future." He looked at his family, seated in the front row. Daphne, her hair showing silver now, still beautiful, still sharp. James, serious and intent. Lily, taking notes even at a memorial. Sirius, fidgeting but trying to be still. "The future I see is one where blood status doesn't determine worth. Where magical creatures are partners, not servants. Where knowledge is shared, not hoarded. Where children grow up free of the shadows that haunted us." He turned back to the crowd. "We haven't achieved that future yet. We've made progress, real progress, lasting progress, but there's more work to do. There always will be. Evil doesn't disappear when its figurehead dies. Prejudice doesn't vanish when laws change. The work of building a better world is never finished." His voice strengthened. "But we keep working. We keep building. We keep fighting for what's right, even when it's hard, even when we're tired, even when it seems impossible. That's what the people we honor today would want. That's the legacy they left us." He stepped back from the podium. "Thank you for remembering. Now let's get back to work." That night, alone on the astronomy tower, Harry stood where he'd stood so many times before. The stars were bright above Hogwarts, the grounds peaceful below. Somewhere in the castle, his family was sleeping. Somewhere in the wider world, the changes he'd helped create continued to unfold. "It's strange," he said to no one. "I spent so long fighting, training, preparing for battles that might never come. And now," the silence stretched. "Now I'm just a teacher, a father, a man who's getting old and losing his power and watching the world move on without him." He smiled slightly. "And I'm okay with that. More than okay, I think. I think this is what peace feels like. Real peace, not just the absence of war. The wind stirred his hair, gray now, at the temples. I hope you're proud of me, he said, thinking of his parents, of Sirius, of Dumbledore, of everyone he'd lost along the way. I hope I did enough. I hope the world we're building is worth what we sacrificed for it. No answer came. None was expected. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the man who conquered, stood in the darkness and felt, for the first time in his life, completely at peace. The past was honored. The present was good. And the future? The future was whatever they made of it. Epilogue. 19 years after the first victory, platform 9 3/4 was crowded with families saying goodbye to their children. Harry stood with Daphne, watching their grandchildren board the Hogwarts Express. James's oldest was starting her first year, nervous and excited in equal measure. Lily's twins were returning for their fourth year, already planning pranks that would surely earn them detention. Another generation, Daphne said. Another chance to get it right. She took his hand, her grip still strong despite the years. We did get it right as anyone could. Most of the time. Most of the time is all anyone can ask for. The train whistle sounded. Children leaned out of windows, waving goodbye. Parents waved back, some crying, all proud. Harry raised his hand, watching until the train disappeared around the bend. Then he turned to his wife. Ready to go home? Always. They walked together through the barrier, through the station, into the ordinary world that existed alongside the magical one. The next generation was off to Hogwarts. The future was in good hands. And Harry Potter, at last, was exactly where he belonged. Chapter 8. Heir of the Founders. The letter arrived on a Tuesday morning, carried by an owl so ancient that Harry was surprised it could still fly. He recognized the seal immediately, Gringotts, but not the standard communication seal. This was older, stamped with symbols he'd last seen in the Founders' journals. The wax was gold and silver intertwined, a combination he'd never encountered in his decades of correspondence with the bank. What is it? Daphne looked up from her breakfast, reading his expression. I don't know yet. Harry broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. To Harry James Potter, former heir of the Founders, your presence is required at Gringotts regarding matters of succession and legacy. The time has come for decisions that were deferred when you sacrificed your inheritance. Please attend at your earliest convenience. Director Ragnarok. 3 Harry stared at the letter for a long moment. The Founders' inheritance, Daphne said, reading over his shoulder. You gave that up. Decades ago. I thought I did. Then what is this about? Harry folded the letter carefully. I think I need to find out. Gringotts had changed over the years, expanded, modernized, become more integrated with wizard society, but the deep corridors remained the same. Harry followed a young goblin guide through passages he remembered from his youth, descending toward the ancient vaults that predated the bank itself. Director Ragnarok 3 waited in the same chamber where Harry had first learned of his inheritance 50 years ago. The goblin was younger than his predecessors, but carried the same weight of authority, the same measuring gaze that assessed everyone who entered. Mr. Potter, thank you for coming. Your letter was intriguing. I imagine it was. Ragnarok gestured to a chair. Please sit. We have much to discuss. Harry sat, feeling the years in his bones more than he liked. He was 70 now, still active, still teaching, but undeniably old. The vitality of youth had faded long ago. The Founders' inheritance, Ragnarok began. You sacrificed it to remove the Horcrux from your soul. A noble choice. A necessary one, by all accounts. That's what I was told. What you were told was true. The sacrifice was accepted, the Horcrux was destroyed, and your connection to the Founders' magic was severed. Ragnarok paused. But the inheritance itself was not destroyed. It was held in trust. Harry went still. Held in trust by whom? By Hogwarts. By the magic that the Founders wove into the very stones of the castle. Ragnarok's expression was unreadable. They anticipated that an heir might need to make such a sacrifice. They built a failsafe into their legacy, a way for the inheritance to be reclaimed under certain conditions. What conditions? That the sacrifice be genuine. That the heir prove themselves worthy through deeds rather than blood. That sufficient time pass to demonstrate the permanence of their character. Ragnarok spread his hands. 50 years, Mr. Potter. 50 years of service, sacrifice, and dedication. The magic has judged you. It has found you worthy. Harry's heart was beating faster than it had in years. You're saying I can reclaim the Founder's inheritance? I'm saying it wishes to be reclaimed. The magic has been waiting, watching, growing stronger as your worthiness was demonstrated. Now it calls to you. Ragnarok stood. The choice, of course, is yours. You may refuse, live out your remaining years as you are. But if I accept, then you become what you were always meant to be. Not just an heir by blood, but an heir by merit. The true successor to Godric, Helga, Rowena, and Salazar. Harry stood in the Founder's vault for the first time in half a century. The space was exactly as he remembered, vast, golden lit, filled with treasures accumulated over 1,000 years. The 4 journals still sat on their pedestal, though they seemed to pulse with new energy, responding to his presence. The inheritance cannot be forced, Ragnarok had explained. You must ask for it. The magic must recognize your request as genuine. Harry approached the pedestal slowly, his aged body protesting the effort. He'd spent decades living without this power, had built a life and a legacy through ordinary means. Did he really want to change that now, at the end of his life? He thought about his family, his students, the world he'd helped create. He thought about the challenges that remained, the injustices not yet corrected, the darkness not yet dispelled, the future not yet secured. He thought about what it meant to be an heir, not just to receive, but to serve, to carry forward a legacy that was bigger than any individual. Harry placed his hands on the journals. I don't ask for power, he said quietly. I don't ask for immortality or glory or any of the things that corrupt. I ask for the ability to continue serving, to protect what I've helped build, to be worthy of the trust that's been placed in me. The journals blazed with light. The magic flowed into Harry like a river returning to its source. It wasn't the same as before, not the overwhelming surge of power he'd experienced as a teenager, suddenly inheriting abilities he didn't understand. This was gentler, more refined, integrating with who he'd become rather than transforming who he was. He felt his body strengthen, not to youth, but to a vigorous age, the frailties of 70 fading to the capabilities of 50. His magical core, diminished by the severing spell decades ago, expanded and deepened. The connection to Hogwarts that he'd sacrificed returned, humming in his consciousness like a song he'd forgotten he knew. And there was something else, something new. Knowledge. Not just information, but understanding. The accumulated wisdom of 4 brilliant minds, filtered through centuries of watching, waiting, judging. Harry suddenly grasped magical principles that had eluded him his entire life. He saw connections between disciplines that seemed unrelated. He understood things about the nature of magic itself that no modern wizard had ever comprehended. It was overwhelming. It was beautiful. It was exactly what he needed. Harry emerged from Gringotts transformed. Not physically. He still looked like an elderly wizard, gray-haired and weathered by time. But those who knew him well could see the difference immediately. The way he moved had changed, more fluid and certain. His eyes held depths they hadn't possessed before. His presence carried a weight that demanded attention. Daphne was waiting outside, having refused to let him make this journey alone. Well, she asked. I'm back. Harry smiled. A genuine smile, full of warmth and wonder. All of it. The inheritance, the connection, everything I gave up. It's back, and it's more. Better. Refined by the years I spent without it. What does that mean? Practically, it means I can do things I couldn't do before. It means I understand magic in ways I never did. He took her hand. It means we have work to do. Did you think I was going to leave you out of this? Daphne laughed, a sound that still made Harry's heart lift after all these years. I suppose not. What's the plan? First, we go home. Then we talk to the family. Then, Harry looked toward Hogwarts, visible in the distance, feeling the castle's awareness brush against his consciousness like a greeting from an old friend. Then we figure out what the Founder's true heir is supposed to do in the 21st century. The family meeting was held at Potter Manor, 3 days later. Everyone attended. James and his wife, Lily and her husband, Sirius and his partner, all the grandchildren who were old enough to understand. They gathered in the great hall that had been the heart of the Potter family for generations, watching Harry with expressions ranging from curiosity to concern. I've been given a gift, Harry began. Or maybe returned a gift that was always meant to be mine. Either way, things have changed, and I wanted you all to know what that means. He explained the founder's inheritance, what it was, what it represented, why he'd sacrificed it decades ago, and why it had now been returned. He explained the responsibilities that came with it, the expectations the magic carried. I'm not immortal, he clarified. The inheritance extends life and health, but not indefinitely. I'll still die someday, probably sooner than later, given my age. But until then, I have capabilities I didn't have before, and I intend to use them. Use them how? James asked. To finish what I started. To address problems I wasn't strong enough to tackle before. To prepare the magical world for challenges that are coming, whether we're ready or not. Lily leaned forward. What challenges? The statute of secrecy is failing. Your Aunt Hermione has been saying it for decades. The Muggle world is advancing too fast, their technology too pervasive. Within our grandchildren's lifetimes, hiding will become impossible. We need to prepare for integration, or we'll be destroyed by it. The room was silent, processing this. Magical creatures are still treated as second-class beings. We've made progress, but not enough. Goblins, house elves, centaurs, werewolves, they deserve full rights and recognition, and they're running out of patience waiting for wizards to grant them. More silence. And dark magic isn't gone. It's just waiting. Every few generations, someone rises who thinks they can dominate others through power and fear. We've beaten them back every time, but each war costs us. We need better defenses, not just stronger walls, but stronger foundations. Harry looked around at his family, the people he loved, the people he'd fought for, the people who would carry on after he was gone. I can't do this alone. I couldn't do anything alone. That's the lesson I learned decades ago. But with your help, with the help of everyone who believes in building something better, we can make a difference. James stood slowly. What do you need from us? Your skills, your connections, your willingness to work towards something bigger than ourselves. Harry smiled. And maybe, every once in a while, someone to tell me when I'm being an idiot. That, Daphne said dryly, won't be a problem. The work began immediately. Harry used his renewed capabilities to access parts of Hogwarts that had been sealed even from him. Chambers and archives that the founders had prepared for their true heir, containing knowledge and resources that had been waiting for 1,000 years. The discoveries were staggering. A complete history of magical Muggle relations, documenting periods of integration that modern wizards had forgotten. Techniques for introducing magic to non-magical populations without causing panic. Plans for a gradual revelation, developed by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, that could guide the transition from secrecy to openness. She knew, Harry told Hermione, sharing the documents. 1,000 years ago, Rowena knew that secrecy couldn't last forever. She prepared for this. Hermione studied the plans with the intensity she'd always brought to research. These are sophisticated, account for social dynamics, technological change, religious factors, but they're also 1,000 years old. The specific methods would need updating. That's where you come in. Me, you're the greatest magical researcher of your generation. Maybe any generation. And you've spent decades thinking about this problem. Harry set a journal on her desk, Rowena's personal notes, in her own hand. Now you have tools to solve it. The integration project became Hermione's life work. She assembled a team, researchers from every magical tradition, experts in Muggle technology and society, diplomats who understood international relations. They worked in secret, developing protocols and plans that could guide the magical world through its greatest transition since the founding of Hogwarts. Harry contributed where he could, using the founders' knowledge to fill in gaps, to solve problems that had seemed unsolvable. But he recognized that this was Hermione's project, her legacy, and he didn't try to take it over. He had other work to do. The creature rights movement had stalled in recent years, stuck in a political morass that human-centric thinking couldn't escape. Harry approached it differently, using the founders' understanding of non-human magic to build bridges that hadn't existed before. He met with goblin leaders, speaking their language, literally, thanks to Salazar's linguistic gifts, and offering terms that respected their autonomy. He negotiated with centaur herds, acknowledging their territorial claims and their right to self-governance. He worked with house elf communities, helping them develop structures that allowed for service without slavery. Progress was slow but real. Treaties were signed. Rights were recognized. The magical world inched toward the equality that should have existed all along. 5 years after reclaiming the inheritance, Harry faced his final challenge. A new Dark Lord had risen in Eastern Europe, not as powerful as Voldemort, but dangerous enough to threaten the stability they'd worked so hard to build. His followers were attacking magical communities, targeting Muggle-borns and creatures, trying to establish the blood purity ideology that Harry had spent his life fighting. The European magical governments dithered, caught in political paralysis. The International Confederation debated while people died. Harry didn't debate. He gathered his allies, the DA veterans who still answered his call, the new generation they'd trained, the creature communities who'd pledged support. They moved against the Dark Lord's strongholds with precision and overwhelming force. Harry led the assault on the primary fortress himself. "You're too old for this," Daphne had said. "Probably, but I'm also the only one who can do it." The battle was fierce. The Dark Lord had accumulated power over decades, protected himself with layers of magic that would have stopped any ordinary wizard. Harry wasn't ordinary. The Founder's inheritance gave him access to magic that hadn't been seen in centuries. He dismantled the Dark Lord's defenses systematically, using techniques from 4 different magical traditions, adapting on the fly as new obstacles appeared. The final confrontation lasted 3 hours. When it ended, the Dark Lord was dead, his followers scattered, his movement broken. Harry stood in the ruins of the fortress, exhausted but triumphant. The last Dark Lord he would ever fight. He knew, with certainty he couldn't explain, that this was his final battle. The magical world would face other threats. It always did, but they would be faced by others. His work was done. Harry Potter died on a spring morning, 75 years after the first fall of Voldemort. He passed in his sleep, at Potter Manor, with Daphne beside him. No illness, no injury, just the peaceful end of a life well lived. The inheritance had extended his years, but it couldn't prevent the natural conclusion that came to all things. The wizarding world mourned. Flags flew at half-staff in every magical government. Memorial services were held on 6 continents. The students of Hogwarts stood in silence, honoring the professor who had taught so many of them what magic truly meant. But amid the mourning, there was celebration too. Harry Potter had lived a remarkable life. He'd defeated the greatest Dark Lord in history, twice. He'd reformed magical government, championed creature rights, laid the groundwork for integration with the Muggle world. He'd taught generations of students, raised a loving family, built friendships that spanned decades. He'd been the boy who lived, the man who conquered, the heir of the Founders. But most importantly, he'd been Harry. Just Harry, curious and brave and flawed and trying, always trying, to do what was right. The funeral was held at Hogwarts, in the great hall where Harry had first learned he was a wizard. Thousands attended, family, friends, students, colleagues, dignitaries from around the world. The ceiling showed a perfect blue sky, the kind of day that Harry had always loved. Daphne spoke first. "I met Harry when we were children," she said, her voice steady despite the grief. "He was awkward and earnest, and had no idea how to navigate the world he'd been thrust into. I thought he was an easy mark, someone to manipulate for political advantage." Soft laughter from those who knew the story. "I was wrong. Harry wasn't an easy anything. He was stubborn and principled and absolutely infuriating in his insistence on doing the right thing. He made me better, just by being himself. He made everyone better." She paused, composing herself. "We had 50 years together. 50 years of partnership, of building something that mattered, of loving each other through everything life threw at us. I wouldn't trade a single day." Hermione spoke next, then Ron, then Neville. The original core of the DA, now elderly themselves, sharing memories of the friend they'd followed into darkness and light. The grandchildren spoke. The former students, representatives of the Goblin Nation and the Centaur herds and the House Elf communities that Harry had championed. Finally, James rose. "My father was a hero," he said simply. "Not because he was powerful, though he was. Not because he was famous, though everyone knew his name. He was a hero because he never stopped trying to help people, never stopped believing that the world could be better, never stopped fighting for what was right, even when it cost him everything." He looked at the crowd, at the faces of people whose lives Harry had touched. He used to tell us that the measure of a person wasn't what they inherited or what they achieved, but what they left behind, what they built for others to continue. James gestured at the hall, at the castle, at the world beyond. This is what he left behind. A school that trains young witches and wizards to be their best selves. A society that's more just than it was. A future that's brighter than anyone thought possible. He bowed his head. Thank you, Dad. For everything. They buried Harry beside his parents, in the cemetery at Godric's Hollow. James and Lily Potter. Harry James Potter. Daphne Greengrass Potter, who would join him there eventually, but not yet. Not for years yet. The headstone bore a simple inscription, chosen by Harry himself years before. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Below it, added by his family. He lived, he loved, he left the world better than he found it. The crowd dispersed slowly, reluctantly, unwilling to say the final goodbye. But eventually, only family remained. Potter and Weasley and Longbottom and Greengrass, the bloodlines that had intertwined over generations, the legacy that would continue. Daphne stood at the grave, her hand resting on the cold stone. You did it, she whispered. Everything you set out to do. Everything you dreamed about when you were a skinny kid with too much on his shoulders. The wind stirred the trees, carrying the scent of spring flowers. I'll carry on. We all will. The work doesn't stop just because you're gone. She smiled, tears running down her face. But I'm going to miss you, Harry Potter. Every single day until I see you again. She pressed her lips to the headstone, turned, and walked away. Life continued. The integration project moved forward under Hermione's leadership, then under her successors. The first controlled revelations began 2 decades after Harry's death. Carefully managed introductions of magic to Muggle governments, followed by broader public awareness. It was messy and complicated and took generations to complete. But it worked. By the time Harry's great-great-grandchildren were grown, the statute of secrecy was a historical curiosity. Magical and non-magical communities existed side by side, learning from each other, building a world that combined the best of both traditions. Creature rights expanded until the very concept of creature seemed outdated. Goblins held seats in magical governments. Centaurs were recognized as sovereign nations. House elves had transformed their service into a profession with protections and compensation. Dark lords still rose, occasionally. Human nature didn't change just because society improved. But the structures Harry helped build, the DA network, the international cooperation frameworks, the trained and prepared population, contained the threats before they could become catastrophic. Hogwarts endured. The school where Harry had learned magic, where he'd taught for decades, where he'd discovered the founder's legacy, continued to train young witches and wizards. The curriculum evolved, incorporating new knowledge and changing needs, but the core mission remained the same: protect, educate, prepare. The founder's study was open to all students, not just the heir, but everyone who wanted to learn from the accumulated wisdom of those who'd come before. It became the heart of magical research, a place where the impossible became possible. And in the Great Hall, beside the portraits of all the headmasters and headmistresses who'd served, hung a new portrait. Harry Potter, painted in his prime, smiled down at generations of students who'd never known him in person but who knew his story, who knew what he'd sacrificed and built and believed, who carried his legacy forward into futures he'd never see. The portrait couldn't truly speak. It was just paint and magic, not a fragment of consciousness like some wizarding portraits. But students swore that sometimes, late at night, they could hear it whisper, "Be brave, be kind, be better than you think you can be. The future is what you make of it." Epilogue. 1,000 years after the founding, the heir of the founders stood in the chamber where it had all begun. She was young, barely 20, with dark hair and bright eyes and a mind that moved faster than anyone could follow. She discovered her inheritance 3 months ago, when the ancient magic had stirred and recognized her bloodline. The journals were spread before her, as they'd been spread before Harry Potter, as they'd been spread before others whose names she was only beginning to learn. The accumulated wisdom of 1,000 years, waiting for someone worthy to read it. "You're not what I expected," she said to the portrait that hung on the wall, not the one in the Great Hall, but a private portrait that existed only in this chamber, painted by a great-grandchild who'd wanted to preserve something more personal. The portrait of Harry Potter smiled. Nobody ever is, it said. That's the point. The point of what? Of the inheritance. Of the legacy. Of all of it. The portrait's eyes, green, still, even in paint, seemed to look directly at her. The founders didn't create this to produce copies of themselves. They created it to find people who could carry their work forward in new ways. Ways they couldn't imagine. What ways? That's for you to discover. The portrait gestured at the journals. Read. Learn. Understand what came before. And then do something we never thought of. Build something we never dreamed. Be better than we ever were. The portrait smiled again. That's the only expectation that matters. The new heir looked at the journals, at the portrait, at the chamber that had witnessed so much history. I don't know if I can. Neither did I. Neither did any of us. The portrait's voice was kind. But that's the secret, you see. The inheritance doesn't go to people who know they can do great things. It goes to people who aren't sure, but try anyway. Why? Because that's what courage is. That's what the founders valued most. Not certainty. Anyone can be brave when they're certain of victory. True courage is acting despite doubt, trying despite fear, hoping despite evidence. The new heir was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and opened the first journal. Tell me about Godric Gryffindor, she said. Tell me everything. The portrait of Harry Potter settled back in its frame, satisfaction in its painted eyes. It begins, the portrait said, with a dream of sanctuary. And the story continued, as it always had, as it always would. For as long as there were those willing to carry the light forward into darkness, to build bridges where there had been walls, to hope when hope seemed foolish and fight when fighting seemed impossible. The founders' legacy wasn't about blood or power or ancient magic. It was about people. People who chose to make the world better. People like Harry Potter. People like the new heir, just beginning her journey. People like all those who would come after, their names not yet known, their stories not yet written. The inheritance lived on. The work continued. And somewhere, beyond the veil that separated the living from whatever came next, Harry Potter watched and smiled and knew that everything he'd sacrificed had been worth it. Every single moment. The end.